Madam President, happy to report this morning that the leadership of both parties have finalized the organizing resolution for the Senate. We will pass the resolution through the Senate today, which means that committees can promptly set up and get to work with Democrats holding the gavels. For the information of the Senate, the Democratic caucus has announced its committee memberships for the next 2 years. I'm confident our members are ready to hit the ground running on the most important issues that face our country. Senate Democrats are not going to waste any time taking on the biggest challenges facing our country and our planet. I've already instructed the incoming Democratic chairs of all relevant committees to begin holding hearings on the climate crisis in preparation for enacting President Biden's Build Back Better agenda, which includes major climate legislation. It's long past time for the Senate to take a leading role in combating the existential threat of our time, climate. As we all know, climate change touches virtually every aspect of our economy and involves virtually every aspect of public policy. So as the Biden administration prepares a whole-of-government approach to combating climate change, the Democratic majority will pursue a whole-of-Senate approach as well. Some of this work has already started. 2 years ago, Senate Democrats established the first-ever Senate Special Committee on the Climate Crisis. I've promised that any action we take on infrastructure in particular will prioritize green infrastructure and the creation of green jobs, and create many jobs, good-paying jobs, we will. Personally, I have introduced legislation to speed our country's transition towards clean cars that has the support of the environmental community, the labor unions, and some of the car manufacturers. Make no mistake, in several different ways, this Democratic majority will compel the Senate to forcefully relent and urgently address climate change, beginning with work in all of the relevant committees. So as we set up new committee structures, I look forward to working with the new Democratic chairs on ways their committees will address the climate crisis. I look forward to speaking with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about finding some common ground on this issue. And most importantly, I look forward to propelling this chamber into action on a crisis that concerns not only all of our futures, but the futures of our children and our grandchildren. It's our solemn obligation to leave behind a planet upon which future generations can grow and prosper. Now on COVID. Yesterday afternoon, the Senate took the first step in preparing a rescue package for an economy and a country that is still in the throes of crisis. The $1.9 trillion budget resolution is designed to meet the needs of a country that has been devastated by disease and recession for nearly a year. It's been such a long time. We need real help. Unlike most crises, which affect one particular sector of the economy or another, one part of the country or another, the COVID-19 pandemic affects the entire country and nearly every aspect of American life. There is not one person in America, in my judgment, whose life hasn't been significantly changed by this awful crisis. The challenges we must overcome are manifold. So we must produce a bill that addresses each of those changes and challenges in turn: housing and agriculture and education, help for the unemployed, small business, our healthcare systems, our state and local governments. And we cannot fall short of the needs in each of those areas. History has taught us hard lessons about the cost of small thinking during times of big challenge, and about the cost of delay during moments of great urgency. Secretary Yellen told the Democratic caucus yesterday that it is her belief that if Congress fails to dedicate the necessary resources to meet the needs of the American people and survive this crisis, we will see long-term scarring in our economy, and our country would be mired in the COVID crisis for years. The income inequality and wealth inequality that plagues our nation and has been exacerbated by this crisis, because it's certainly the lower half of the American people who have suffered the most, needs to be remediated, and that's what we aim to do. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past and do too little, too reluctantly, and too late. We will not repeat the mistakes of the past. Our goal is simple: to help the American people and the American economy, and do it fast. Over the next 2 days, the Senate will be in session for debate on the budget resolution. There will be an open bipartisan amendment process. We invite participation from both sides of the aisle in that process. But I urge members not to lose sight of what this legislation will mean for the American people, for Americans who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own. This rescue package will extend enhanced unemployment benefits. For parents, I've spoken to so many who are desperate for the day they can send their children back to school safely. This rescue package will include resources for schools to make that happen quicker. For teachers and firefighters and bus drivers and nurses worried about the fate of their jobs, this rescue package will follow through on providing aid for state and local governments. For restaurants and bars, for theaters and farmers, for small businesses of every stripe, this rescue package will make another round of federal loans and grants available to you. And for every American struggling to make ends meet, who month by month has fallen further behind on the rent or the mortgage, who has had the power or the heat or the water shut off, for every American who has had to choose which meal they were going to skip that day, this rescue package will send direct assistance in the form of a check. And of course, this rescue package will support the production and distribution of the vaccine. That is the key to ending the crisis. The past administration, in terms of distribution, in terms of working with the states to get these vaccines out, has been so derelict. It's been one of the greatest failures of any presidency. The new Biden administration is focused on getting making more vaccines, getting them out quickly, getting them out fairly, doing it effectively and efficiently. We have to help get that done. So I, alongside the Democratic committee chairs responsible for drafting this legislation, will be meeting with President Biden at the White House today in a few hours from now. Our caucus is eager to discuss next steps, and we are united in our resolve to deliver on a rescue plan that provides the American people the relief they so desperately need. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
This morning, the U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick lies in honor under the dome of the institution he swore to defend and died defending. 4 weeks ago, the rotunda was strewn with the debris of an insurrectionist mob. Today, it is adorned in solemn thanksgiving for the sacrifice of a hero. On January 6, those who sought to obstruct our democracy were confronted by a sworn officer and military veteran who was determined to protect it. In the face of lawlessness, Brian Sicknick paid the ultimate price to uphold a solemn oath. He gave our nation the last full measure of devotion. Our democratic republic was built to endure, but it needs heroes like the officers of the U.S. Capitol Police to support and defend it. So today we mourn and give thanks for the true patriot who lies in the rotunda. The Senate and the entire country send our deepest condolences to Officer Sicknick's family and all who loved him. His name will never be forgotten. Now, Mr. President, on an entirely different matter, this pandemic has forced Americans to confront numerous and compounding tragedies. Almost 450,000 Americans have been killed, millions of livelihoods have been upended, and millions of American kids, especially those who attend public school, have been robbed of an entire year and counting of proper school. Despite heroic efforts from students, parents, and teachers, so-called remote learning has proven a poor substitute for the real thing. Research suggests that even if the average remote learning student had gotten back in the classroom last month, they'd already have missed multiple months' worth of learning compared to a normal year. 40% of high schoolers in St. Paul now have failing grades. In Houston, it's 40% of all students. Tampa's school district has reportedly just lost track of thousands of kids altogether. And this pain isn't spread equally. The worst has fallen on the most vulnerable, including lower-income households, students of color, and students with special needs and their families. The fallout isn't just academic. Replacing the structure, friendships, and activities of school with isolated screen time has predictably caused spikes in mental health concerns. Schools normally keep an eye on kids with challenging home lives and are too often the most reliable source of hot meals, and on and on. We know with certainty now that K through 12 schooling cannot move online indefinitely like a white-collar workplace. It's more like routine medical procedures, something that can be postponed a few weeks in a pinch, but which our society really cannot do without. And some families aren't having to. Many private and parochial schools have been in person since the fall. Many European countries have kept kids in schools nearly the whole time. But in places across America where public education depends on the whims of a powerful public sector union, the best interests of children have often come dead last. As the months have rolled by and the data have poured in, it's become clear that schools can open safely. Just last week, CDC researchers affirmed, quote, "With proper prevention efforts, we can keep transmission in schools and education settings quite low." This confirms what scientists were observing as far back as October, when it reported, quote, "Transmission by young children to adults seems to be negligible as long as safety measures are in place." Dr. Fauci, whose expertise was supposed to guide the Biden administration's whole approach, said last week, quote, "We can keep the children in school and get them back to school safely." That's Dr. Fauci. An administration that puts facts and science first would be conducting a full court press to open schools. Federal funding is not an obstacle. That's more goalpost moving. Congress has poured more than $110 billion into making education safe. As of last week, states and local school districts had only spent about $4 billion of the roughly $68 billion we set aside for K through 12 schools. That leaves $64 billion in the pipeline already. And remember, science tells us that schools are largely made safe with simple precautions. Science is not the obstacle. Federal money is not the obstacle. The obstacle is a lack of willpower, not among students, not among parents, just among the rich, powerful unions that donate huge sums to Democrats and get a stranglehold over education in many communities. Apparently, big labor's talking points have already displaced Dr. Fauci as the White House go-to source. The president's chief of staff keeps saying we need even more massive federal funding before teachers can go back. There's no scientific basis for that, none whatsoever. The goalpost moving doesn't stop with money. In several places, these unions sought to elbow toward the front of the line for vaccinations, only to turn around and say, thanks for the vaccinations, but don't think these will necessarily get our folks back in the classroom anytime soon. Too often, local officials just roll over and submit to these tactics. In my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, the largest school district in the state has a union-funded Board of Education vice chair. He's now saying that even if all school personnel get vaccines, he'd still be reluctant to open schools. In San Francisco, the 28-year-old Board of Education president, 28 years old, argued a few days ago that vulnerable kids aren't really missing out on learning, they're just learning different things. And it's the system's fault for not measuring all of the valuable cultural experiences they've had while getting stuck at home. What nonsense. Families are losing patience, and fast. We could not function with remote police or remote firefighters or remote dental surgeons, and we'd never pretend otherwise. Kids, parents, and a lot of talented teachers have given online learning their all. But we'll be deluding ourselves if we continue to accept this pale shadow of proper schooling when all the science, all of it, points the other way. No more goalpost moving. States and districts have got to follow the science and get American education back on track. Now, on a related matter, in the past year, Congress has worked together to pass five major rescue packages on a bipartisan basis. The Democratic leader spent months saying that any pandemic relief should pass with broad bipartisan support. He said last July, quote, sitting in your own office, writing a bill, and then demanding the other side support it is not anyone's idea of bipartisanship. But yesterday, less than a day after several Senate Republicans spent literally 2 hours meeting with President Biden, Senate Democrats plowed ahead with a party line vote to set the table for a partisan jam. The new president talks a lot about unity, but his White House staff and congressional leadership are working with a different playbook. We'll be discussing the facts on schools, on jobs, and on health care in depth in the days to come. But the rushed budget process that will play out this week is exactly the wrong path toward making law. Senate Republicans will be ready and waiting with a host of amendments to improve the rushed procedural step that's being jammed through. We'll be getting senators on the record about whether taxpayers should fund checks for illegal immigrants, whether Democrats should raise taxes on small businesses in the midst of this historic crisis, and whether generous federal funding should pour into school districts where the unions refuse to let schools open. And this is just a small taste. The American people will see Republicans are focused on smart and responsible policies to reopen the country. And they'll see Democrats who seem desperate to make their first act in power the same kind of massive, partisan, poorly targeted borrowing spree that permanently wounded the last Democratic presidency right out of the gate. I suggest the for quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Deal makes war more likely by enriching one of the worst state sponsors of terrorism and by giving it a clear pathway towards a nuclear weapons capabilities. I'm not making this stuff up. This is serious. Calling the people who oppose them warmongers couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, killing the Iran's arch terrorist Soleimani last year, President Trump explicitly called for a deal that makes the world safer and more peaceful. He was calling for that at that time. So we don't want war, but we also don't want the flawed Iran deal. That terrible deal isn't and never has been the only choice, but we would absolutely consider supporting a good deal. And what would a good deal look like? And I want to highlight four main principles that we would look for. And this is something that the president can do now. First, the deal has got to be comprehensive. That means addressing all of Iran's bad behavior, its funding of terrorism, terrorist proxies, its ballistic missile program, its nuclear program, the things my Democrat colleagues were worried about back in 2015. Secondly, the deal has got to be inclusive of the views of Israel and our Arab partners. The Obama administration sidestepped their concerns, and President Biden should not do that the same now. We should have learned from that. Third, the deal must be permanent. The 2015 deal allowed for a sunset provision that would ultimately allow Iran to possess a nuclear weapons capability. And I'll be clear, Iran should never be allowed to have a nuclear capability. Fourth, the deal's got to be transparent. It's got to allow for regular and unconditional inspections of Iran's nuclear program, just as the majority leader called for 6 years ago. I mean, what's wrong with making sure that we are allowed to make inspections to make sure that they are doing what they've agreed to do? And there's nothing wrong with it. Now, these are things my colleagues and I agree on. President Biden can find bipartisan support here. To repeat, we want a diplomatic resolution, not war, but that means a good resolution. Of course, it's far from clear that the Iranian regime is ready and willing to engage in serious negotiations. So I call on the Biden administration to lay the groundwork now so that a new deal has the foundation to success and when the Iranian regime is ready. You know, and that's a logical thing that I think would encompass a lot of support from the Republican side and support from the House. Specifically, this means maintaining our leverage with Iran through sanctions and a strong U.S. military. There is a sustainable bipartisan path forward when the time is right. Along those lines, I was disappointed by President Biden's decision to appoint someone who negotiated the Iran deal as his new Iran envoy. A new deal requires new thinking. Bipartisan cooperation won't be achieved by elevating the partisans of the past. If something didn't work back then, let's try somebody else, soon new personnel working on these problems. Moving forward, the Biden administration should expect difficult confirmations for any nominee who was involved in negotiating that deal back in 2015. President Biden has an opportunity to correct the Obama administration's mistakes on Iran. It has a chance to build bipartisan congressional support for a diplomatic resolution that is truly comprehensive, inclusive, transparent, and permanent. A successful Iran deal allows the U.S. to focus more squarely on challenges of Russia and China. A return to the Iran deal, however, will empower the Iranian regime and keep us mired in the region. I think everyone knows Iran. It's the world leader in terrorism, and we should do everything we can to make sure that they don't get a nuclear capability to develop a nuclear weapon. I can't imagine that anyone could argue with that. With that, I will yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as we all have learned, the devastation caused by COVID-19 reaches far beyond the health impact of the virus itself. Tens of millions of Americans have lost their jobs or other sources of incomes. Countless small businesses no longer exist. And the stress and uncertainty surrounding the pandemic has taken a toll on the mental health of every American. That's especially true for children, whose worlds have been flipped upside down. Last spring, schools in Texas and across the country transitioned from in-person to virtual instruction in order to help stop the spread of the virus. In the beginning, we thought this was a short-term measure, a way to keep students, teachers, and their families safe from the virus we knew very little about at the time. I don't think any of us expected that those closures would last as long as they have, with many students across the country coming up on their one-year anniversary of virtual learning. As weeks turned into months, it became clear that online instruction was no replacement for classroom learning. We know many families, they just don't have the ability either to access broadband, or they don't have the supervision at home of family members to help keep children on task when it comes to virtual learning. It's a substitute, a poor substitute in most instances, unless it's just absolutely necessary. Last spring, schools in Texas and across the country transitioned to virtual instruction, as I said, to stop the spread of the virus. We thought this would be a way to stop the spread, but as weeks turned into months, it became clear that many kids were falling behind, especially in foundational subjects like math and reading. And the learning deficit is even greater for students of color and those in high poverty communities. One study found that for math, white students began this year with about a 1 to 3 months behind in their learning, while students of color fell 3 to 5 months behind. We know that the impact is not purely academic. There's also a serious mental and emotional toll. The Texas Tribune recently shared a story of one student, a boy they referred to as Jordan. He was a student at Frisco Independent School District, and like kids across the country, he struggled with the challenge of virtual learning. This fall, his normal A's and B's dropped to F's, and the further he fell behind, the harder it was for him to catch up. In October, Jordan opened up a Google Doc and typed an absolutely agonizing message. He said, "Give me 10 good reasons why I shouldn't kill myself here." And when you think that can't get any more heartbreaking, it does. The list was blank. An 11-year-old boy felt so lost and defeated, he couldn't come up with a single reason to continue living. Well, if there's a bright spot in this otherwise very dark story, it is that this incident did not go unnoticed. Jordan was using a school-issued computer, and the school district's technology department quickly flagged this alarming information for counselors who alerted Jordan's mother. She was able to intervene, thankfully, before those dark thoughts could be turned into action and get Jordan the mental health treatment he needed. Well, I'm glad to report that Jordan's now back in the classroom, where his grades are improving, and he's able to spend time with his friends, an important part of the socializing function of our schools and going to class with others. But sadly, the pain and suffering this student experienced is not unique. The Frisco Independent School District, where Jordan is a student, has already surpassed the number of students hospitalized for mental health concerns from last school year. And the number of students considering, attempting, or dying by suicide is also on track to break previous records. The pandemic has simply taken a devastating toll on our children, academically, socially, and emotionally. So, Mr. President, I'm here to add my voice to those who say we need our schools to open, and of course, to do so safely, which I believe they can. In December, then President-elect Biden promised to safely reopen the majority of schools within his first 100 days in the White House. He said it should be a national priority to get our kids back into school and to keep them in school. I agree. Our children deserve the quality and the stability that only in-person instruction can provide. And parents deserve the option to choose the learning model that works best for their kids. That's why Congress has appropriated more than $110 billion to support education, including $67 billion specifically for K through 12 students. This funding has allowed schools to supply their students with what they need for virtual learning where that's required, including laptops and hotspots, while also preparing for a safe return to the classroom. Administrators at each school are able to evaluate their individual needs and risks, and I'm sure all of them vary by circumstance to some extent. But they also need to implement the necessary precautions to keep, obviously, the students and teachers safe. Texas schools have used federal funding to update their air filtration systems, purchase personal protective equipment, and implement regular disinfecting. The results are pretty clear. A headline from the Houston Chronicle in December read, "COVID spread remains minimal in Texas schools despite state surge." The truth is, the virus doesn't affect all of us identically. There are differences according to age. The president's repeatedly emphasized his trust in science, so let's take a look at the science here. Just last week, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention published a report that found, and I quote, "There has been little evidence that schools have contributed meaningfully to increase community transmission," close quote. The lead author of that report affirmed that even in places with otherwise high infection rates, there's no evidence that schools will transmit the virus at a higher rate than the general community. In short, it seems that schools are not a breeding ground for COVID-19, and as long as common sense precautions are taken, that schools can reopen safely. I know that's been the case in a lot of the parochial schools where, frankly, if they didn't have students showing up for class, they would be out of business. It's only the public schools where you see this phenomenon of extended virtual learning and a refusal of many teachers to return to the classroom. I know this has presented a dilemma for President Biden because in this case, the science is at odds with a key group of his supporters, which are the teacher unions. Unions in a number of major cities like Chicago have refused to return to school, despite the fact that evidence shows that schools are able to open safely, again, if proper precautions are taken. And Congress has provided tens of billions of dollars to help them do so, and teachers, like others across the country, are being vaccinated. Teacher unions demand, in some cases, that schools be closed altogether. Just outside of the District of Columbia, in Fairfax County, Virginia, the situation is even more bewildering. The school board and teachers union have said they will not return to schools until all students are vaccinated. As a reminder, there's currently no approved vaccine for children under the age of 16, and likely won't be for some time. Yet even with no return to in-person learning in sight, teachers are still receiving the vaccine, which I think is a good thing. More shots in arms ought to be all of our goal. But as you can imagine, the Biden administration is having a tough time explaining this one away. How on one hand, the president said, let's get children safely back in the classrooms, and on the other hand, many teachers unions refusing to return. In a recent television experience, the President's Chief of Staff was asked why the teacher unions are overruling what studies would otherwise show, and he appeared to come to the defense of the union decision. Well, that's not a commitment to science, and it's important that all of us listen to the science when we make our decisions, and they not be made based on a political agenda or who is for or against the proposition. Our focus ought to be clearly on the students and the quality of education that they are receiving, as well as the collateral damage that's being done by keeping them out of the classroom. Mr. President, the science is clear. If the appropriate precautions are taken, it's safe for our schools to reopen. And again, we've provided tens of billions of dollars to support safe reopening, including $55 billion to K through 12 schools in the omnibus that was signed into law just last December, just about a month ago. This funding is helping schools safely welcome their students back to the classroom, where they can better learn, socialize, and build a strong foundation for a successful future. We need our children to be well educated. This is the fundamental right in our democracy and necessity in a self-governing form of government. The administration shouldn't try to distance itself from the President's 100-day promise. It should do more to encourage a safe return. When it comes to reopening schools, President Biden needs to take his own advice and listen to the science and not the teachers' unions. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, we're 11 months into the most severe health care crisis this country or the world has seen in more than a century. And for much of this past year, we haven't done anywhere close to enough to help the millions of Americans who are suffering. Suffering not only from the virus itself, but from the economic implosion created by this pandemic. American people are in desperate need of help. It is many, many months since we passed the CARES Act. It was way back in March of last year. That's a long time ago, 10 months ago. And then the House down this hallway in May, middle of May, passed the HEROES Act. Say, let's do what we need to do for health care and housing, for education, for creating good paying jobs to help America address both the health care side and the economic side of this pandemic. And this Senate said no. This Senate said, we're sorry. We spent all our money on tax breaks for the richest Americans. We don't have the resources to help out ordinary Americans in the face of this pandemic. We prefer to do nothing. And the prefer to do nothing leadership of this body proceeded to do nothing in June and July and August and September and October into November. Meanwhile, the American people were gearing up for an election to basically weigh in on the direction that this country was going. And here the Senate sat and did nothing in the face of millions of struggling families across our country. Finally, after the election, a minimal amount was done with the omnibus bill. Well, the time for playing the fiddle while Rome burns or twiddling our thumbs while America suffers is over. In the campaign, Democrats said, we will end the inaction of this Senate in addressing the nation's challenges, the families' struggles across America, if you put us in a place to do so. And they did. In the House down the hall, in this chamber, and in the White House down Pennsylvania Avenue. American people said, get your act together, engage in competent, professional, direct, bold assistance to these enormous challenges we face. And Joe Biden promised that if elected president, he would utilize every resource of the federal government to take on the COVID pandemic and help American families get back on their feet. American people spoke loudly, they spoke clearly. And now we intend to deliver on the promises and provide real help to American families and businesses struggling in these difficult times. There are a variety of ways that we can go forward to address this challenge. Certainly one is to have a bill on this floor, have it open to amendments, relevant amendments, germane amendments, proceed to see what the majority of this body, 51 members, would say should be changed in that bill or modified in that bill. But that tradition has been absolutely squashed by the leadership in this Senate over the past few years under the Republican leadership. I'd like to see it restored. I'd like to see it restored, but with it goes not blocking the bill from leaving this chamber after thorough deliberation has occurred. We know that in the 6 years that President Johnson led this chamber, there was not but one blockade to keep bills that would receive majority support from leaving this chamber. But in the 6 years that Harry Reid led this chamber, there were over 400 times the minority said, no, we will not let this bill leave this chamber. That is exactly the type of obstruction and delay that is making this chamber dysfunctional. And we've already seen it in terms of the organizing resolution. Still not done, because the minority leader, now minority leader, Mitch McConnell, wants to delay and obstruct, as he did from the time the House passed the HEROES Act until the modest bill in December. So I'd love to see this bill, this $1.9 million bill on this floor, and let the majority work its way. Ask if more money was needed to help children return to the classroom. It's my colleague from Texas was just addressing that topic. More assistance in helping families still unemployed by the meltdown. More assistance to the small businesses. Or maybe some members would like to propose less help here or less help there. But that goes with it the ability to move the bill quickly for action. And we await that kind of pledge to end the delay and obstruct tactics of the minority. And in the meantime, therefore, we must go forward on a double path and say we will prepare to go through the reconciliation process, the simple majority process that comes from the Budget Act of 1973. The same process Republicans have used time and time again to give tax breaks to the richest Americans. Well, any process used in that fashion, I think, was abused. But using it to help ordinary families get back on their feet, that honors that process. Well, where do we stand now? 1 in 5 renters in America behind on paying their rent because they're struggling financially. Nearly 24 million Americans, 11% of all adults, not having enough food in their homes. Millions of children affected by that shortage of food. Millions of American children going hungry. That's where we are right now. Hundreds of thousands of businesses shuttering their doors for good, and hundreds of thousands more on the verge of doing so. Too many classrooms echo with the sounds of silence rather than the laughter of children. This bill is about changing that. We need to move quickly. Our children are struggling so hard to do your classwork over a computer, over a Zoom room. So hard to feel good about life when you don't have the chance to play and interact with other children. So depressing when you're trapped in a house. Yes, we need to reopen the schools, so let's pass this bill, and let's pass this bill quickly. And let's get those $1,400 payments in the hands of adults and children, stimulating the economy from the foundation up, not Wall Street down, the foundation up, helping struggling families, helping struggling small businesses. Main Street, not Wall Street. Payments that will help put food on the table, keep the lights turned on, keep the internet turned on, make sure that the family doesn't suffer eviction, and strengthen the payments for those who need it most, the unemployed. Now, we are facing a deadline of March 14th. March 14th, when the federal partnership in supporting unemployment benefits runs out. So we must act before that happens. And those who know the reconciliation process know that it's lightning fast to do it in a 6-week period. But that's what we must do, and that means we must start now. If in the meantime, the minority decides to abandon its dedication to obstruction and delay and be full participants in helping America, then let's get that bill on the floor and go that path. I'm fine with that, but it cannot prevent us from acting. We were elected to act. The American people support strong, bold, generous action now to prevent years and years of recession ahead, of struggling ahead. These are unprecedented times, and unprecedented, difficult times. We need to think of ourselves as all one community. We need to help and partner with our states and our counties and our cities and our tribes. We need to get them the help they need that's been so fiercely opposed. Help to enable them to do basic education improvements, basic public safety, making sure that the firefighters and police officers and teachers still are able to do the work that they're called upon to do. Help those tribal governments purchase personal protective equipment and have access to telemedicine services. There are no blue and red communities when it comes to a national crisis across this country, when it comes to disease that affects people regardless of which party you belong to or what part of the country you live in. A bipartisan attack on our health should involve a bipartisan response in this chamber, not the obstruction and delay tactics the majority has come to view as their core strategy. It must end. When hundreds of mayors wrote to us and said, we need help, act now, they weren't Democratic mayors, they weren't Republican mayors, they were bipartisan mayors from all across this country saying, now is the time, we need help now. And yet, delay and obstruction was the strategy of the minority. They spent all their money, they said, giving tax breaks to the richest Americans. There is no room to help ordinary working Americans. That philosophy doesn't belong in a government of, by, and for the people. If you want a government of, by, and for the powerful, then find a different constitution, a different system of government. But here the people have spoken, they've spoken clearly, and it's our responsibility to respond. To those mayors, those bipartisan mayors across this country, we hear you, and we stand with you. Let's move promptly and boldly to address this crisis. The President has put out a very clear plan that addresses every significant area that the mayors, community leaders across this country have said they need help in. Let's be their partner in that assistance and put America back on its feet. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, a few minutes ago, I had the opportunity to pay my respects to U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who lies in honor right now in the Capitol Rotunda. By all accounts, Brian Sicknick decided early on that he wanted to be a police officer. He joined the National Guard as a way to achieve this, serving our country for 6 years before finally joining the Capitol Police in 2008. And on January 6, 2021, he joined his fellow police officers to defend the Capitol from invasion by a violent mob. He was attacked by the invaders, pepper sprayed twice, and reportedly hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. He later collapsed at his office as a result of his injuries and was transported to the hospital, where he died the next day. Mr. President, while reading accounts of Officer Sicknick's death, I was particularly struck by reports that he returned to his division office after the day that he had had. A lot of us, after having been pepper sprayed twice and hit on the head, would probably have made a beeline for the hospital or for home. Even if, like Officer Sicknick, we weren't aware of just how badly we'd been injured, I'm not sure we would have returned to the office. But Officer Sicknick did. His family noted that Officer Sicknick had, and I quote, an incredible work ethic. He was very serious about showing up to work on time and refused to call out sick unless absolutely necessary, end quote. Well, Mr. President, we saw that dedication on January 6th. His first thought was not of his injuries, but of the job that he was committed to. Mr. President, we are the beneficiaries of the service and dedication of men and women like Brian Sicknick. Men and women who get up every day not knowing what they will face, but willing to sacrifice up to and including their very lives to protect those that need protecting. Mr. President, in the Gospel of John, Jesus tells his disciples, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." All of us marvel and are moved when we hear stories of those who have laid down their lives to protect others. The soldier who jumps on a grenade to save his buddies. The mother who leaps in front of her child to protect her. The firefighter who dies trying to rescue someone from a burning house. But Officer Sicknick's story hits particularly sharply because Officer Sicknick laid down his life for us. He died for us. He died for me. For every senator in this chamber and for every representative, for every staff member, for every cafeteria worker and maintenance worker and administrative worker in the Capitol complex. We were in danger, and he stepped forward to protect us, and he died for us. Greater love hath no man than this. Mr. President, there is no repaying such a sacrifice. There is no earning it. We can only honor it and try to live our lives in such a way as to be worthy of it. Mr. President, Officer Brian Sicknick died as he lived, defending the United States Capitol and all those within it. My thoughts and prayers are with Officer Sicknick's family and with all those who loved him as they mourn the life of this brave man. Mr. President, in his victory speech and later in his inauguration address, President Biden made it clear that he intended to govern for all Americans. He pledged to be, and I quote, a president who seeks not to divide but to unify, who doesn't see red and blue states but a united states, and who will work with all my heart to win the confidence of the whole people, end quote. Well, I was encouraged by his words and hopeful that the potential for a new day in American politics and real bipartisan legislative work on the priorities facing the American people. It's still a hope I have, Mr. President, but I am discouraged by the path that we're on here in Congress. Yesterday, Senate Democrats voted to proceed to a budget resolution designed to allow Democrats to pass COVID legislation on a purely partisan basis. Mr. President, as I noted a couple of weeks ago, it's common to talk about unity at inaugurations. I've been to a lot of them. But all too often, that commitment is quickly forgotten. And unfortunately, we're already seeing signs that members of the Democrat leadership are rapidly abandoning the President's call for bipartisanship. Mr. President, Democrats turn toward budget reconciliation, a process that allows certain legislation to pass the Senate with a simple majority instead of 60 votes, which is normal here, would be more understandable if Republicans had categorically refused to consider any additional COVID legislation. But that isn't even close to being the case. Republicans shared Democrats' commitment to COVID priorities like vaccinating Americans and getting our children back in the classroom. In fact, Mr. President, we've passed five COVID relief bills so far in Congress, totaling more than $4 trillion. And every single one of those bills was passed under Republican leadership in the Senate with bipartisan cooperation at the 60-vote threshold. Just this week, a group of 10 Republicans outlined a $600 billion COVID proposal that would fund vaccine distribution, extend enhanced unemployment benefits, and provide additional economic support to Americans who need it the most. And on Monday night, at the same time that Speaker Pelosi released her budget bill, those 10 Republicans were meeting with President Biden in the Oval Office for 2 hours. Republicans are more than ready to work with Democrats on additional COVID relief. Now, I won't pretend that we don't have reservations about some of the measures that Democrats have proposed. For instance, I don't think an emergency COVID bill is a place to push through a change that would more than double the federal minimum wage and directly increase expenses on businesses that have been decimated by the pandemic. I also think that sending checks to those who don't need them and won't spend them is not a good use of taxpayer money. But disagreement over aspects of the Democrat proposal does not mean that Republicans are not willing to work with Democrats on COVID relief. Mr. President, Democrats' move toward a purely partisan pathway on COVID legislation is troubling. But what is even more disturbing is the noise that Democrats are making about gutting the Byrd Rule. The Byrd Rule, which is named for and introduced by Democrat Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia, was adopted to prevent abuse of the budget reconciliation process and protect the rights of the minority in the Senate. It limits the proposals that can be considered under budget reconciliation so that the majority party in the Senate cannot use the budget reconciliation process to push through any legislation it wants with a bare majority vote. But, Mr. President, some Democrats are suggesting doing away with the Byrd Rule as a way of getting around the legislative filibuster. And that's a big problem. Preserving minority rights was a priority for the founders. They knew that in democratic forms of government, tyrannical majorities could easily trample the rights of the minority. And so they were determined to put in place a system of checks and balances that would protect the rights of the minority. And one of those checks, Mr. President, was the United States Senate. And as time has gone on, the legislative filibuster is the Senate rule that has had perhaps the greatest impact on protecting minority rights in the Senate. But the Byrd Rule has played a key role as well. By limiting senators' ability to use budget reconciliation to get around the filibuster, the Byrd Rule has helped ensure that the minority has at least some voice in most legislation passed by the Senate. Mr. President, in 2017, when Republicans held the majority in Congress as well as the White House, there were calls within our party to gut the Byrd Rule and to abolish the filibuster. But the Republican majority in the Senate refused. We knew that abolishing the legislative filibuster, or de facto abolishing it by gutting the Byrd Rule, would seriously weaken minority representation, I should say, in the Senate. And so for the long-term good of the Senate and the country, we refused. We knew that it would be a betrayal of our obligation as senators to undermine the Senate's key role as a protector of minority rights. And I would just remind Democrats that back in 2017, they strongly agreed with our decision. I trust that their opinion has not changed simply because they are now in the majority. Mr. President, minority representation would be important even if elections tended to break 60-40 or 70-30 in favor of one party or another across the country. All Americans deserve to be represented in government. But it's particularly important when you consider that our country and the Senate is pretty evenly split right down the middle, which means any attempt to disenfranchise the minority party means disenfranchising half of the entire country. Now, while the far left wing of the Democrat Party would like to use this election to implement every extreme, pie-in-the-sky, socialist proposal on its list, that's not what the American people voted for in this election. Americans voted for a presidential candidate historically regarded as a moderate. Democrats lost seats in the House of Representatives. And while thanks to the vice president, they have a tie-breaking vote in the Senate, they did not actually win a majority of seats in the Senate. My point, very simply, Mr. President, is that if any mandate was given in this election, it was a mandate for moderation, for bipartisanship, for unity. And I hope that Democrats remember that and resist calls from the far left to gut the Senate's rules and fundamentally change the character of this institution. I still believe that we can come together in this Congress to address the challenges facing our country. But it's going to require a lot more bipartisanship than we're seeing from a lot of Democrats. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Majority whip.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I just returned from the memorial service for Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick. It was held in the rotunda of the United States Capitol, a place which is reserved on such occasions for those who have brought special honor to the United States. It was appropriate that Brian Sicknick receive that honor. On January 6th, Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick reported for duty, and never returned home. A simple red wooden box contained his remains at this service. Tributes were given to him, all deserved, because this man gave his life to protect our nation, to protect me. It was protection from an enemy, not a foreign enemy, but as we say in our oath, a domestic enemy. American-born and bred terrorist who streamed into this Capitol building on January the 6th at the instigation of President Donald Trump. He had summoned them to Washington on that day because the Constitution required it, that the Congress meet that day, that we count the electoral votes and announce to America who would be the next president officially. We knew the results state by state. They had been verified over and over again, challenged and verified again. But this was the formal ceremony, which involved calling the states and their vote counts in the House, and if there were objections, considering them, the objections in both the House and the Senate. That was the process that President Donald Trump set out to disrupt. So he called a rally of his loyal followers. They met on the ellipsis. He fired up the crowd and sent them to the Capitol building to stop the count. As they said in their warped logic, stop the steal. They weren't permitted to enter the building, and so they broke it down, the doors, the windows. We've seen the videos over and over. They assaulted every law enforcement officer who stood in their way. Brian Sicknick, of course, lost his life. But there were 140 other police officers who were beaten and maimed and stabbed, who still suffer from those injuries today. The same terrorist mob that took Brian Sicknick's life stormed past everyone who stood in their path. What a day in the history of the United States of America. Their occupation of the Capitol included their occupation of this chamber. They marched into this chamber, opening desks, taking photographs of documents, posing for pictures in the president's chair. They had a jolly time showing off to their friends that they could take over the United States Senate. Next week, we begin the impeachment trial. The House of Representatives has accused this president of instigating an insurrection. When you think of it, could there be anything more serious than provoking a group for the violent overthrow of a legitimate government process? Some say we shouldn't do this impeachment. They argue that any speech given by the president to this mob was protected by the First Amendment. Well, if the First Amendment was designed to protect activities to overthrow our government, then it was a recipe for a democracy that would die of its own accord. I think we know better. The Founding Fathers expressly included the impeachment clause in the Constitution for a president who would be so bold as to challenge the very existence of our democracy and the peaceful transition of power. After the ceremony in the rotunda, I went to the Rayburn Room in the House and met with Officer Sicknick's family. We stood and talked for a few minutes. In respect to them, I will not repeat our conversation, but I'm going to remember it, and I'm going to remember them And though I didn't meet him personally, I will remember him next week when this impeachment trial is underway. And for anyone who makes the argument that when it comes to January 6th, it's time for America to get over it, I'm remember one Capitol Police officer who gave his life to protect me and this Capitol. I'm also going to remember his family, the loss that they've endured because of a political exercise based on a big lie propagated by the former President of the United States. Mr. President, I ask that the statement I'm about to make be placed in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, a headline in last Thursday's Chicago Sun-Times captured the grim reality for tens of millions of Americans desperately seeking a COVID vaccination. The headline read, "Looking for vaccine appointment at your pharmacy? Get ready for the Hunger Games." For those who don't know, the Hunger Games is a fictional book turned into a movie about a dystopian future where people are forced to fight one another to the death just to survive. The Chicago Sun-Times assigned 2 reporters to try to book COVID-19 vaccination appointments for relatives older than 65 at any one of the major drugstore chains in the Chicago area. The results were discouraging. The websites were hard to navigate, appointments were scarce to non-existence, and even when they searched for appointments at pharmacies as far as 50 miles away, no luck. The reporter spoke to people who had gone online at 2 o'clock in the morning in the hopes of landing a coveted vaccination slot. No luck. They spoke to a Chicago area woman who'd been trying for days to book a vaccination appointment for her mother, who's 75 years old and battling cancer. That woman knew too well what failing to receive a vaccination could mean. Her mother-in-law is recovering from the virus. Her 85-year-old father-in-law died from it 1 week shy of his first official vaccination. After several frustrating days, she was finally able to book an appointment for her mother to get vaccinated. She's relieved for her mother. She's worried about others who are eligible but can't find a vaccination. As she said, it's not fair. It's absolutely ridiculous. Earlier this week, Illinois administered its 1 millionth dose of COVID vaccine, an important milestone. But in my state and nearly every state, the process for distributing vaccines or getting shots in the arm still too limited, too slow, too confusing. Too many elderly and other eligible Americans are still scrambling to receive the vaccination. Let me say in defense of a state which I proudly represent, under Governor Pritzker, we have a pretty good record of vaccination rates. He's doing his best. And unfortunately, the supply is limited, and he needs more, and he certainly has plenty of people anxious for it. This isn't just a Chicago problem. It's a statewide problem. It's a nationwide problem. It reflects that while the Trump administration worked quickly to discover the vaccine, it failed to work with the states and implement a plan to vaccinate people. When Joe Biden took office, there was more COVID-19 vaccines in freezers than in the arms of Americans. That was 10 or 12 days ago. The results of those earlier missteps are staggering. Today, the U.S., with 5% of the world's population, is home to more than 20% of the COVID infections and deaths. As of Monday, more than 26 million Americans have been infected, and nearly 440,000 Americans have died of COVID-19. My state of Illinois, 1.1 million infections, more than 19,000 deaths. Even as the Trump administration tried to conceal the truth and squandered precious time in responding to this crisis, other Americans were working heroically to protect their neighbors and friends. These heroes included doctors and nurses on the front line, orderlies who kept hospitals and health centers clean and safe, even grocery store clerks, truck drivers, mail carriers, teachers, and many other essential workers. They worked around the clock. They included brilliant scientists and researchers who not only developed the COVID vaccines, but watched for the variants that were emerging that may or may not be protected Sadly, their dedication was not matched by the performance of the previous administration. President Biden is trying to change that. He's trying to dramatically increase the production of vaccine and also the distribution. He set some worthy goals, 100 million Americans vaccinated in 100 days. Boy, I want him to be right. And he even said there may be more if we count to the end of the summer. We want to get a pace and to have a momentum to break the back of this pandemic once and for all. He calls it the American Rescue Plan. It includes necessary assistance for vaccinations first and foremost, and it should be. But then it speaks to the economic crisis that also devastates this country. This plan provides economic assistance for small businesses, many just barely hanging on, extends unemployment relief for millions of Americans who've lost their jobs, increases funding for food stamps, SNAP benefits, so that 1 in 10 Americans who right now can't afford to put food on the table have an alternative. The President's American Rescue Plan includes funding to dramatically ramp up production of COVID treatment, includes funding to help schools and universities reopen safely and stay open. It includes funding to help get teachers vaccinated and key administrators. The American Rescue Plan represents the best thinking of leading economists and public health experts. We can debate it if we wish, but we can't drag our feet. We can't waste a day. People are dying every minute. In fact, every 30 seconds, another American dies from COVID-19. As the virus circulates and replicates and we dither, variants emerge, mutations emerge, and we wonder if our vaccine is ready for them. Scientists warn that our current COVID vaccines are less effective with new strains. We could rush through this double shot vaccination across America and perhaps reach our goals sooner rather than later and find that some mutant or variant is a new challenge that requires a booster shot. I'm not a scientist. I certainly don't have any medical degree. I'm not professing any expertise. But we do know that variations are emerging, and shame on us if they don't spur us to action as quickly as possible. We're in a life and death struggle, a race against the clock to vaccinate Americans before the variants become dominant. The cost of the rescue plan that President Biden has proposed is $1.9 trillion. It's about the same as the CARES plan that the Senate passed a year ago. We passed it with 96 votes a year ago. We passed some $900 billion more this last December. $1.9 trillion is no small sum. But you know what would be even more expensive? Continuing down this path of the pandemic, watching this deadly virus mutate and eat up companies and jobs and hope and education for our kids. Doing nothing is unacceptable. Doing too little is unacceptable. Remember when you took your kids to the doctor with that earache or sore throat or whatever it was, and he said, "I'll tell you what I can do, Dad. I'm going to give you a prescription for your little child, and it's for 5 days on the antibiotic. Now, I got to warn you ahead of time. The child's going to start looking better and feeling better in 2 days, and in 3 days, want to run outside and play with the other kids. And you're going to think, fine, that's behind us. But don't do it. Give that antibiotic all 5 days, because we know in many cases that if you stop giving the antibiotic, the illness returns." Similar situation faces with COVID-19. If we don't put enough into the vaccination effort, if we don't put enough into strengthening the economy, if we don't put enough into sustaining those unemployed and underemployed, if we don't put enough into this, we'll be back again. And it may not be 1.9 trillion then, it may be even more. So shouldn't we take all of our medicine? Shouldn't we do it as most doctors, and in this case economists, order? Make certain that we have an impact, a positive impact on the economy. Now I want to say a word about the 10 Republican senators who met with the President of the United States the day before yesterday. I thank the President for the meeting because He was sincere, and I was told by those who attended, he was responsive to their questions, and he was well prepared. When they came in and started talking about the different programs and how much should be spent on each one Republican senator said he had a sheet of paper in front of him with a few things written on it, and for 2 hours we kept an active conversation. It was like another member of the Senate speaking to these 10 Republicans. That to me is gratifying. It's the reason I supported this man to become our president. I knew he would be ready for the job and anxious to try to bring America back together. So the 10 Republicans who met with him have said they want to work on a bipartisan basis. Well, I know them. I know each and every one of them pretty well. I've sat through those meetings with them before when we prepared the last COVID relief bill. They're sincere, they're well prepared, they argue their case. Even if I disagree with them, I respect the way they argue it. But I would say to them, there are two things that are critically important. First, respond quickly. We can't drag this out for weeks or months. Unacceptable. We have deadlines looming in the middle of March when unemployment benefits are going to be cut off for many Americans. And we certainly have a vaccination crisis we have to address right now. And secondly, don't err on the side of stopping the medicine before you're really protected and well. We need to put the medicine into the economy. I'm talking about the dollars, the money into the economy to get people back to work so that schools can reopen, for goodness sakes. Anyone with a child or a grandchild knows this is unsustainable for these kids to be out of the classroom. It's hurting them, it's holding them back in terms of their education, and it needs to end and end quickly. So for my Republican friends, thank you for joining us. But stick with us for a real solution to this. We can't delay. Every day we wait is another day that this virus mutates and grows stronger. Every day we delay, thousands of Americans die from this virus, businesses close, workers lose jobs, families get more desperate. Terrific devastation we have lived through, but it can come out right in the end if we stick together on a bipartisan basis as a nation. We're going to soon deal with the budget resolution here on the floor of the United States Senate and then move to reconciliation. I have tried my best, though I've been a member of the Senate for a number of years, to understand reconciliation, and particularly to understand the famous Byrd Rule. It's named after a man who was a senator for many years from West Virginia named Robert C. Byrd. He used to sit at that desk. And when he came to the floor, there was such respect for him and his knowledge of this institution that the standing order was people who were speaking stopped. Senator Byrd is here. Defer your remarks until he's finished. That was done over and over again. And as a new member of the Senate, I thought, who is this man? Well, I came to understand the reputation which he had garnered in the United States Senate. And he, I suppose, maybe others with him, was the author of the reconciliation process. Originally, it may have been intended, I underline may have been intended for deficit reduction. Now it is something different. And deficit reduction is not the goal, per se. Instead, there have to be measurable revenue and losses involved in any proposal within reconciliation. So holding to the Byrd Rule is going to be a matter of interpretation by the Senate parliamentarian and decision by the Senate as to whether that interpretation will be respected. There could be items that are objected to by the parliamentarian and others that will be accepted. I think it's too early to speculate on that. But it is one of the more arcane elements of the Senate rule process, and yet it has massive impact. Years ago, when the Republicans were in a similar position as the Democrats, they used reconciliation for tax cuts. Some who believe that reconciliation dealt with deficit reduction could never understand how a tax cut wouldn't add to the deficit. They argued the other way. They prevailed. reconciliation was used for a tax cut. Now we come with a proposal, the American Rescue Plan, which either in part or in whole is going to be offered in reconciliation. And the question is whether each category of that plan that is included in reconciliation is eligible under the Senate rules. I will say there's one fundamental difference, which one of my colleagues raised earlier. Instead of talking about tax cuts for the wealthiest, we are proposing changes in the reconciliation for the American Rescue Package by President Biden, which are really designed to help working families and those who are struggling in our economy. For instance, the tax changes that are proposed in the American Rescue Plan, if they're included in reconciliation, will include additional assistance to family with children, substantial tax relief and tax credits, refundable tax credits, to those in poverty raising children. We have economists who tell us that if the Biden proposal on these tax benefits for families with children are enacted into law, we will cut child poverty in half in America. Think about that. Dramatic change. We hear so many conversations about the state of the economy and those who are being left behind and whether or not income inequality is going to be addressed. Starting with the children, I will say to President Biden, is the right starting point. It would be wonderful if we had bipartisan support for helping these kids. I can tell you this, the money it costs for these tax cuts and credits is far less than the expense that would be incurred by America as a nation if these kids don't have an opportunity to grow up healthy, educated, and productive. So I'm watching carefully as this debate continues, and at this point I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, just weeks into a new administration, and all hopes and promise of bipartisanship have been rejected. The Biden administration and my Democrat colleagues in the Senate lasted 10 days before they ditched any attempt at real compromise. Now, instead of working together to provide targeted relief to those that are hurting from the coronavirus pandemic, Democrats are moving forward with the reconciliation process to pass a nearly $2 trillion spending bill. Reconciliation is a process that was created to make quick changes related to budget and spending that were assumed to get bipartisan support. It was never meant to be a tool to pass major legislation. But Democrats know they can't pass their harmful policies through legislation, so they're looking for any tool they can find to ram them through the process. Senators Schumer and Sanders keep pushing forward without Republican support to get the change they need no matter what. No matter that the spending package includes a number of liberal policies that have nothing to do with the coronavirus. No matter that this spending package has a bailout of wasteful liberal states for their decades of mismanagement. Even as the latest data shows that states across the country are reporting positive income growth. No matter that the $2 trillion would throw our nation even deeper into unsustainable debt, hurting American families. We need to be very clear about this. America is in a debt crisis, and we need to start talking about it and taking decisive action to reverse course. In 2020 alone, the federal government increased its debt by more than $4 trillion. Today, it sits at a massive and unsustainable $27 trillion. That's why every time I'm faced with the question of spending taxpayer dollars, I ask myself some simple yet important questions. What is the plan to pay for it? What is the return on investment for American families? Does the proposal include measures to prevent waste and fraud and ensure accountability? Asking these questions isn't a novel idea. It's the same process I went through every day when I was governor of Florida. And it's what most Americans go through when making financial decisions at home or for their businesses. No family would needlessly spend money without a plan, and no business can afford to not get a return on their investments. Spending without consequence isn't how things work in the real world, and it's not how things should work in government. Congress's decades of failure to think and act responsibly has led to enormous deficits, insurmountable debt, and out-of-control spending. But instead of getting serious about this debt and its inevitable consequences, the Democrats are focused on more government, more spending, higher taxes, and no accountability. Biden's nominees are no different. In 2018, Janet Yellen, Biden's new Treasury Secretary, was quoted speaking about the unsustainable U.S. debt and said, "If I had a magic wand, I would raise taxes." How's that good for an American family? Mayor Pete Buttigieg, the new Transportation Secretary, said he's open to raising the gas tax on American families. How's that good for an American family? And near tandem, tapped to run the office and budget and management, has been a vocal supporter of the Green New Deal, a $93 trillion disaster that would devastate our economy and kill jobs. How's that good for an American family? These are the people who are going to get our economy on track and provide opportunities for American families? I don't think so. My concern about the future of our country cannot be understated. In August, Congress will have to deal with the expiration of the debt ceiling. This is a critically important issue, but for years, Congress has ignored it. The debt ceiling has been suspended for more than 2 years, allowing the federal government to spend out of control and rack up insane debt on the federal credit card. And we have to pay interest on this debt. Right now, interest rates are at historic lows, less than 1.5%, and we're still paying nearly $350 billion in interest on our debt each year. Think about it. We get no return on any of these dollars. Here's a chart. Look at this. This is the $345 billion we're going to spend in interest for 2020. Look at these programs: Medicare, 862, Medicaid, Defense, Social Security. Look at the deficit we're running, $3.3 trillion. If this interest rate goes up, and we're already running a big deficit, even before COVID, we were going to have a deficit this year over $1 trillion. What program does somebody anticipate cutting, and what tax do people believe we ought to increase? The $350 billion we're going to spend on interest, we get no return. There's no family that gets any benefit out of this interest expense unless you're sitting and holding treasuries. So it's insane, but it's not the scariest part. If interest rates increase to the 50-year average of 6.2%, that's the 50-year average, we'll be obligated to pay $1 trillion more in interest every year. So look at this. So if interest rates go to the 50-year average, we're going to go from a little less than $350 billion to over $1 trillion in interest expense. So if we have $1 trillion in interest expense, how are we going to fund all these programs when we're already running deficits? And that's if the debt stops growing. Every additional dollar in debt we hold increases the dollars in interest we owe. It's an awful cycle that has disastrous consequences for American families. That's why we cannot allow the debt ceiling to simply be suspended again. We cannot allow a radical liberal agenda to destroy Americans' chance to ever get out of this hole. As we recover from the pandemic, inflation will rise from its 2020 low of 1.4% to nearly 2.3% or more. That's a 60% increase in inflation. But if Congress continues to recklessly spend and do nothing about our growing debt, inflation will increase higher. There is a direct link between the federal government's unsustainable spending and the rising cost of goods and services. Here's what that means for American families. The price of everyday goods will rise. Gas prices will rise, and rental housing costs will increase. Increases in inflation hit American hourly workers and fixed-income families the hardest. And these hits are exacerbated when liberal politicians like Pete Buttigieg get their way and raise the gas tax on other costs on families. So while politicians in Washington keep spending money like it's a game, American families suffer. Radical spending and reckless proposals directly hurt families. Every dollar we allocate is borrowed from taxpayers, and if Congress is irresponsible, it's the taxpayers that suffer. Adding insult to injury, a rise in the debt will also either cause or be accompanied by a rise in interest rates. That's bad for everyone. When interest rates increase, everything from car loans to student loans to mortgages becomes more expensive for the American people. And the interest on our debt, which is already the fourth largest expenditure in the federal budget, will become our largest expenditure. For every 1% increase in interest rate, we're going to spend another $2 trillion over 10 years. That's more taxpayer money getting no return. There's nothing, there's no services, there's no products, there's nothing for the American consumer. For people on fixed incomes, their incomes are going to stay the same while the prices for the items they buy will go up month after month. For hourly workers, wages will never go up fast enough to cover the ever-increasing cost of goods and services. I know all this sounds scary. That's because it is. Politicians in Washington are afraid to tell you the truth. So here it is. If you want a country to survive and thrive and continue to be a beacon for freedom, prosperity, and hope around the world, we'll need to make tough choices after this crisis is over. We'll need to do way more with less. We'll need to reassert the fundamental principle of conservatism that the private sector and individuals, not government, should be the driving forces behind our economic stability and success. We have to stand up for these values, and when Democrats try to spend $2 trillion on their priorities that have no bipartisan support, we have to say no. We have to make sure that every dollar is spent strategically on things that actually help struggling families and businesses. When Democrats want to raise taxes to pay for government's wastefulness, we have to say no. Short-term solutions aren't going to work anymore. We're in a battle for the future of our nation, and we cannot relent. As I stated after Congress passed the CARES Act, once this crisis is over, we must make a plan to cut federal spending by at least the amount we spent during this crisis. There is no other option. In August, Congress will once again confront the expiration of the debt ceiling. It's time to take action. It's time to wake up. We can fix this and put our nation on a fiscally responsible path. We fix this by doing what I did in Florida. We need to focus on growing the economy, cutting taxes and burdensome regulations, and streamlining permitting. We fix this by helping every American get a good job. And we fix this by getting a return on every taxpayer dollar we spend. I'm going to keep talking about this issue and proposing solutions because this is one of the most severe and most ignored crises facing our nation. It's not going away. And the harder the Democrats push their wasteful, harmful proposal, the harder I'm going to push back. This problem is only getting worse. As long as I'm a member of the U.S. Senate, I will fight to rein in the out-of-control spending that is putting our children and our grandchildren's future at risk. I'll be back on this floor again and again until something gets done. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, might I inquire, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of both the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about some friends of mine. Roxy Rains-Cornegay. Roxy Rains-Cornegay, my cross-the-street neighbor for nearly 30 years, died of COVID last Thursday night at 6 o'clock. Roxy's been kind of the matriarch and the pillar of our little 4-block-long neighborhood. We have the annual, party in the median in October, and Roxy kind of presides. She has been sort of the caretaker, always taking care of a family member or a friend. One of the first persons who reached out to me when Roxy passed was a city councilman in Pasadena, California, who had heard instantaneously. He used to be the deputy police chief in Richmond and said, when I moved to Richmond, I didn't know anybody. Roxy was the one that kind of adopted me and showed me the ropes in Richmond. Roxy was a pioneer in Virginia government, making opportunities for African Americans to get hired into key positions, a civil rights leader in the state. My wife and I and our whole neighborhood is just absolutely devastated by the loss. My wife and I were talking about, how old do you think Roxy is? We always viewed her as sort of our age because she's so vigorous and fun and lively. She's 20 years older than my wife and me. 3 days before Roxy Rains-Cornegay died, another neighbor of mine, Sheila Mant, who was 55 years old, died of COVID. Sheila was a dynamic activist in the Richmond community with a real heart for nonprofit organizations that focus on the needs of survivors of domestic violence. And she had done pioneering work in that area and worked with other organizations too, like the Salvation Army and others. She married for a long time to another friend, Chris Hilbert, who had been a member of the Richmond City Council. 3 days before Sheila Mant died of COVID, Patsy Arsenault died of COVID in Richmond. Patsy is the mother of my parish priest, Father Jim Arsenault. Tiny little parish in Richmond, and Patsy has been, very much a part of our parish community. So in 8 days, 3 people that I know died of COVID. And this morning, I heard early in the morning that another dear friend, and I'm not going to mention his name, but another dear friend of mine is in the hospital with COVID on a ventilator, somebody that I know very, very well. I officiated at his wedding about 15 years ago when I was governor. I'm a healthy and wealthy and privileged person. So if this is happening to me and my network of friends and family, I know it's happening to others. I think this now makes 9 people that I know who have died of COVID. I was on the phone yesterday with Taiwan's representative to the United States. The representative is essentially their equivalent of the ambassador, and she told me that Taiwan has had 9 COVID deaths. Dozens of miles from China. They have had 9 COVID deaths. I hadn't gone back to check that, but my wife and I have 9 friends and family, including the mother-in-law of my brother, who have died of COVID. We had 3,406 deaths yesterday in the United States of COVID. Basically, beginning on about the 20th of December, the daily death toll in the United States to COVID has virtually every day eclipsed the number of Americans who were killed on 9/11. We've now eclipsed 447,000 deaths to COVID. And so my own feelings of sadness about my friends are just shared in common with everybody. Everybody has been touched by this, knowing somebody who's ill, knowing somebody who's died, maybe having COVID themselves, maybe having lost a job, maybe having lost a business, maybe having not been able to go see a parent or grandparent in a nursing home, or not been able to travel to see a brand new grandchild. This touches everyone. It doesn't touch everyone equally. Those getting COVID and those dying of COVID are predominantly minorities. Those losing jobs to COVID are predominantly minorities, young people, women, people working at the lowest end of the salary scale. So why do I take the floor to talk about Roxy and Sheila and Patsy and my other friend who I just learned this morning is on a ventilator in a hospital? I take the floor because this to me is just evidence underlined with an exclamation point that we have to act promptly to provide a suffering nation more COVID relief. And we shouldn't be stingy about it. We've got to be bold about it because the amount of suffering that people in this country are undergoing is still so staggering, nearly unprecedented. The scale of the problem is so big. The health scale of the problem, that many deaths and millions having had COVID. The economic scale of the problem, we're still down 10 million jobs from where we were 1 year ago. And that's with some significant recovery occasioned by the investments that Congress has been willing to make in the first 5 bills that we passed. Even those having had significant effect in our states and communities, we're still down 10 million jobs. And then we're also down in the intangibles. It's not just the numbers of cases and the numbers of deaths and the numbers of hospitalizations and the numbers of businesses that are closed and the numbers of people that have lost jobs. It's the scale of sadness and unhappiness and the consequences that will go on for some significant period of time that we're still living under. Two examples, and I could give 50, just as any senator who stood on the floor could give 50 examples because we're all hearing from this. Mental health needs of frontline healthcare workers. I had a Zoom session with doctors and nurses around the state not long ago, and the stories just break your heart. One nurse, I'm used to death. I mean, this is what I do. I've been a nurse for 20 years in this hospital, but I'm sort of used to maybe 1 death per week on the shifts that I work. I'm not used to 3 deaths on a shift day after day after day. Another nurse jumped in from a different part of the state and said, "That's right, let me tell you what's the hardest thing for me." And the nurse said this, "Maybe the most important thing I do as a healthcare provider is when somebody is dying in the hospital, I escort their family into their room so that they can have some last moments together as a family, sitting around the bedside and holding the hand or exchanging memories with their parent or their spouse or a child or a sibling." Can't do that now. People dying for COVID because of exposure risk. I can't make this place sort of a sacred place for family to say a last goodbye. So it's up to me to do it. And I have to go in there, and I'm wearing a mask. I can't even smile at the person. I'm probably not even supposed to hold their hand, but I do anyway. And then what I do is I bring in my iPad, and I hold it a few inches from the dying person's face so that they can have a end-of-life discussion with family members who can't be there at the bedside and be there with them. And the nurse who told me the story said, "This is really tough." It's tough to do it day after day after day and be the last person on earth that so many people are seeing and try to manage that really intimate and important and sacred moment between a dying person and their family when they're gasping their last breath. A third nurse then cut in and said, "All those things are true. Let me tell you, for me, what's the hardest? What's the hardest for my mental well-being in terms of doing this every day? I do what the other two have just described. And then I get done with a shift, and I'm just beat. And I don't want to take that home to my family. I don't want to take that frustration and depression home to my family, so I drive around for a while until I can kind of clear my head. And invariably, when I'm driving around, I'll go by some place like a restaurant or bar, and I'll see a whole lot of people there with each other without masks on. People who think the mask thing is fake or it's a political thing, and they're making a statement by not wearing a mask and not following basic health guidelines. And after the day that I've gone through and the challenge to my own mental health and seeing this, I see that happening. I'm like, you're going to be in the hospital next week. Do you know what you're doing to yourself? Do you know what you're doing to your family? Do you know what you're doing to me? I'm going to be having to hold that iPad in front of your face, or maybe somebody else you're with as they talk to family. The healthcare needs of our frontline healthcare workers who have been besieged by this pandemic, they're not going to go away the day we say we're past COVID. The challenges that people have endured to be the heroes that we claim them to be are not just going to immediately go away. Part of this COVID relief bill needs to be about keeping our own healers healthy. Second example I'll give quickly is housing. Thank goodness in the COVID bills thus far, we've been able to find some bipartisan agreement to extend evictions, put a moratorium on evictions, put a moratorium on foreclosures for properties that have some federal connection, financed through Fannie or Freddie or FHA. If they've got a federal nexus, we provide an eviction moratorium. Okay, that's really important. But what about when we get to the end of the moratorium? Families have big obligations that are backed up. Maybe they've lost job or lost income. Can they come current then on their obligations when we're done with the moratoria? Or will they then face eviction after they've gone through the unimaginable of COVID and now we're past it? Will they then face eviction because their resources will not be sufficient to catch them up with their back due obligations? And it's not just the residents, Mr. President. What about the landlords? So many landlords of rental properties are small business owners, and they provide housing to families, and they have to pay off mortgages too. And we also want them to keep the properties up, to keep them safe, to keep them habitable, to keep them as dignified places where people can live. But if rent isn't coming into them, how can they pay off their own obligations? How can they keep up the quality of housing where people live? I could have talked about the needs of the unemployed or the needs of people who use childcare. At one point in the summer, 40% of childcare institutions in this country were closed down. That makes it so hard to open our businesses. I could have talked about the tremendous needs of small businesses. Thank goodness it's been a bipartisan priority in all the bills we did in 2019 to prioritize small business assistance. These needs are intense. There are some positive signs. Hospitalizations and cases are starting to go down, even though the death toll remains high. But this challenge, we are not done with it, and we're not near done with it. And that's why we've got to go big, in my view. And that's why we have to do it with a sense of urgency. Mr. President, I want to conclude and just say that the budget reconciliation tool that was part of the Budget Control Act of 1974 is about doing big things with a sense of urgency. I'm getting asked sometimes by press as I wander around, well, should you use reconciliation or should you try to be bipartisan? I said, hold on a second. Reconciliation isn't partisan. Reconciliation was a part of a Budget Control Act put in place 35 years ago, and budget reconciliation has been used for some of the most bipartisan positive achievements of Congress in recent decades. CHIP, the Children's Health Insurance Program, that was done with reconciliation. Earned income tax credit, that was done with reconciliation. Reconciliation is a tool. You can use it in a bipartisan way or in a partisan way. It's also been used in a partisan way. The effort to undo the Affordable Care Act was done by reconciliation with no support on the Democratic side of the aisle. The tax cut bill in 2017 was done via reconciliation with no support on the Democratic side of the aisle. But choosing the path of reconciliation is not the opposite of bipartisanship. I so applaud President Biden, Vice President Harris for their earnest dialogue with our Republican colleagues. And I applaud my Republican colleagues for going to the White House and talking about what should be in this bill. Because as they share their priorities, they're going to shape this bill. And I can, without having seen the bill, I know no one has, I can make a guarantee about this bill, and I am 100% sure I'm right about this. When this bill hits the table and the negotiation is done, and before we have a final passage vote on it, and we analyze what's in the bill, we are going to see so many priorities in this bill that are not just Democratic priorities, that are Republican priorities too. Things that were drawn from bills that Republicans introduced or that Republicans co-sponsored with Democrats. Things that were raised by Republican senators in their dialogue with President Biden and with us. We're going to see a bill that meets the need of Americans who are suffering to do something big and to do something urgent, and includes priorities that were Republican senators' priorities, that are good for Republican voters, that are good for all Americans. And so, Mr. President, this is the second time I've done a floor speech where I've gone over the names of people that I know who've died of COVID. I don't want to do a third speech. I don't want to do a third speech. I think it's important to say people's names so we remember them and so we honor them, but the best way we can honor them is not through a floor speech. The best way we can honor them is acting in a compassionate and prompt and significant way to ease the suffering of Americans during this most unprecedented time. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor and I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Now you're going to have to look up the word vitiated, Mr. President. I want to say what a pleasure it is to see the presiding officer in the chair and to know that together we have the opportunity, the great privilege to represent the greatest state in America, the state of Colorado. And welcome to the chamber. It's great to have you here. I want to talk a little bit about our state. You know, the last time I was running for office, 2016, I remember I went to Rifle, Colorado, which the presiding officer knows well, and I met there with a group of moms who were showing off the early childhood center that was there. It was newly created, and they were extremely happy to have it because before that early childhood center was there, in order to get child care or early childhood education for their kids, these moms were having to drive through the canyon to Glenwood Springs, you know, about 35 miles away, I'd guess, or so, and then go to work and then go back and pick their kid up and bring them back. So they were very, very happy that it was there. But at a certain point, during the conversation, one of the moms looked at me and she said, Michael, I work so I can have health insurance, and every single dollar I make goes to pay for this early childhood center so I can work. That triangle that she's trapped in because of the compression of wages in this country, that is a story that millions of American families can tell about an economy that for 50 years has worked really well for the people at the very top, but not for anybody else. 90% of the American people, basically for 50 years, have not seen a pay increase in this country, in real terms. And that's terrible for them, obviously, because they can't afford health care, housing, higher education, or early childhood education. They feel like they can't live a middle-class life, or if their kids are living in poverty, they can't get their kids out of poverty. And it's a danger to our democracy, Mr. President, because democracies do not do well when prosperity is not shared. And when you have one group of people at the very top that are doing extremely well, and everybody else is struggling to get by, everybody else is struggling to get into the middle class or stay in the middle class or lift their kids out of poverty. That's where we have been as a country for a long time. We have some of the lowest mobility rates of any industrialized economy in the world. And it's taking its toll. It's taking its toll on the American dream, and that's before COVID. And COVID has made matters much, much worse for families in our state, for families in urban parts of the state and rural parts of the state. Even before COVID hit, when people would ask me, I used to be the superintendent of the Denver Public Schools, people would say, what's changed in education since you were superintendent until now? What I would tell people is mental health, mental health, mental health, mental health. That's what teachers talk about in the meetings that I have with them. The mental health of their students, the mental health of the families, and their own mental health. Comes up in every single conversation, before class size, before how pitifully we pay teachers in this country. And we have to confront that as a country now, too, on top of everything else. And the economic inequality is greater. The folks that have been on the front lines during this pandemic have had the toughest time economically of everybody. And that's why I'm so glad that the administration has come with the package that they have to this floor. $1.9 trillion, $1 trillion of which is direct aid to families, and another big piece of which is to support the public health infrastructure in this country so that we can actually vaccinate people in a timely way, so we can test people in a timely way, so we can distribute PPE. It has been shocking to see how poor the response has been from the United States, a developed country, unable to contend effectively with this pandemic. And we've lost almost 500,000 Americans as a result. So that investment in our public health infrastructure, in effect a health force like the one that Kirsten Gillibrand and I have proposed, is something we desperately need if we're going to reopen this economy quickly and if we're going to open school and keep it open. But there's one other piece of this I wanted to mention this morning on the floor, and that's the provision in this bill that's based on the work that I've done for many, many years with Senator Sherrod Brown from Ohio. One bill is Bennett-Brown, and the other one is Brown-Bennett. I love both of them the same, even though the order is different. But the President has decided to include these bills in his package. It's a dramatic increase to the child tax credit, substantial increase to what's called the childless earned income tax credit. So we'll stop taxing working people into poverty, which is what we're doing in this country today. With the passage of the American Family Act, this child tax credit alone, we will cut childhood poverty in the United States of America by almost 50%. We'll cut childhood poverty for Latino kids by 60%. For black kids for more than 60%, or for more than 50%. For kids living in tribes, more than 60%. Without adding one bureaucrat to the federal government, without creating one more program, just by taking the tax credit from $2,000 to $3,000, $3,600 for kids under the age of 6, by making it fully refundable, which means that the poorest people in America who have been left out of this tax credit, 23 or 25 million children, now will have the benefit of the tax credit for the first time. Mr. President, we will cut childhood poverty in this country by almost 50%. I can't think of anything that we could do that would better recognize the structural nature of the challenges that the American people are facing in this economy before COVID, but certainly in the wake of COVID. And I hope the proposal will be able to attract bipartisan support in this chamber, and that once we've done it, that we'll make it permanent, we'll make it last, and that we'll imagine that we could live in a country in the United States of America that actually has eradicated childhood poverty. Because it's no American's choice to be born poor. It's no child's choice to be born poor. There are many things we can do to improve economic mobility in this country, and I think that this new administration is going to create the beginning of an era that's going to lead us to a place that when the economy grows, it grows for everybody, not just the people at the very top. And that families can move themselves up through hard work, save something for retirement, leave something for the next generation. That's all anybody in this country has ever really wanted. And that hasn't been true for most Americans for a very long time. This is the beginning of changing that. And that's why this bill has my enthusiastic support. Mr. President, with that, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
The senator from Mississippi.
thank you. Are we in a quorum call? I ask unanimous consent for dispensing with the quorum call, please.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I rise to discuss the importance of the American energy sector and my concern about President Biden's executive orders regarding domestic energy policy. In the first hours of the Biden administration, the President signed an executive order revoking the presidential permit for the Keystone XL pipeline, a project projected to add 11,000 American jobs this year and pump $1.6 billion in wages into our economy. The new administration's actions ceased construction work, nullified contracts issued last October to hire an estimated 7,000 union construction workers, and disappointed our Canadian ally. It is deeply concerning that our national energy policy should take such a dramatic turn away from pro-jobs and pro-American energy independence. Americans' unemployment rate is already in a precarious situation due to the ongoing global pandemic, and I fail to see how destroying more jobs unifies our nation. Mississippians and Americans in the energy industry have worked tirelessly for our nation. And in 2019, America became energy independent for the first time in 60 years. It is thanks to our energy workers that we are no longer forced to rely on foreign powers who do not wish America well. Terminating the Keystone XL pipeline was just the start of what we now recognize to be a concerted effort to bring down fossil fuel resources in our nation. The administration's subsequent ban on new oil and gas leases on federal lands will result in an estimated $33.5 billion in lost GDP across Western states in President Biden's first term, and risk over $8.8 billion annually in conservation funding. Oil and natural gas from federal lands accounted for 6.4% and 9.2% respectively of the nation's total production. Jobs and economic opportunity are being carelessly stripped away. And while my state may not be burned by the federal leasing ban as badly as Wyoming, New Mexico, and other western states, Mississippi will certainly feel the heat from this. Mississippi has a significant energy infrastructure which provides thousands of jobs and hundreds of millions of dollars in economic output. The Gulf of Mexico is one of the nation's most important regions for energy resources and accounts for a large portion of our crude oil and federal offshore natural gas production. My state is home to the 1,443 megawatt Grand Gulf Nuclear Power Station in Port Gibson, Mississippi, which is the largest reactor in terms of generating capacity in the United States. We host a large petroleum refinery, a natural gas processing plant, and a liquefied natural gas terminal located along the state's Gulf of Mexico coastline. Additionally, the Red Hills surface coal mine provides lignite coal to the Red Hills power plant, creating jobs and generation capacity in North Mississippi. Along with these great sources, Mississippi has growing investments in natural gas and in solar power. Destructive policies that make fuel sources more difficult to obtain could greatly harm economic growth and raise the cost of energy prices, which will ultimately harm low-income families and many small businesses, not just in Mississippi, but across the entire nation. My concerns are not based on any objections to green or renewable energy sources. I believe the American people want balanced national energy policies that promote growth and price stability. However, the early actions of the Biden administration are cause for concern and not a source of unity. They signal a troubling willingness to sacrifice strategic industries that are important to our economy and for the jobs that they provide. Mr. President, this body should take into consideration important legislation such as the POWER Act and the Conservation Funding Protection Act, which would allow Congress to enact responsible energy policies and move away from policies landed in executive edits. During a time when America's energy businesses are seeking recovery from this global pandemic, losing precious jobs that keep the lights on for the constituents, feed their families, cannot and should not be the route this administration is taking. Now, on a more positive note, I'd like to speak on a separate and special matter. Mr. President, as Americans and people around the world settle in front of their televisions this Sunday to watch the 55th annual Super Bowl, they will be tuning in to a historic event. I'm not speaking about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the game or Tom Brady's record Super Bowl appearances. Instead, I am focused on the history that will be made by an exceptional woman from Mississippi, my good friend Sarah Thomas. Sarah Thomas, a native of Pascagoula, Mississippi, will go down in sports history on Sunday as the first woman to officiate the Super Bowl. Sarah has always had a passion for athletics. She made a name for herself in high school sports. She became an academic All-American in basketball at the University of Mobile, where she amassed a career record of 779 points, 441 rebounds, and 108 assists, and 192 steals, accomplishments that illustrate her determination to perform at the highest levels. While the news of a female officiant for the Super Bowl is a historic first, Sarah is no stranger to making history. Following college, Sarah's attention shifted to football, namely officiating games. She quickly earned a reputation as an elite referee while officiating high school games. Sarah became the first woman to officiate a Division I-A high school game in Mississippi. Sarah continued to do so well in her craft that it caught the attention of the renowned NFL official Jerry Austin, who invited her to an official's camp. Here again, Sarah's talents proved impressive, and she soon became the first woman to officiate a college football game and the first woman to officiate a college bowl game. The NFL hired Sarah as its first female official in 2015, and in 2019, she became the first woman to officiate an NFL playoff game. To me and many others, Sarah's selection to officiate at Super Bowl 55 is just a natural progression for a talented professional. I can assure you anyone who knows Sarah, as I do, will not be surprised by her successful career. Sarah, a mother, a career woman, has all the qualities I imagine the NFL wants in a good official: smart, confident, decisive, reliable, and committed. My state of Mississippi is extremely proud of Sarah Thomas, and we look forward to watching her latest history-making appearance at the Super Bowl. And to Sarah's children, these precious children, Bridley, Brady, and Bailey, congratulations to you on this historic achievement, and you can be so proud of your mother. I yield the floor.
Mr. Barrasso.
Chair recognizes the senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, this week the Senate is engaged in what I personally believe to be a disappointing exercise of really partisan political power at the expense of American taxpayers. When it became clear that the Senate was going to be split 50-50, and by the way, it doesn't get closer than that, there was a moment of hope, I think, on both sides that this would be the opportunity that we'd all have to really begin to seek ways to find how we could work together and not have any 50-50 votes and not keep the vice president busy breaking ties on votes. So far, that hope appears to be a little bit short-lived. We're supposedly voting to pass a budget right now that expresses the priorities of the Congress on how limited tax dollars should be allocated. Now, you don't have to be a genius to figure out that passing a budget October, November, December, 4 months into the calendar, the budget year, probably isn't technically to just determine how you're going to allocate limited tax dollars. And frankly, there seems to be very little discussion in this budget about limited tax dollars. What we're really doing here is passing a budget that allows us to set up what I think is an ill-advised partisan moment where one side believes they can do whatever they want to without the other side. President Biden, campaigning, said over and over again that he wanted to work with Republicans. I actually believe that's true. In his inaugural address, he said, we have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. Now, the inaugural address was only a few days ago. Here we are 2 weeks later. The president and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have decided to go forward, and the only way to go forward is to go forward their way. If that happens to be the way forward, it's going to be a long 4 years, and for the majority, it might be a pretty quick 2 years, because I don't think that's the message that people sent on Election Day, that they wanted one side to be able to do whatever they wanted to do. We've got the narrowest House majority in about 150 years. The Senate majority, again, I'll say, couldn't be closer than it is. We haven't finished taking down the platform from the inauguration, and our colleagues are already forcing a one-sided end game. Now, Mr. President, I would suggest that the end game in this case really just sets the stage for the rest of the time we're going to be trying to work together. And I think we'll look back and find out it didn't set the stage in a helpful way. The plans to muscle through a really partisan $1.9 trillion package that claims to be about COVID relief, but covers really a number of totally unrelated things. People have talked a lot about the fact that the minimum wage is there and whether it would meet the standard of reconciliation. Haven't talked about very much about the fact that the education money in the proposal that we're looking at for reconciliation doesn't include private schools, even private parochial schools, doesn't include the schools who more than any other have done their best to stay open during the pandemic. Really breaks a pattern of recent years for all schools and post-World War II for higher education, to where public schools was not the defining thing. The defining thing was if you could qualify for government assistance, you were able to take it to any accredited institution you wanted to. Clean energy is in the COVID relief package. COVID relief is different than clean energy. That's certainly a debate worth having, but let's not suggest that it's COVID relief when it's not. If one half of the Senate is determined to impose its will on the other half without even working to find a real path forward, I think that's an unfortunate sign. Democrats have said there's an urgent need for this COVID relief, so urgent we can't wait to have a real debate. You know, we just passed $900 billion in relief. And we're beginning to talk about such big numbers here that suddenly $900 billion is sort of passed away as well. That's not nearly enough. But the truth is, the $900 billion bill was just signed into law December the 27th. That was 5 weeks ago. $900 billion. Most of that money remains unspent. And suddenly we want to spend another $1.9 trillion. That's an aggressive pace, even by the standards of some of my friends in the other half of this chamber or the other half of the Congress. It really, in so many ways, is simply too soon to really know exactly what we need next. We haven't taken the time yet to get the other money out of the door. We haven't taken the time to see how it's going and whether the policies we plan were the policies that really work. We haven't taken the time to decide what else we might need to do. But here's what we've done already. We provided $8.75 billion to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for vaccine distribution. So far, they've released $3 billion of that money. So we're rushing with billions more when 5.75 and an 8.75 amount of money for vaccine distribution hasn't been released yet. With nearly $6 billion left in that fund, how do we know exactly how it's working or exactly how much we need? We seem to be sure that what we've got isn't enough. I'm not sure we even know that yet, but I've been an advocate in every one of the bills we've done for money for distribution of the vaccine, and I'd love to see how the money that's out there works. We need to be thinking about what to do next. But there was a time when debate was part of the Senate. Debate was very much part of the Senate when President Biden served in it. It should be part of the Senate now. Frankly, if we debated and had figured out a bipartisan plan, we would get that done quicker than reconciliation. It's going to be several weeks before we can have the vote that we could have had to provide part of this money right now. A significant amount of this money is agreed to, particularly the amount that does relate to vaccine purchase and vaccine distribution, the parts that relate to testing, the parts that relate to getting kids back to school. That could all be available in a couple of weeks. But it won't be a couple of weeks when we go through this process of reconciliation that I think my friends on the other side will find out is harder to do than they thought and substantially harder to do in a 50-50 Senate than it would be anywhere else. You know, in December, we provided $82 billion for schools and for education. Elementary schools that were supposed to get almost $70 billion of that money to reopen haven't reopened. Many of them haven't had a chance to spend the money. In fact, many of the K through 12 schools haven't even spent all the money they got in April. So money from April not yet being spent, and we're rushing to decide how much more money they need right now in these last few weeks of the school year. Last week, Dr. Fauci said in an interview that it was the goal of President Biden to get K through 8 students back to school in the next 100 days. But in another event that same day, he said, maybe as truthfully as you could possibly be, it might not work out that way. We need to be really committed to get kids back to school. Now, there are more than 1 million people who've lost their jobs in education at the state and local level since the pandemic started. That's often given, Mr. President, as the reason we need more state and local money. But many of that 1 million person number were the bus drivers, the cafeteria workers, the coaches, the support staff that, frankly, if you're not going to school, most districts have decided they shouldn't be paying that staff that's not part of what the school is doing right now. Those losses are not about loss of revenue. They're really about the loss of in-person school. You know, I've served as the chairman of the Education and Labor and Health Subcommittee and Appropriations. I'm now the top Republican in that 50-50 committee, and last year our subcommittee provided funding for schools that would help them address the pandemic and reopen. We provided money to develop and distribute vaccines and treatments. We provided money to continue critical funding for programs to address substance abuse and mental health and suicide and things that have been a real problem for an isolated pandemic-bound population. We need to do all of those things. I'm more than happy to be part of that discussion. I want to help meet these challenges. I hope the administration understands that. I believe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand that. But we need to be sure that we know what we're doing before we commit another $1.9 trillion as if that money is really, I'm hearing occasionally, not nearly enough. $2 trillion more dollars after 5 bipartisan bills that produced real results. Just kind of out of hand, not nearly enough. Now, that's easier to say because virtually nobody in this chamber or in the country, including me, really has a concept of how much money $1.9 trillion is. So it's easy to say, well, it should be 2.9 or 3.9 or whatever it is. It's not enough because we really, I don't think, have a sense of how much it is. We've had real success in developing vaccines. We need to have more success in getting those vaccines out. I've not seen the administration or my colleagues on the other side of the aisle make the case yet as to why we need to spend the amount of money they're talking about spending. I've not seen anyone make the case of why it's good to start off this administration and this term of Congress in the most partisan, one-sided way possible before we've really had a chance to talk this out. There are a lot of things here we agree on. There are a lot of things here that could be improved around the margins, but you have to have the willingness to talk about that before it goes forward. I was glad to see the White House accepted the offer of 10 of our Republican colleagues to at least meet and talk about some bipartisan issues, but the unwillingness of the Democratic leader here to slow down this process and made it clear that really there may not be that much interest in really trying to find a solution, but at least there was some interest in talking about trying to work together. Bipartisanship is not something you do just for show. Compromise is not my way or the highway. Unity is not telling everyone else the only option is to accept your side of the argument. I hope my colleagues think better of this bipartisan exercise, come to the table and explain why we really need and what we need it. If they don't, I hope we can still figure out how to recover and move forward in the only way a 50-50 Senate can move forward, and that's working every day to find things that more than 50 members, and I would hope substantially more than 50 members of the United States Senate, agree on and send those to the president and get our work done. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Madam President.
The senator from Iowa.
Madam President, on January 20th, I joined my colleagues on the front steps of the Capitol for the inauguration of our 46th President, Joe Biden. At a time when divisions run deep within our country, I thought President Biden's call for unity, where he pledged to be a president for all Americans, struck just the right tone. As my Democratic colleagues in this body can attest to, I'm always willing to work with anyone, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, on issues that will improve the lives of my fellow Iowans and all Americans. Sadly, the actions we've seen in the first few days of this administration do not seem to honor the promise President Biden made to Americans throughout his campaign and again on Inauguration Day. In just 2 weeks, the president has already signed over 25 executive orders. That's a significantly more amount than any president in recent history in this short amount of time. And let's be clear, folks, he's not just breaking norms, he's obliterating them. Even the New York Times editorial board called on him to ease up on the executive actions. And they're not wrong, folks. That's something that I don't say very often. Now, I fully understand that the power of executive order is often unpopular when your party does not control the White House. But when you set out to be the unifier in chief, which is something we hoped President Biden would be, one would hope that the actions you take would unify or at least be a little more mainstream. The reality is that's just not been the case. What the new president has done in just 2 weeks on the job is show us his true colors and his desire to appease the more radical wing of his party. It's disheartening for someone who believes that the way we should be working together is a bipartisan path. We've already seen disastrous decisions harmful to American businesses and workers, decisions that resemble the likes of the radical Green New Deal. Keeping our air and water clean and protecting our environment for generations to come are shared concerns of every Iowan and all Americans. But on day one, as many predicted he would do at some point during his tenure, President Biden issued a harsh punishment for American businesses by rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement. This agreement saddles hardworking folks with overburdensome government regulations, all while letting one of the world's biggest polluters, communist China, completely off the hook. Instead of inhibiting economic growth, we should be focused on reducing our emissions and meeting our energy needs through market-driven, innovative solutions. Iowa actually leads the way in creating renewable energy sources, from wind and solar to biodiesel and ethanol. But we haven't done it through heavy-handed government mandates. The president has also raised concerns for folks in my home state of Iowa who work hard to grow and produce clean ethanol and biodiesel. With his recent action to begin transitioning federal government vehicles to electric vehicles, ethanol and biodiesel are actually cleaner choices of fuel for folks at the pump. A recent study found that greenhouse gas emissions from corn ethanol are 46% lower than gasoline. At the same time, renewable fuels provide for the livelihoods of folks across the heartland. It's critical we continue to invest in our biofuel industry, not move away from it. That's why I urge President Biden not to give in to the misguided political demands of the left. Change course and instead promote the adoption of higher biofuel blends and invest in expanding biofuel infrastructure. On the same day he got us back into the Paris Climate Accord, President Biden unilaterally canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying thousands of jobs during a pandemic when millions of hardworking Americans are already struggling to make ends meet. Even Canada's Prime Minister, one of our top allies and closest trade partners, expressed his disappointment in the decision. Unfortunately, the Green New Deal Light is not the only policy of the liberal left the Biden administration has already chosen to implement. As many Iowans know, I've long been working to pass Sarah's Law, my bill in honor of Sarah Root, a 21-year-old Iowan who was tragically struck and killed by Edwin Mejia, who entered the country illegally and was driving drunk 3 times the legal limit. While Mejia was initially detained by local law enforcement and faced state charges of motor vehicle homicide, a loophole in immigration policy under the Obama-Biden administration allowed him to post bond, disappear, and escape justice. Sarah's Law would close that loophole and require U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement to take custody of an illegal immigrant who is charged with a crime resulting in the death or serious bodily injury of another person. It's common sense, folks, and it would prevent tragedies like what happened to the Root family from ever happening again. The Trump administration was successful in implementing parts of this important legislation, but as many expected, the Biden administration is already working to roll back immigration enforcement. That's why last week I reintroduced Sarah's Law with the support of 19 of my colleagues, more than ever before, and I'm going to keep fighting to get this bill across the finish line. If the November elections taught us anything, it's that the American people want us to work together. They elected a 50-50 Senate and a slim majority in the House of Representatives. So, Mr. President, it's time the Biden administration follow its own advice. I'm an eternal optimist, and I believe we can come together and truly deliver for all Americans. But I need my colleagues across the aisle and our new president to do the same so that his calls for unity don't fall on deaf ears. Now, on another topic, we did have the March for Life this past week. So, Madam President, I want to begin today by recognizing the grassroots advocates of our pro-life movement. Last Friday, thousands of Americans and many Iowans joined in this year's virtual March for Life. These folks are the ones who actively serve our vulnerable women and families who need support in order to choose life. These hardworking Americans are the ones who are on the ground, changing hearts and minds all year long. And even though things looked a lot different for this year's event, I have no doubt that our grassroots pro-life movement will continue to grow in communities all across the country, thanks to these inspiring folks who understand that protecting life is not just a political issue for debate. In D.C., lawmakers and executive branch bureaucrats get easily trapped into looking at abortion as just another issue. But that mindset, even from the pro-life perspective, is a dehumanized approach. I challenge my friends and colleagues on both sides of the aisle to instead approach the sanctity of human life as more than just a policy issue. Surely the challenges of 2020 reminded us how very precious life is, taking to heart that we must cherish life, at all stages. If we devalue life in the womb, then we are only setting the groundwork for diminishing human worth and value at every other stage of life. This mindset is why I approach the duty to protect life with steadfast determination, and it's why I know preserving life is a cause that can and should bring us together. President Biden and his administration have clearly stated their goal is to unify our country. But the recent policy changes and executive actions surrounding the abortion issue have certainly signaled a different message to many Americans. There was a time when the most basic policy stance was that taxpayer dollars should not support the abortion industry. It was a bipartisan, non-controversial stance, one that many of my Democratic colleagues used to hold. But the abortion lobby has moved the goalposts so far down the field by making common sense safety regulations on abortion absolutely untouchable. Whereas my pro-life colleagues and I have always been willing to meet in the middle. Think about it. I believe life begins long before 5 months in the womb, but we know many colleagues feel differently. So Senator Graham has repeatedly brought the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act forward each Congress in the hopes that protecting our most vulnerable from painful death at the 5-month mark of pregnancy would be a unifying and humanitarian cause. Sadly, that's not been the case. We had an estimated 143 babies who died between 2003 and 2014 after surviving abortion attempts. This shows the current law obviously needs to be strengthened there, which is why Senator Sass brought forward the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. But no, even that bar was too high. Last year, Senator Cotton and I first introduced a bill that would ensure we have complete and accurate abortion-related data from every state. Wouldn't a full picture of the abortion landscape in our country be knowledge that any lawmaker would want in order to make informed and responsible decisions? And when it comes to ensuring women are treated with dignity and respect as patients, I will be introducing the Informed Consent Act to solidify this common sense cause. My colleagues may recall a whistleblower report from September 2020 claiming that hysterectomies and other sterilization procedures were being performed on immigrant women held at the Irwin County Detention Center in Georgia without their consent. As it turns out, a sterilization or abortion procedure that occurs without informed consent from the patient is not already established as a crime in our federal code. My House colleague, Congressman Chris Smith, and I are introducing this legislation to strengthen the law here. Surely, this is another baseline that we can find common ground on. I welcome my pro-choice colleagues to join us in this effort and take a step towards unity. I believe once you focus the heart and mind to approach life as more than just a policy issue, you will find that preserving life promotes unity. If you really look at how our culture is shifting, life is winning. At the state level, nearly 60 life-affirming laws were enacted across the country in 2019. The vast majority of Americans agree that federal tax dollars should not be used to support the abortion industry. So, folks, we do have common ground to stand on going into this new Congress. Protecting life brings us together, so we must stand up for the most vulnerable. We will be a stronger nation for it. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to speak with a group about the legislative priorities for this upcoming Congress. And I know you and I are two members of the Senate that like talking to the people that we represent and doing that as much as we possibly can. And I always try to cover as much ground as I can when I am visiting with a group. But what has struck me recently, and this was true yesterday, is that the conversation really started to center around our national security, protecting this nation. And people seem to have defending this country on their brain, standing up for America. And some of the things that come up is what they've noticed since November, when you have individuals that are now a part of the new administration have worked hard to try to erase every trace of the Trump era, even the successes. Legislation, many times, that moved forward, things that were done in a bipartisan basis. And part of the problem that people are beginning to have is that President Biden signed off on more day one executive orders and actions than any president in recent memory. Indeed, I think you would have to go back to the time of Ronald Reagan and combine all of those day one executive orders and actions to equal what President Biden has done. And I had a Tennessean say that they've kind of lost the ability to keep track of them because there are so many. They're numerous every single day. And this has people very unsettled. They see this strategy and they think this is oddly familiar. Their most powerful leaders are treating policy making like it's some kind of graduate seminar all about theories, not about consequences, not about concrete outcomes, at least not as far as Washington is concerned. The message flowing from the White House hasn't helped to ease their concerns. You see, the administration has given the impression that when it comes to national security policy, they're going to exercise strategic patience when engaging with our adversaries. And I'll tell you this, Tennesseans back home might not know all the details of what's in store, but they know that the tone has changed and they don't like what they're hearing. When strategic patience failed to yield results during the President Obama administration, analysts dubbed this tactic as strategic passivity. And I believe that's a very apt description, because at the heart of strategic patience is a belief that the status quo, while less than ideal, is better than many possible consequences of taking an action. It is a dangerous posture, especially when applied to powerful adversaries like China that are positioning themselves for global dominance. In fact, our regional allies in Japan and the Philippines immediately expressed concern at the idea that the United States of America would embrace such a tactic. For the past few decades, they've had a front row seat for the rise of Chinese influence. They watched as China grew from a struggling regional player into our most significant competitor in every domain. It's important to realize that we allowed that evolution in the hopes that China's transition into a developed nation would foster within its leaders a sense of global responsibility. This approach failed, and now China is a major international player intent on global domination. I can tell you that officials in Beijing are not taking a passive approach in their efforts to surpass us. Through their Belt and Road Initiative, the Chinese Communist Party has bought or extorted control over the economies of some of the most strategically important nations on the planet. Until recently, their grasp on global supply chains flew well under the radar, but we can no longer ignore the negative consequences of Beijing's control over access to active pharmaceutical ingredients and prescription drugs, to medical devices, natural resources, telecommunications equipment, and even more defense materials. Where they couldn't buy influence, the Chinese Communist Party seized it. If they could not buy it, they seized it. They took it outright by reducing themselves to intellectual property theft and money laundering schemes, and more subtly, by installing Confucius Institutes in American classrooms and universities and putting Chinese Communist Party spies on those university campuses in research positions. Beijing is just as brash militarily. Chinese aggression and violence in the Indo-Pacific threatens regional stability in defiance of basic global norms. Rulings offered by international bodies and showings of strength from Western military players. The Chinese Communist Party has leveraged all of this against the most powerful nations in the Western world, and their belligerence has paid off. Even when time and again news breaks of some human rights horror in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, or Tibet, global leaders hit the brakes on their rebuke of human rights violations because it could draw economic consequences. The term strategic patience had been used by now Secretary Austin prior to his confirmation. We discussed that both privately and during his recent confirmation hearing, and I'm confident he knows how important it is to check Chinese aggression now, right now, before it's too late. However, the general language used by the Biden administration officials in press conferences and other settings reflects former President Obama's liberal theories rather than concrete policies. Now, to be clear, I think I can speak for everyone here when I say that we're willing to work with the administration on this. But the threat from China isn't merely theoretical, and I hope I've made it clear that we here in the Senate aren't prepared to treat it like it is. For decades, Chinese Communist Party officials have been successful in using China's modernized economy to distract from the threat their aggressive tactics pose to the international order. The fact is, the concept of strategic patience simply does not apply to Beijing. The CCP's influence grows by the day, and far too quickly to be contained by a cautious wait-and-see attitude. We did wait. We tried. It did not work. We know it did not work. We see the entanglements and the risk of simply poking at those knots and hoping they'll resolve themselves. Instead, we need to take a great power competition tailored approach right up to the CCP's front door and craft policy and budget priorities to match. To those who would still embrace the kind of restraint the White House seems to have endorsed, I would ask, what about the status quo looks sustainable to you when you are dealing with the aggressiveness of the Chinese Communist Party? I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Ask that we have unanimous consent to end the quorum call.
Without objection.
2 weeks ago, I heard these words: history, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. President Biden, in his inaugural address, some pretty glowing terms. Grateful to be able to hear the statements about unity. The challenge now is to actually live that out and to be able to see that actually done. Because while those words are beautiful, in the past 2 weeks, there have been almost 24 hyper-partisan executive orders that have come out of the White House, and there doesn't seem to be a push towards actual bipartisan unity here on this floor. In fact, in the first 10 days of the Biden administration, he has signed more executive orders than the last 4 presidents combined in their first 10 days. President Clinton signed 2, President Bush signed 2, Donald Trump signed 7, President Obama signed 9, and Joe Biden in the first 10 days signed 22 executive orders. 22. And some of those executive orders seem to be just purely spiteful, just to say President Trump put this in and so it must be bad. Let me give you an example. The Trump administration required through an executive order every agency to compile all their guidance documents into one place so that small business owners and people that work in small businesses could find the federal requirements from each agency in one spot. They didn't have to hunt all over the place to be able to find their federal requirements. Now, that doesn't seem like a partisan statement. That just seems like good government. But in the first 10 days of President Biden's term, he got rid of that good guidance piece and said, no, federal agencies can go back to playing hide and seek with their rules again, and small business owners will just have to figure out where it is. There won't be in one place in each agency to find guidance. Why would you do that? Other than just, if Trump did it, it must be bad. Listen, we've got to find ways to actually live unity and to be able to do what's best for the American people. We live in a constitutional system. We have more than 300 million people. We have great disagreements on policies, but we come together to work them out. During 2020, in a time of divided government, this body, the House of Representatives, and the White House passed 5 different COVID relief bills, all with strong bipartisan majorities. We passed all 12 appropriation bills with strong bipartisan majorities. I didn't agree with everything on every one of those bills, but we worked together to be able to resolve it. And now suddenly it has become we don't want to talk across the aisle anymore. Literally 2 weeks after saying, you know what we need as a country? Unity. 2 weeks later, it is, how do we cram through something on a straight partisan vote? How do we block out all Republican voices from the entire country and make sure their voices are not heard? Does that feel like unity 2 weeks into a presidency? 10 of my Republican colleagues sat down with President Biden. We appreciate his time that he gave 2 hours of time to listen. He's proposed $1.9 trillion in additional spending the very first day on COVID. $1.9 trillion. This is only a few weeks after we just passed almost $1 trillion package dealing with COVID that literally 2/3 of that $1 trillion package has not even gone out the door yet, has not even been spent, has not even been allocated. There's billions and billions of dollars still unallocated for vaccine, for testing, for schools, all kinds of different things that we allocated in December, and it's already like, that's not enough, we need more. Literally, the CDC and the NIH have billions of dollars unallocated right now from previous bills that have already been sent. And when my team contacted the White House team and said, hey, we see this big proposal, can you tell me what these dollars are allocated for? Their response was, it's an emergency, we need a big package. They literally couldn't tell us what the money would be spent for. Now, I have to tell you, this is not just a partisan issue for me. I asked the exact same thing of the Trump administration when they made a big proposal. I went back to them with the exact same question, what is this money to be used for? They couldn't answer it, and so I continued to press for months until we got an answer, until we got a right amount. That seems like a reasonable thing for us to do, regardless of who is in the White House, is to say this is the American people's money, and in this case, none of it is actually money that's allocated. All of it is borrowed. So before we spend a dime of money that we borrow from China, we should probably know what it's actually for. In the $1.9 trillion package proposal, there's even a section in it that's a $50 billion fund to be able to spend for needs. However, the administration wanted to fill that blank in. $50 billion. No, thank you. We have a basic responsibility to be able to ask questions on this. If the reports are accurate, when 10 Republican senators sat down with the White House to be able to talk about a different proposal to be more targeted towards the actual needs right now, if reports are correct, I wasn't there at the time, but if the reports are correct, every time our proposal came up, some of the president's team sitting against the wall facing the president would shake their head every time our proposal came up to signal the answer to President Biden, no, say no to that one as well. Listen, we got to find a way to be able to actually work things out. Why is this so difficult when we did it 5 times with divided government last year, and now the focus is we can no longer talk to Republicans? Where did the unity go? Some of these executive orders require a lot more attention and a lot more conversation instead of just imposing things on the American people, because that makes a difficult situation worse. On his first day in office, President Biden dismantled the Title IX protections for women and imposed new gender identity requirements. Now, I agree with President Biden. Every person should be treated with dignity and respect. But I also believe that extending respect and dignity means being honest about scientific and biological realities of sex and the differences between men and women. All people should be afforded equal opportunity, but that also includes women and girls. Title IX was put into place to make sure that we had equal opportunity for women and girls in all areas, and under the guise of preventing discrimination, suddenly now women and girls are being discriminated against. President Biden's executive order to prevent discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity is now a mandate to force school districts to allow biological boys to compete against biological girls in high school sports. You might think, what's the big deal about that? Well, in Connecticut, 2 high school athletes who were born male but now identify as female, they've won 15 women's championship titles that were once held by girls. In fact, 9 different girls. Those titles are gone from those girls. Female athletes are losing medals, podium spots, and chances for scholarships or chances to play on a team with their peers. Every person should be respected in our nation, but there's a reason that Title IX was created. This should demand more conversation in this body, not trying to impose it in an executive order. Americans are not united in this issue. We are united that people should be respected and have every opportunity, but don't run over one group to be able to provide special status to another group. I was disappointed but not surprised when there was an executive order that was released on the issue of abortion. In fact, multiple executive orders on the week of the 48th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. For unity, President Biden gave the ironically titled Memorandum on Protecting Women's Health at Home and Abroad. Once again, message, a good message, but it falls short of a standard about unity. According to the most recent Marist poll, 77% of Americans oppose using taxpayer dollars to support abortion in other countries. Yet under the guise of unity, we're now spending money overseas on promoting and providing abortion. In a time when we have record debts and deficits, the Biden administration made one of its first priorities in the very first week to take some of the dollars that we do have and spend it to promote and provide abortion overseas, in other countries. That's our foreign aid now. As if funding providers at home and abroad wasn't enough, the memo also directs the United States to withdraw from the historic Geneva Consensus Declaration. It's 35 nations that have agreed to 4 basic pillars. These are the 4 pillars that we just withdrew from. Pillar number 1, better health for women. Pillar number 2, the preservation of human life. Pillar number 3, strengthening of family as the foundational unit of society. And pillar number 4, protecting every nation's national sovereignty in global politics. That was so controversial that the Biden administration withdrew from that with 35 other countries. Ironically enough, while President Biden pulled out of that treaty protecting women's health, he actually installed us deeper into a treaty with Russia. In his first week in office, President Biden agreed to a straight extension for 5 years of the outdated New START treaty with Russia. The treaty was supposed to manage the proliferation of nuclear weapons between the United States and Russia, the 2 big superpowers. But it was written so long ago and is so out of date, it completely leaves out other superpowers like China. So while Russia has to mind an agreement, China continues to accelerate. Current status, China will double its nuclear stockpile in the next decade, but they're not even in this treaty. And in addition to that, multiple areas are not even addressed in this New START treaty. That's why there was such a push in the previous administration to renegotiate it, because the New START treaty doesn't even include Russian weapons like air-delivered ballistic missiles, nuclear power underwater drones, hypersonic glide vehicles, non-strategic nuclear weapons. They're not even included. So even under this agreement, Russia can accelerate in those areas and say they're still meeting the agreement. And President Biden just extended it for 5 more years and said, we're not going to negotiate it for 5 more years. Let's just keep going. The shift has moved from stopping nuclear proliferation to dealing with climate change. Why can't we do both? Why can't we pay attention to the environmental issues of our globe, but also pay attention to the issue of nuclear proliferation? It's not like this has gone away. It hasn't. President Biden also took several issues on immigration, specifically border security. Right after the inauguration, as speaking on unity, he puts out an executive order with bizarre doublespeak in it that stated this: the United States is a country with borders and with laws that must be enforced. But the order itself after that literally put a 100-day moratorium on all deportations. It's like, we need to enforce our laws. And then the first step of it was, for 100 days, we're not going to actually enforce our laws. Now, this is not just some crazy piece here. The 100-day moratorium for deportations included individuals that are listed as criminal aliens. It also included people that had what's called a final order of removal from a court. That means that they've gone through every appeal in our court system here, and a court has said, no, you do not qualify to be here legally. They've ordered them removed from the country. President Biden said, no, we actually want them to be able to stay even after a court order. There's this great myth that ICE is roaming through cities in America just rounding people up. The fact is, 92% of ICE enforcement and removal operations, those individuals have a criminal conviction or a pending criminal charge. 92%. But President Biden immediately put a 100-day moratorium on it and said those individuals don't need to be deported. We'll think about it for 100 days. Now, thankfully, a federal court has already stepped in and stopped that, and their statement was, this moratorium has, this is the quote from the federal court, no reasonable justification. I agree. That's not enforcing our laws. That's not engaging in bipartisan unity. The vast majority of Americans want legal immigration. The vast majority of Americans also believe that if someone has committed a crime in our country and they're not legally in our country, they should be deported. But the message that's being sent out is those individuals won't. And as odd as it may seem, on January the 26th, President Biden instituted a travel ban from Brazil, the United Kingdom, Ireland, most of the EU, from South Africa, and said those folks can't come because of COVID threat, but at the same time said he wants to evaluate Title 42, which may allow people to come into the United States from Mexico and do catch and release again here in the United States. So at the same time saying business travelers from all over the world really don't need to come because of COVID threat, they're also looking at our southern border and say, yeah, but people coming from South America, Central America, they may be okay to be able to come into the country and then to be able to be released while we're pending still a hearing. May I remind this body, in the past year, we have lost 21 people from the Department of Homeland Security along our southern border. 21 agents and officers have died from COVID exposure, from interacting with people coming from South America and Central America. Why in the world do you close down the borders to business travelers and then start talking about opening them up to people not legally crossing the border? This is not what Americans were looking for. I had a lot of people in my state that were shocked in the first days of the Biden administration when he stopped the Keystone Pipeline and then he stopped all energy exploration on federal lands. Those are jobs in my state. Those are, as President Biden likes to talk about, union jobs that are all over the country. Thousands of people lost their job day one of the Biden administration with a unilateral declaration, we're not going to do energy exploration and we're not going to complete this pipeline. What does that mean? That means to the federal taxpayer, royalties are down because they're not gaining royalties off of the use of that land. So the taxpayer loses. That means jobs are down all over the country, especially in the West. And that means prices will go up for the consumer. We're not running all on electricity right now. We're still running on oil and gas for the vast majority of our vehicles. And while I'm all for multiple different types of energy, that's not what's happening right now. We should address this. We should work for unity. But right now, we're not even having dialogue. We're not even included in the conversation. If we're going to have unity, we've got to talk about the hard issues and actually come to a decision how we're going to resolve those. With that, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, first, I would like to associate myself with the remarks of the distinguished senator from Oklahoma, who has such a good insight into the impact of the executive orders of the Biden administration on his state, very similar in my state, and the concerns that he hears at home over the last 2 weeks are identical with the ones that I've heard in Wyoming the last 2 weekends. It is day 15 today of the Biden administration. And on day one, President Biden, and we listened as he spoke, he promised to usher in a new era of bipartisanship, he said, and healing. Well, within his inaugural address, he said the words, "With unity, we can do great things." The senator from Oklahoma and I agree with the president and the words that he spoke on inaugural day. But here we are, just 2 weeks later, and it seems to me it was all just talk. So far, we haven't seen much bipartisanship from the Biden administration. President Biden has already issued more than 45 executive actions, and that's more executive actions in the first 2 weeks than President Trump, Obama, Bush, Clinton in their beginnings in office. And it's interesting, Madam President, because as President Biden was rolling out one executive order after another, even the liberal New York Times, which endorsed President Biden, had this lead headline, and this was Thursday, January 28th. So this was a full week ago. It says, "Ease up on executive orders." New York Times to President Biden, "Ease up on executive orders." When the New York Times has to call President Biden out on executive overreach, you know that President Biden has abandoned the promises that he's made during the campaign and that he made to us on inaugural day. To just kind of go into the editorial and what they wrote, they said, "Ease up on executive actions, Joe," they said. They said, "This is no way to make law." They say these directives are a flawed substitute for legislation. That's what we see the Biden administration adopting, a flawed substitute, as they say, for legislation. Look, they go on to say, on the campaign trail, President Biden touted his skills at making compromise. And I saw that when I served with him in the Senate before you got here, Madam President, but he and I served together in this body. I was on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which he chaired. And he does have a history and a skill at finding compromise. The New York Times went on to say, President Biden's legacy will depend on his ability to hammer out agreements with Congress. That's why we have three branches of government: executive branch, a legislative branch, a judiciary branch, all of the branches of government, and that's, as they say, the legacy will depend on his ability to hammer out agreements with Congress. And the problem isn't just how many executive orders are being issued, as my friend and colleague from Oklahoma said, it's what's in them. President Biden has already launched a full-scale attack on American energy. To me, this is the whole Green New Deal dressed up as executive orders. In fact, a Congresswoman from Michigan, who is part of the squad, has been actually boasting about it. She said, the principles and the values in the Green New Deal are in the executive orders by President Biden. She went on to say the Green New Deal pushed the president toward a much more aggressive approach. Well, I think her statement is accurate. President Biden has already shut down the Keystone Pipeline, drew a big target on the back of American energy, and then he pulled the trigger, killed the Keystone Pipeline. Hundreds of American workers have already received pink slips. Thousands more will do so, and that'll be soon. President Biden banned new oil and gas leases on federal lands. Madam President, half of my state is federal land, so we know how this works. If this president also keeps his promise to ban fracking, this could lead to a total of millions of Americans losing jobs over the next couple of years. At a time when 10 million Americans are already unemployed, these figures are shocking. Yet Democrats aren't stopping there. Last week, the Democrat leader came to the floor and he urged President Biden to go even further, to do even more, much more that was criticized by the New York Times. He said President Biden should declare a national emergency because of climate change. A national emergency, he said. The leader of the Democrat Party on the floor of the United States Senate. Leader Schumer is admitting that this radical environmental agenda doesn't have bipartisan support, doesn't seem to even have presidential support to that level, but that's what Senator Schumer is calling for. Apparently, Senator Schumer isn't just wanting to outsource energy jobs. He seems to want to outsource the work of the United States Senate as well. That's not what the American people sent us here to do. They didn't send us here to stand by and watch a president go with one executive order after another after another. They sent us here to get things done. The truth is, despite what Leader Schumer says, there is actually bipartisan support for action on climate change. Just over a month ago, the Senate passed a bill called the Use It Act, which I authored with Senator Carper, came through the Environmental Public Works Committee, which I chaired. It's completely bipartisan. Came through the committee and unanimous. Doesn't cost a single American job. Makes a difference with regard to climate. That's what the American people sent us here to do, to work together, to find solutions that work, that don't hurt. Unfortunately, it's not the Biden approach. The Biden approach turns out to be more mandates, less energy production, and fewer American jobs. Now we see President Biden pushing a $2 trillion spending bill. He says it's to help fight coronavirus. We just passed a $900 billion coronavirus relief bill about a month ago, signed into law, and as a result, our economy is actually doing better than expected. Now President Biden, with his new bill, he wants to send checks to families making in excess of $250,000 a year, government check, paid for by taxpayers, added to the national debt. People making over families making over $250,000 a year, getting a check from the government when they've never missed a paycheck in the first place. He also wants to give added bonuses for people who are out of work on unemployment. People who are out of work on unemployment need that unemployment, but not with the added bonuses to the level that President Biden is pointing to. And I hear about it in Wyoming, heard about it last week. If we pass what President Biden is calling for, the average unemployed American would receive a little less than $800 a week total from the government, by the regular unemployment and by the enhanced unemployment. Well, that's equivalent to a job making $40,000 a year. People would in many places be paid more to not go back to work than they could earn if they went back to work. So the incentive is to keep them out of work. And at the same time, we have help wanted signs up around the state of Wyoming. President Biden's proposal also includes billions of dollars in spending unrelated to coronavirus, completely unrelated, which is something the American people don't understand. They understand we need to fight coronavirus. They understand we need to get people back to work. They understand we need to get kids back to school. But to add extraneous spending unrelated to coronavirus is something Americans don't understand. Now, this bill includes a mandate from Washington, D.C., a mandate to the small businesses all around the country, many of them struggling, many of them a hard time making their payroll. And the Washington mandate is you will double the amount of money that you pay right now if you're paying the current minimum wage. Doubling the national minimum wage, a mandate from Washington on small business. Nothing to do with coronavirus, but a lot to do with making it that much harder for the small businesses in the small towns of Wyoming to make their payroll and to stay open. Now, it makes common sense when you take a look at that impact, and even the Congressional Budget Office has looked at it, and they've come to the same conclusion that I have and the people of Wyoming have. It's going to cost jobs. The Congressional Budget Office says it'll cost 1,300,000 jobs across America if President Biden has his way and forces a doubling of the minimum wage on small businesses of America. Now, in exchange for that federal mandate, the bill pays off states, big cities, blue states, with a long history of bad behavior, tune of $350 billion. Study from J.P. Morgan just came out, and the study shows that state tax revenues barely dropped at all in 2020 as a result of coronavirus, dropped less than 1%. These states do not need $350 billion of additional federal support. If a state needs a bailout, it's not because of coronavirus, it's because of a long history of mismanagement. The Biden administration made this proposal without any meaningful discussions with Republicans at all. And the administration is even ignoring the Democrats. Vice President Harris recently went on television in West Virginia and in Arizona. Why? Not to put pressure on Republicans, to put pressure on Democrats. Big story in the New York Times today, putting pressure on the two new senators, Senator Sinema and the senators from Arizona, Senator Kelly, the newest elected senator from Arizona. Put on them to vote for the bill. She also went in West Virginia with Senator Manchin. Not only are they not talking to Republicans, now they're trying to pressure Democrats. Let's face it, the Democrats are trying to cram this bill through Congress. That's what they're going to do with the vote-a-rama this week. On Friday, there was an article in the Washington Post. The headline is this: Biden Democrats prepare to move beyond efforts to woo Republicans. I have to ask, what efforts? Haven't reached out in any serious way. And as some of my colleagues have said, we've proven we can work together on coronavirus relief. We did it 5 times in the last year. We passed 5 different coronavirus relief bills, and the total relief was $4 trillion. The article in the Post goes on and quotes Leader Schumer. He says, "We must not repeat the mistakes of 2008, 2009. He's referring to the fiscal crisis back then. Well, that response was then led by Vice President Joe Biden. And yeah, there were plenty of mistakes. Leader Schumer seems to think that the mistake was that it was too bipartisan. And that's the wrong lesson, Madam President. The mistake Congress made under Vice President Biden in 2009 was to spend huge sums of money completely unrelated to solving the underlying problem. Yet that's what the Democrats seem to want to do once again. The last time the Democrats did that, we had the slowest recovery since the Great Depression. You know what got us out of that slow recovery? American energy, which President Biden is now trying to kill. There are a lot of lessons to be learned here. So on Monday, 10 Republican senators went to the White House and made their own proposal on coronavirus relief. I really do hope the president listened, because 2 weeks into this administration, the president's inaugural address is not something that's going to be remembered like John Kennedy's inaugural address was in 1960. This inaugural address is going to be remembered for empty rhetoric. President Biden has been trying to govern using a pen and a phone. Remember that from the Obama administration. I would say to President Biden, time to just put down the pen and pick up the phone. The Democrat politician famously said that politicians campaign in poetry and govern in prose. President Biden campaigned in moderation, but that's not the way he's governing. He's governing in partisanship. It's not what the American people are asking for. It's not what they voted for. We have a 50-50 Senate. Democrats have a very narrow majority in the House. I would urge the administration to change course. This, if there is a mandate to move to the middle. And I urge my Democrat colleagues to work with us on real coronavirus relief, on producing more American energy, and in creating more jobs across our country. Let us come together and get things done. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Texas.
Madam President, I rise today to honor the life of a dear friend and a former colleague of mine, Jerry Ellig. Some 2 weeks ago, at just 58 years old, Jerry passed away. Jerry and I met in June of 2001. We were both working in the George W. Bush administration. We were working together at the Federal Trade Commission. I had just been hired at all of 30 years old to run the policy planning office, and Jerry was my deputy. I hadn't met Jerry. Our boss, Tim Muris, the chairman, had brought Jerry in beforehand. It's always a dangerous thing when somebody else hires your deputy. But in this case, Tim did me an enormous favor. Jerry was a colleague of Tim's from George Mason University, a PhD economist, a brilliant man, a lover of liberty. And Jerry and I, for the next 2 years, ran the policy planning office together, and we became dear friends. I don't know that I ever saw Jerry without a smile, without a twinkle in his eye. He always had a joyful spirit, a mischievous grin, and he believed in the power of truth. He became an economist because I think Jerry was born to be an economist. I have no doubt playing with his Legos as a child, he thought about supply and demand and price elasticity. And he believed in the power of free markets. One of the things that the Policy Planning Office did was something called competition advocacy. Now, the FTC's statutory mandate is to defend competition. There's some 75 PhD economists on the full-time staff at the FTC. And Jerry and I together, when various state legislatures or state regulatory bodies across the country were considering a particular bill that would have potentially anti-competitive effects, if those state legislatures or regulators asked for our input, the FTC would analyze the proposed bill. And we would file testimony, written testimony, oral testimony. Both Jerry and I testified multiple places. In fact, I went to my office and pulled out the binder of all the competition advocacy that we filed in our time together at the FTC. On topic after topic after topic. And you know, there are a lot of bad ideas that government considers, bad ideas that come from special pleaders, someone who will benefit, but the harm to consumers is usually diffuse, harder to see, and much greater. And what the FTC would do in competition advocacy is simply quantify the harm. Simply provide truth and light and sunshine. And it was incredible that when we would be asked to come in and present that testimony over and over and over again, the decision makers would choose not to adopt bad policies, simply when they understood through careful empirical analysis how that would hurt consumers. One area in particular that Jerry and I worked on quite a bit was e-commerce. We started an e-commerce task force. Now, this was 20 years ago. E-commerce was at a much more nascent stage 20 years ago than it is today. We examined 10 different industries, every one of which there were barriers to entry. The existing bricks and mortar suppliers would go to their state regulators and seek to erect barriers to entry to stop new e-commerce entrants from competing and driving down prices. Actually, much of the impetus for the entire e-commerce task force came from a white paper. And Madam President will be interested to know where this white paper came from. It was the Democratic Leadership Council, a centrist Democrat group that had written a white paper entitled Revenge of the Disintermediated. And it talked about all of these industries where e-commerce was benefiting consumers, but entrenched interests were fighting against it. And Jerry and I together at the FTC, we convened 3 days of public hearings, 10 different industries: contact lenses, telemedicine, education, funerals and caskets, wine. And it was interesting, at the end of the hearings, we prepared a series of reports. every single industry panel, all 10 of the ones who testified, at least one of the witnesses said some variant of the following. You know, I've looked at the anti-competitive restraints in these other 9 industries, and those are terrible. Those are clearly hurting consumers. But our industry is different. One of the industries we looked at that Jerry took a particular passion for was wine. There were at the time extensive restrictions on direct shipment of wine. Shipment across state lines, shipment to your home. It was heavily, heavily regulated, and the wholesalers did not want to see that change. We began studying and working on what would become a wine report. It's over 100 pages long of empirical study on what that was doing, and we concluded that for consumers it was driving up costs dramatically, not just a little bit, but dramatically. I'll tell you, Jerry took great joy in traveling through Northern Virginia, going to wineries, sampling the wine. I will say he enjoyed that process of it as well. But collecting empirical price data. At the time, numerous arguments were raised as to why you should not allow the direct shipping of wine. One was that it would lead to minors drinking too much. I have to admit, Jerry and I laughed about that because I don't know that I've ever known a 15-year-old who wanted a nice, perky Chardonnay. If you were dealing with home keg deliveries, that, I will concede, would raise an issue. But wine connoisseurs does not match any teenagers I've known. But we decided, well, rather than argue about it theoretically, let's find out. And so we sent a letter to the alcohol control boards in each of the states that allowed direct shipment. And we asked them a very simple question. Have you seen any problem? Have you encountered any problems with underage drinking as a result of this policy? And lo and behold, they all wrote back and said, no, we haven't seen it at all. It hasn't produced any of that. All that came together in a report detailing the harm to consumers that came from these restrictions. And I'll tell you, just a couple of years later, the U.S. Supreme Court took up a case challenging those restrictions on the interstate sale of wine, striking them down so that now you or I, if we want to order a bottle of wine for our home, we can go and do it on our phone and get it delivered at our home. And the Supreme Court decision striking that down cited that wine report that Jerry and I had done more than a dozen times. As I said, Jerry believed in the power of truth, the power of facts. Simply shining a light, this is hurting people. Jerry also took joy in that project. You know, Jerry was a fan of tiki cocktails and mixology, and all of tiki culture for that matter. He would proudly wear Hawaiian shirts, loud Hawaiian shirts, that his daughter Kat had picked out for him. And he'd wear them with the smile and joy he brought every day. He also made some of his own wine. For several years, Heidi and I enjoyed a bottle of cherry port that Jerry had made that he wasn't at risk of suddenly going into the winery business, but it was still nonetheless an enjoyable bottle of cherry port. Another project Jerry undertook at the FTC was examining education and school choice. And I sat down with Jerry and another PhD economist at the FTC, and we talked about school choice, and I asked the two of them, Jerry and Ken, I said, let's examine the arguments that are raised against school choice. And the most significant argument raised against school choice is that school choice will destroy the public schools, that it will harm the public schools if you give low-income kids access to scholarships. And we sat down and said, all right, let's treat that argument seriously. Let's not dismiss that out of hand. Let's treat it seriously, because if it were true, I would oppose school choice. That's a serious reason to oppose it. Let's find out if it's true. So Jerry and Ken as economists are wont to do, they framed the problem more broadly. They said, what is the impact in a regulated monopoly or oligopoly when competition is introduced? And in particular, what is the impact on quality for the customers who remain with the incumbent providers? Not the folks who go to the new entrant, but the customers that just remain with the incumbent provider. And they went through and they examined multiple other industries that had been regulated monopolies or oligopolies, and for which there were abundant data. They looked at telecom, they looked at airlines, they looked at surface freight transportation. And as they detailed, in each instance when competition came in, quality went up. Competition was good. They then examined every empirical study that had been done to date of school choice programs that had been implemented across the country. And they found that, unsurprisingly, again, competition was good, something we've seen in the 2 decades since, that when kids get options and competition is brought in and scholarships are available, that the quality of education in struggling public schools gets better and better and better. That article was published, Competition and Quality in Deregulated Industries, Lessons for the Education Debate. It's another example of how Jerry recognized that facts, that reason can be powerful. When I left the FTC, Jerry went on to take over the Office of Policy Planning. He led that office of lawyers and economists who loved Jerry, loved his principle, loved his drive, loved his warmth, loved his humor. He was a professor for decades, beloved by his students. He spent decades at Mercatus studying regulations, studying the impact of overregulation, analyzing it. He just finished his tenure as the chief economist at the Federal Communications Commission. He was a brilliant guy. You know, when he passed 2 weeks ago, an untimely death, talented economists from government and the academy, they mourned Jerry, writing touching words in Discourse magazine published by the Mercatus Center. Ajit Pai, the chairman of the FCC, for whom Jerry worked as chief economist, wrote that he would always remember Jerry's warm smile. Quote, Jerry would always start off the conversation with a warm smile which put everyone at ease. He would then explain in a collegial tone how he thought we should proceed, wisdom that always informed our ultimate decisions. Smiling and speaking gently are small things, perhaps. But at a time when the currency of public policy discourse is too often pounding the table, Jerry's approach was memorable. He loved his work. He loved economics. He loved free markets. And he loved his family. Jerry was blessed to have an incredible wife, Sandy, who's a dear friend as well. Their daughter, Kat, whom they adore. An incredible, loving, fun family. You know, when they were on road trips, Jerry would eat grilled cheese sandwiches made by his daughter in a toaster oven in the car because he loved Kat so much. Jerry, like myself, was also a big fan of the movie The Princess Bride. Jerry's death so early is inconceivable. God bless the memory of Dr. Jerry Ellick. God bless the Ellick family. In heaven, the lion lies down with the lamb. And Jerry, may there be no transaction costs. And may the Coase theorem always fully operate. We love you and we miss you, Jerry. God bless you. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senior Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Madam President. We are 1 year into the worst pandemic in a century, and it is clear that Native Americans have felt some of the most severe impacts of COVID. Now, here's what we know. The number of confirmed cases per capita among Native Americans is 3.5 times that of white Americans, and that they are almost twice as likely to die from COVID than white Americans when they contract it, and that over 1/3 of all Native Americans are at high risk for serious COVID-19 related complications, the highest percentage of any group in the United States. Native Americans need help now, and it is our job to deliver. President Biden has proposed a bold plan, one that meets the moment and one that helps our most vulnerable communities. The president's plan includes more than $28 billion for Native people, making it the largest investment in Indian country in American history. From Hawaiian homelands to villages, pueblos, rancherias, and other Native communities, our fellow Americans who live on or near these lands need immediate relief, not half measures, not delays. As the new chairman of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this resolution and delivering critical relief to all Native Americans, Native Hawaiians, Alaska Natives, and American Indians. First, to help to slow the spread in Native communities, we have to invest in health care, and that's why this resolution includes millions of dollars in critical resources to support the Native Hawaiian healthcare systems and more than $6 billion for the Indian Health Service, which is the primary vaccine distributor for more than 330 tribes and urban Indian organizations across the country. Now, these funds are going to help enhance healthcare services, particularly by improving the IHS's telehealth infrastructure. IHS and tribal healthcare facilities are overwhelmingly located in rural and isolated settings with little access to specialty services like cardiology. So expanding telehealth so that more people can get the specialty care that they need wherever they are is a game changer for Native communities. Finally, these healthcare funds will support the medical workers who are on the front lines every day caring for Native families and fighting the virus. We also need to shore up tribal governments and federal programs and services that Native people rely on with an infusion of resources. That kind of historic, critical investment is exactly what President Biden proposed to do, because tribes are uniquely dependent on their business enterprises to fund essential government services for their citizens. This budget resolution calls for $20 billion to support tribal governments. To put a fine point on it, the gaming operations are mostly closed, and that's how they fund health and education in many instances. Now, these funds will enable tribes to continue to provide services like elder care and the deliveries of medicine and food that are particularly critical during the pandemic. And it will help us to keep the lights on at their businesses. There's also $750 million to address overcrowding in homes and homelessness, circumstances that disproportionately affect Native Americans because housing stock tends to be scarce. And this problem compounds, people living in tight quarters and being unable to avoid the spread of COVID-19. Ensuring Native Americans have access to safe and affordable housing is essential to stopping the spread of COVID and crushing this pandemic. The plan also includes $900 million for the Bureau of Indian Affairs to support critical programs that keep people safe, protect kids, and help to deliver water to Native families. Now, especially during this pandemic, the BIA should step up, own its fiduciary responsibility, and help the tribes fight the negative impacts of COVID in their communities. And there's also $850 million for the Bureau of Indian Education, schools, colleges, and universities to address critical education infrastructure and to enhance distance learning capabilities, and hopefully bring kids back into the physical classroom. But you can't do that without money. You can't do that without crushing the pandemic. You can't do that without safety. We must make sure that Native students don't get left behind and that we protect the health and safety of students and teachers. Now, we all need to work together and support Native families and communities across the nation. And as I think about the history of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and I think of my two predecessors, Senator Daniel K. Inouye and Senator Daniel Kahikina Akaka, and the legacy that they built of bipartisanship. And so I understand we're about to have a fight this week around a very silly process called Vote-A-Rama. But we need to remember what this is all about. This is not about a goofy 10-hour or 12-hour or 15-hour process where we stack amendments and try to set each other up that will somehow trick someone into taking a bad position that can be turned into a campaign advertisement. That's tomorrow. And it is nonsense, and everybody should ignore it if they can. Do anything to not watch Vote-A-Rama. It is boring, and it is the worst part of the United States Senate. But it is a very important means to an end. It is a very important means to an end because we were elected to deliver COVID relief. And once we get through this goofy process tomorrow night, or maybe it's Friday morning, or whenever it is, we're going to be in a position to deliver COVID relief, and then we're going to be in a position to talk to our Republican colleagues on and off the committee, representing Indian country, representing Alaska Native communities, representing Native Hawaiian communities, and figure out how to make sure that the people who are suffering the worst during this pandemic, the people who are suffering the worst during this pandemic, get the help that they need and deserve. And that's something we can come back together on as we move forward on this legislation. With that, I would like to yield to the senior senator from Nevada, a member of the Indian Affairs Committee, Senator Cortez Masto.
Madam President.
The senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Madam President, I rise to join my good colleague, the chair of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee from Hawaii, and couldn't agree more with him in my support of the budget resolution that is coming before the committee in the Senate this week. In Nevada and across the country, our tribes are hurting. They're trying to do too much with far, far too little. Some of them are still under lockdown, desperate to protect elders, often the gatekeepers of rich native languages and cultures, from the impact of the virus that they see that is devastating their communities. And many are struggling to keep business doors open. All of them are stretched too thin. Sadly, this isn't new. Tribes were suffering from unstable funding streams and budget shortfalls even before the coronavirus pandemic affected their economies. Now, on shoestring budgets with staffing levels that were insufficient even before the pandemic hit, they're trying to address the myriad urgent needs of their communities. That means administering COVID-19 testing and getting vaccines into arms, all while providing a whole range of other critical healthcare services like behavioral health care and primary care. It also means administering affordable housing programs, supporting tribal businesses, and ensuring the safety of students and teachers in Native communities. The needs are immense. The coronavirus relief for Nevada and the nation's tribes has to address the disparities that have made Natives up to 3.5 times more likely to contract COVID-19. And it has to make sure tribes can build back economically after the pandemic ends. To do this, we have to start by replenishing the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the Education Stabilization Fund, and the Homeowners Assistance Fund, all of which have been providing valuable lifelines to Native communities impacted by COVID-19. The federal government absolutely has to do more to support these efforts and uphold the federal trust responsibility. It can help tribes navigate the federal bureaucracy and ensure that funds allocated to tribal priorities actually get into the hands of those who need them. Congress also needs to make sure that we are meeting our treaty obligations to provide health care for American Indians and Alaska Natives, even when they live in urban areas rather than on tribal lands. We can start by passing the Urban Indian Health Parity Act to shore up Medicaid funding for urban Indian health care facilities and put them on a level playing field with Indian health services run by the federal government on tribes or tribes on reservations. Looking forward, we also must do more to permanently and robustly fund the Indian Health Service. This pandemic has only shown the risks of underinvesting in public health in Native communities. And we have to make sure that IHS is able to prepare for emergencies like this one far better in the future. Leaving American Indian and Alaska Native communities without sustainable funding streams for the health services that they were guaranteed by this government is a violation of our treaty obligations, plain and simple. I support every resource we can get for Nevada's hard-hit Native communities and our communities across the country, and that's why I urge my colleagues to support this budget resolution that will help these hardest-hit communities. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor to my new colleague from the great state of New Mexico.
From New Mexico.
Madam President, I rise today to speak on the resolution's investment of $8.6 billion through the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. Our Native American brothers and sisters on tribal lands are 4 times more likely to contract COVID-19 and twice as likely to die from it. The Navajo Nation has seen extended families ravaged by disease. Families like the Muskets, who are careful to protect their elderly parents, Benjamin and Louise, from the virus. Despite taking the necessary precautions and having access to electricity and running water, something many of our Navajo brothers and sisters still lack, the whole family became ill. Because the overburdened IHS-run medical center closest to them was unable to treat Benjamin's advanced condition, he was flown to one of the nearest hospitals in Albuquerque that would have taken hours to get there by car. He died far from his beloved Louise. And 5 days later, Louise also passed. In New Mexico, community members and students are still mourning the loss of Laura Escalante, a beloved Tewa teacher at Poaca Valley High School from the Pueblo of San Ildefonso. Miss Laura, as she was known, imparted on her students a pride in themselves through language. And her funeral procession from Okeowinge Pueblo to San Ildefonso Pueblo brought mourners out from their homes to the roadways to bid farewell to the teacher of more than 20 years. Sadly, there are too many Native American families and communities mourning loved ones. This resolution strikes at the heart of the health disparities and circumstances that make tribal communities more vulnerable to COVID-19. It provides tribal and Pueblo governments with critical funding to take action against the deadly virus and the havoc it has wreaked on their citizens, their economies, and public health infrastructure. The budget resolution provides necessary investments to support tribal governments who have struggled to maintain public and social safety network services. It also provides the Indian Health Service, which is the primary vaccine provider for over 330 tribal nations and urban Indian health organizations, with funding and resources to respond to this crisis. Access to nearby hospitals and emergency services may be dozens, even hundreds of miles away in my state. And we must do everything in our power here in the Senate, here in the House, and in Washington, D.C. to ensure that every hospital and clinic has the staff and supplies to get families the care they need. Our response to COVID-19 must support and protect the most vulnerable amongst us. Today's resolution recognizes that, and I'm proud to support it. Madam President, I yield the floor.
President. The senior senator from Vermont.
Madam President, Madam President, for more than a year, our country has been in the grip of an unprecedented health and economic catastrophe. It was January, we recall, of last year when the first confirmed case of COVID-19 was found in our country. Since then, more than 444,000 of our fellow citizens have died. More than 26 million have been infected. Millions have lost their jobs. And every day there are another thousands more deaths. A year ago, former President Trump boasted, and just think of this, it's just a year ago, he said there are only 15 COVID-19 cases in this country. And he said soon the number would be 0. For months, he told the American people, there's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Tell the 12 who've been infected, the nearly 500,000 who've died. Because there's obvious attention to the country's public that unfortunately he had no idea what he was talking about. But of course he wasn't interested in what anyone else had to say. All of us can see so many unforgivable mistakes, so many missed opportunities in dealing with this virus that we in the world are now facing a calamity unlike anything in modern history. The last administration, rather than unite the country against the virus, they chastised people for wearing masks. They vilified governors who tried to stop the spread of the virus. Former President Trump said it would disappear like magic. Over the summer, we lost even more time with the inexplicable decision to take a pause and delay further COVID relief. That was precious time that could have been spent trying to get the pandemic under control. Time was wasted while the virus spread and mutated, and now we're dealing with multiple variants, some of which are more easily transmissible, possibly more deadly. The previous administration's handling of this disease was a monumental, unforgivable failure of leadership. Tens of thousands of Americans would be alive today if the Trump administration had done their job, or at the very least, stop making it impossible for the people who wanted to do their job. Now, historians are going to judge them harshly, and that was then. Our job now is to rally behind a president who understands the seriousness and urgency of what we're facing. The $1.9 trillion package proposed by President Biden is the kind of bold, comprehensive proposal we've needed since last spring. I felt privileged to sit with him this morning along with other senators and discuss it, because we know the President's plan would provide the resources to mount a national vaccination program, safely open our schools, restore American global leadership, and provide direct support to the people in need. Now, everybody here wants to reopen our economy. But we can't do that if we don't defeat the virus. President Biden understands that. And he also understands that as long as the virus is spreading anywhere, it threatens people everywhere. That's why we need a global response. As incoming chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, I'm committed to supporting the President's proposal expeditiously. The American people have endured enough despair, sickness, and death due to the incompetence of the previous administration. I also share President Biden's desire to make this a bipartisan process. He and I served together in this body, and I know he wants to do that. But the price of bipartisanship cannot be a package that falls far short of meeting the needs of the American people. There are painful consequences for delaying another broad relief package between April and December of last year, even though many of us wanted to bring it to the floor of the Senate. And so now there are reasons why states today don't have the quantity of vaccines they need, why our schools remain closed, why millions are out of work, and why the virus is spreading out of control. Valuable time was squandered. Countless people suffered and died as a result. So I certainly cannot accept a piecemeal approach or months of further delay. The clock is ticking. In mid-March, key benefits that millions of Americans are relying on to survive will begin to lapse. We can't allow a self-inflicted wound to make their lives even worse. I'm glad to see several of my friends from the other side of the aisle putting forward their own plan. I'm afraid the plan they've shown so far shortchanges America in critical ways. It provides little of the resources needed to reopen schools. It doesn't include money for state and local governments that are on the front lines fighting this virus. And those state and local governments have been forced to lay off more than 1 million people since March. It cuts direct payments to struggling families from $1,400 to $1,000. If you're one of those struggling families, that not only hurts, it can be devastating. And their proposal completely ignores what every single public health expert knows. If we don't help the lower income countries protect their people, we cannot defeat the virus. This is a global pandemic. And as long as it's spreading in Central America and Africa and Asia, the virus and more deadly variants will find their way here. We learned that when we got together and fought Ebola, knowing it's only an airplane flight away. Well, these strains are popping up all over the world. We have to work with other countries. So I'm hopeful there may be a bipartisan path forward, but I'm not going to concede any tools at our disposal that can deliver the relief the American people need, and relief long overdue. I support the budget resolution that's been introduced. It put us on a path to passing a COVID relief package through the budget reconciliation process. And there's no reason a reconciliation bill can't be bipartisan. We've passed at least 17 bipartisan reconciliation bills since 1980 on behalf of the American people. And I welcome any Republican who'd like to discuss where we can reach a compromise. But let us not forget for a moment we're in the midst of a public health emergency. And right now the virus is winning. We're not winning, the virus is winning. So we can't waste months like we did last year negotiating a plan that fails to mount an effective response to the virus or to fully respond to the economic havoc it is causing. We need quick action. We need a bold and comprehensive plan to fight the virus. We need to get people back to work so our economy can recover. That's what President Biden proposed. You know, there's greater danger in doing too little than in doing too much. Secretary Yellen stated it so well when she recently stated, the smartest thing we can do is act big. So it's been more than a year since this disease arrived in our country. It was never going to just disappear. Viruses never do that. So there's no excuse for dragging our feet. Let's all support the bold package proposed by President Biden for the American people. I know I will. And I see the distinguished senator from Ohio on the floor, so I'll yield to him.
I thank President Pro Tem of the Senate. Madam President.
The senior senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. It's an honor to speak after Senator Leahy, who has served his country and his state for more than 4 decades. This debate, Madam President, this debate is really about one simple question. Are we going to do whatever it takes to get our country through a once-in-a-generation crisis? We did that in March, a year ago, but we haven't done it since. Now is our opportunity. I joined some of my colleagues today at the White House to talk with President Biden about the urgency to get this done, to go big. His plan that will finally start to make real progress against the pandemic and make a real difference in people's lives. The American people made it clear in this election they want a government that's on their side. It's our chance to deliver for them. We know we can. As I said, we did it last spring. We came together across the aisle. We passed the CARES Act. We expanded unemployment insurance. We provided direct stimulus checks. We kept, and this is remarkable, in the midst of a pandemic, 13 million people in this country out of poverty. It gave tens of millions more peace of mind with a bit of a cushion to weather this crisis. Think about that. Congress came together, government did the right thing, 13 million people were prevented from falling into poverty. But then, Madam President, as you know, what happened is because we didn't act in May and June, in July and August, that help started to fall away, and thousands of people every single day in Milwaukee and in Cleveland and around this country, in Racine and in Dayton, thousands of people a day fell into poverty. So my colleagues now say we've done enough. We'll tell that to the 92% of Americans who haven't gotten a vaccine yet. Tell that to the parents who wonder when it will finally be safe for their kids to go back to school. Tell that to the laid-off restaurant worker in Madison, wondering if she'll be able to pay rent and pay the electric bill. Tell that to the bus driver in Columbus, wondering if she's going to lose her job. We're the wealthiest country on earth. Doing the bare minimum simply isn't good enough. Slowly vaccinating people when we know we're facing a new, more contagious virus variant isn't good enough. Letting our economic recovery limp along instead of roaring back isn't good enough. Luckily, we have real leaders who aren't willing to settle for less. President Biden's already doing everything possible to ramp up vaccine production, to get new COVID tests in the market. He promised 1 million vaccines a day for the first 100 days of his presidency. We are exceeding that number. It will help people keep them in their homes. It will help keep workers from losing their jobs. We need to give the president and our leaders in states all over the country every tool we can. Our plan puts money directly in people's pockets with the expanded stimulus checks, with tax cuts for workers and families, through expanded earned income tax credit and child tax credit. As chair of the Banking and Housing Committee, beginning tomorrow, I'm committed to keeping a roof over people's heads, getting lifelines to small businesses, keeping our buses and our subways running, keeping workers on the job, giving President Biden every tool possible through the Defense Production Act to get more vaccines to more people. Our plan will help us dramatically expand American manufacturing. The presiding officer has led this Senate on Buy America. We will do more of that through the Defense Production Act. We will produce vaccines and PPE and more and better tests. We'll help state and local communities prevent layoffs and service cuts. Essential workers, and I heard a grocery store worker in Southwest Ohio told me several months ago, you know, they call me an essential worker, but I feel expendable because they don't pay me enough and they don't protect us on the job. That's got to change. Essential workers need help. They need buses and subways to get to work, and hospitals and grocery stores. We need those transit systems running and running safely. We need to keep bus drivers and construction workers on the job and on the job safely. Our plan will get more support to small and minority-owned businesses. We know the biggest corporations have done better than ever during this pandemic. Amazon, Walmart, Comcast, all the big guys are doing just fine. They pretty much always do, no matter what's happening to the rest of the country. They've paid their shareholders. They've done stock buybacks. But we've seen restaurants close in our neighborhoods, some that have been operating for decades. We've watched corner stores and dry cleaners shut their doors. Small businesses hurt. Our plan will not only keep PPP going, it will expand access to capital for the small entrepreneurs fighting for their dreams now. Our plan will keep families from losing their homes and help them pay the bills and keep the heat on and the lights turned on. In December, Madam President, 1 in 10 homeowners reported being behind on their mortgages. For Black, Latino, and Asian homeowners, that number is 1 in 6. 1 of every 5 renters in this country is behind on their rent. For Latino renters, it's 1 in 4. For African American renters, it's 1 in 3. Think about the daily stress that puts on people. They go to work every day. They're not paid enough. They're not sure they're safe at work. They come home anxious about passing this virus on. They have to worry about paying their rent. They have to worry about food for their kids. They've got to worry about whether the schools are open and kids can go there while they're trying to balance their work lives. We've got to do everything we can to alleviate that stress. A moratorium on eviction on evictions and on foreclosures help keep people safe in the short run, but they're simply not enough for all the people who are behind with no way to catch up. Thankfully, we've had moratoriums on evictions. They haven't always worked. They've worked most of the time, but we've had moratoriums on evictions. They haven't always worked. They've worked most of the time, but every month that moratorium stops you from being evicted is another month that you owe rent when the time comes. We know that. Economists estimated that renters already owe $57 billion in back rent at the end of January. That's twice the aid we provided for renters in December. So the package that most of us voted for helped a lot in December, but it's clearly not enough. That's why President Biden and the Senate and the House have to go big. How can we let millions of families lose the home they love or get trapped in a downward spiral of debt, all because of a virus far beyond any one person's control? So I asked my colleagues of both parties, just ask them, what do we do? Let's get this done. There's no time for quibbling over Senate procedure. Working families don't care about Senate rules. They care about when they get a vaccine. They care about when their kids go back to school. They care about keeping their jobs. They don't care how we get it done. They care about results. The Senate has used these fast-track budget measures over and over in times far less dire than the ones we face now. Minority Leader McConnell had no problem using these fast-track procedures that they now oppose to pour money into corporations' coffers with their tax cut. In fact, the last time I was at the White House today with President Biden, the last time I was invited to the White House was President Trump inviting a group of us on the tax writing committee to try to sell his big tax giveaway to corporate America and to the richest people in the country. We sat around a table in the president's cabinet room with 2, I believe, of his billionaire cabinet members who benefited handsomely, as did his family from this tax cut. Big, big giveaway to the largest corporation in the country, big, big giveaway to billionaires and the richest people in the country, but so little for the economy, so little for workers. So Senator McConnell, whose office, as we know, is just down the hall, you often see lobbyists lining up. Back in tax cutting days with the big tax cut to the rich, you saw lobbyists lined up right out there outside his office waiting to get in to find out what tax break they could get, Madam President. That was then. We used this fast-track procedure to get it done as if it were emergency. Now it actually is an emergency. We just can't wait and negotiate and take forever to get this help. We didn't, someone came to our Banking Housing Committee and said, before D-Day, we didn't have a meeting they didn't have a meeting in the White House and the Congress think, can we afford this? Can we afford this war? Can we afford equipping our troops at Normandy? Well, of course we could, because we had to win the war. So we were in a global crisis. Now it's a war. We marshal all of our vast resources and talent to rise to meet it, the global crisis of World War II. Then we grew the economy from middle class out. We paid down the debt with rising wages. Americans elected new leaders now, last November, because they were tired of a president and a majority leader who refused to treat this war against COVID with the same urgency. People are really sick and tired, and all over this country, they're sick and tired in Dayton and Akron and Canton and Mansfield of a president, of people, a president saying, or a majority leader, McConnell, saying, we can't do it, we can't afford it, we've done enough. Well, let's aim higher. Let's deliver for people whom we serve. Let's raise the stimulus checks to $2,000, money that will make a difference for so many families. Let's cut taxes for working families. Let's keep people in their homes. Let's keep small businesses open. Let's give every American a vaccine that will save their lives. That's a decision before the Senate. Do we just say, we can't do very much, we ought to wait a while, let's see if the last thing worked. Let's come together, let's pass this. Let's, Madam President, make a real difference in the American people's lives. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Michigan.
Madam President, I rise today in support of the budget.
The Senate is in a quorum call.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise today in support of the budget resolution and the American Rescue Plan proposed by President Biden. It is, without question, a necessary next step in our fight against the coronavirus pandemic. Just last month, roughly 100,000 Americans lost their lives to COVID. To date, we have lost more than 430,000 Americans to this virus, including in this number is over 15,000 Michiganders. Millions of Americans have become sick as a result of this deadly virus, and far too many people in Michigan and across the country are suffering from the unprecedented economic crisis that this pandemic has caused. Families are struggling to put food on the table and put a roof over their heads and just to pay bills. The relief package was passed in December, provided important emergency relief, but it didn't go nearly far enough. I had the honor of meeting with President Biden and Vice President Harris today at the White House to discuss the need to work together, to act boldly and quickly to deliver urgently needed support. More than 120 economists are pressing Congress to pass sweeping relief package. And the danger is not going big, but rather failing to meet the urgency of the moment. These 120 economists were, and I wrote, and I quote, "History shows that what our nation cannot afford is inaction, or being timid in the face of what many consider to be the greatest economic disaster since the Great Depression," end of quote. It is clear to me we must extend unemployment benefits to those who are out of work through no fault of their own, and we must pass an additional $1,400 in stimulus payments to individuals. We must provide more food assistance to ensure that no child or family goes hungry because of this crisis, and we must ensure small businesses can stay afloat. We must provide more funding to speed up the distribution of vaccines so that we can get more vaccines in the arms of Americans quickly, safely, and equitably. And we must provide more resources so that schools can reopen safely under the guidance of public health officials and experts. We must deliver relief to communities on the front lines of COVID response efforts and make sure that they're not forced to cut essential services for residents or lay off health professionals or teachers or firefighters or law enforcement officials. We must replenish the Disaster Relief Fund, which will help give our cash-strapped state and local governments the resources they need to pay for personal protection equipment, aid in vaccine distribution, and provide additional support services to communities struggling with overwhelming coronavirus cases. And we must provide funding to ensure there is strong oversight of how federal taxpayer dollars are actually being spent on federal COVID efforts, ensuring resources and support that Congress has authorized is actually reaching the people who need it the most. One of my top priorities, and an issue I hear about every day from Michiganders, is the need to extend unemployment benefits. Over 3 million Michiganders have claimed unemployment insurance since the start of this pandemic. That's around 1/3 of the entire population of Michigan. And unfortunately, we're not out of the tunnel yet. Over 500,000 of these claims are still active. And it's not just impacting one part of my state. All 83 Michigan counties are experiencing higher levels of joblessness, a disturbing trend that we have seen continue into this year. Michiganders want to work, they want to keep their families safe, and they want to put food on the table. And in order to do all of this, we must first get this pandemic under control while helping families and workers make ends meet. They need and must have our continued help and our support. As the Biden American Rescue Plan recognizes, federal unemployment assistance programs are essential to bolstering our state programs. And while 1.9 million unemployment claims in Michigan during 2020 have flowed through the state unemployment program, nearly just as many claims, 1.7 million, were made possible by the federal Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. It is a program that I helped to establish last year in the CARES Act. Pandemic unemployment assistance is a lifeline to workers who are self-employed yet had their source of income interrupted by the pandemic, including gig workers and freelance workers and small business owners. I certainly agree with President Biden that we must continue federal unemployment assistance programs through September of 2021. Implementing this rescue package means we will not abandon millions of workers who otherwise would be ineligible for assistance or whose benefits would have long run out. It would also mean that the level of benefit that they receive is closer to the amount necessary for their families to have some measure of financial stability. In Michigan, far too many families are finding it difficult to feed themselves and their children. Michigan had the 6th highest rate of projected food insecurity in 2020. Nearly 2 million individuals lived in food insecure households. That means each day, almost 1 in every 5 Michiganders worries about whether or not they or their loved ones are going to get enough to eat that day. The number of Michiganders struggling with hunger has increased by around 600,000 since the start of the pandemic. And sadly, most of this has been as a result of an uptick in child hunger. Our food banks across Michigan are doing all they can to step up to the challenge, but they're experiencing unprecedented surges in demands as more families seek assistance. Food assistance is one of the top reasons people contact my state's emergency hotline. The federal government must do more in providing food assistance to these families. The American Rescue Plan will extend the 15% Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP benefit, while maintaining an increase through the coming months and through the summer, a time when childhood hunger is at its highest levels due to the lack of school meals. It is a critical backstop against rising food insecurity. And this change will help keep hunger at bay for around 40 million Americans. The rescue plan also supports these efforts by providing a one-time emergency infusion of support for state anti-hunger and nutrition programs. This will ensure that benefits quickly and efficiently get to children and to those families that are in need. According to the nonprofit No Kid Hungry campaign, this funding will amount to around $25 more per person per month for those who are currently struggling. A family of 4 will get an extra $100 a month. This is an investment we must certainly make. The proposal before us will also invest $3 billion to help women, infants, and children get the food that they need. This multi-year investment in the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, known as WIC, is needed to account for increased enrollment due to growing hunger and to increase outreach to ensure that low-income families have access to high-quality, nutritious food and nutritional education. During this dark, challenging winter, we must address the hunger crisis in Michigan and across the country. Another issue that I hear about constantly from Michiganders is the additional support we must provide to our small businesses. Many small businesses, the very backbone of Michigan's economy and the economic driver in many of our local communities, have been forced to shutter or are just barely hanging on. Nationally, small business revenue is down 32%, and at least 400,000 firms have permanently closed. Minority-owned small businesses and those in hard-hit industries like restaurants and hotels and entertainment have suffered disproportionately. Whether it's a boutique in Plymouth, a family-owned farm in Michigan's Fruit Belt, or a restaurant in Detroit, these small businesses bring our state character, community, and a sense of place. Congress must do everything we can to assist our small businesses, and we must ensure that COVID-19 small business relief assistance is clearly administered and is easy to access. That is why I fought for a vital increase in small business funding, like the Paycheck Protection Program, where that was included in the CARES Act and subsequent legislation that I was proud to help pass. In Michigan, over 128,000 Paycheck Protection Program loans were approved before the program first expired, totaling over $16 billion in funding. And although the PPP brought hope to many during this crisis, it alone was simply not enough. We must continue to expand access to small business grants and loans for Michigan businesses. The American Rescue Plan is ambitious, but it is achievable and will help our small businesses survive and help rescue the American economy as we work to recover. I will support communities that are struggling in the wake of COVID-19 by providing support for the hardest hit small businesses, especially small businesses owned by launders and transit workers and other essential workers that we depend on each and every day. It will provide grants to more than 1 million of the hardest hit small businesses, flexible, equitably distributed grants that will help small businesses get back on their feet and put the current disaster behind them. Additionally, it will leverage government funds into additional small business lending and investment. By investing in successful state, local, tribal, and nonprofit small business financing programs, Congress will exponentially generate low-interest loans and venture capital to help our small businesses survive, to create and maintain jobs, and to continue to provide the essential goods and services that our communities depend on. According to an independent analysis conducted by Moody's Analytics, the American Rescue Plan will help create 7.5 million jobs in 2021, double economic growth, and return the United States to full employment a full year faster. Small businesses in Michigan and across the country need this help, and they need it now. Passing the American Rescue Plan will help us get through this economic crisis and come out stronger on the other side. And I know we all look forward to the day that we can visit our small businesses. I know I'm excited to see Michiganders going out to eat in Greektown before visiting Comerica Park. They will stroll through downtowns like Birmingham and Grand Rapids. They will drive up north and spend time in small businesses in Traverse City and Marquette, and just maybe swing by a local brewery or enjoy boating on one of our beautiful Great Lakes. I will never stop fighting to make sure that when the day comes, Michigan small businesses will be up and running. But as we address the economic impact of this pandemic, we must also use this relief package to address the public health crisis. Since the outset of the pandemic, FEMA has stepped up to assist in response to the COVID-19 crisis by coordinating medical supply acquisition and distribution and assisting state and local governments with funds for response activities such as overtime pay for public health officials. And now FEMA is taking on an even larger role as we continue this critical phase of response, which is vaccine distribution. When I spoke to the President and Vice President earlier today, I was pleased to hear their vision for using FEMA resources and expertise to provide essential staff, supplies, transportation, and other resources necessary to ensure that every vaccine dose is actually reaching the arm of an American. These activities are all supported through FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund, and we must provide the funding needed to ensure that FEMA can have the maximum flexibility to help our state and local governments and resources needed to deploy COVID-19 vaccines and combat this pandemic. There are so many faces who have been on the front lines of responding to this unprecedented public health crisis. Our healthcare workers, delivery workers, grocery store employees, and so many others who have sacrificed so that we can have the care, the goods, and the services that we need to get by. Essential workers include our dedicated civil servants who work tirelessly to serve the American people in countless ways. from providing medical care to delivering our mail to safeguarding our national security. We truly appreciate their continued service under incredibly challenging circumstances. To help ensure the health and safety of federal employees and their communities, we must provide funding to the Emergency Federal Employee Leave Fund. This fund offers emergency paid leave, which ensures workers can stay at home if they're feeling ill, and by doing so, prevent community spread of COVID-19. This provision will also provide much-needed flexibility to our civil servants and their families as they juggle caregiving for children and other family members with their remote public service work. Our nation's postal workers who work tirelessly to deliver prescription drugs, essential goods, and even our holiday gifts throughout the pandemic are facing unique challenges. Federal employees who interact directly with the public, like our hardworking postal employees and letter carriers, need better access to workers' compensation benefits if they contract COVID-19 in the line of duty. The effectiveness of our ongoing response to this pandemic depends on our career federal workforce, and these two policies are an important step in ensuring the safety of civil servants, their families, and their communities. And finally, we need robust oversight to make sure relief dollars are spent appropriately and are going to families and small businesses, hospitals, and the communities who need them most. When this body considered the CARES Act, I worked across the aisle with Senator Johnson in the House to create two oversight mechanisms to provide transparency and accountability to the American people. First, we created the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, or PRAC. The PRAC is a new entity made up of inspectors general, independent industry watchdogs, and charged with overseeing the entire federal government coronavirus response and all of the associated spending. We also charged the Government Accountability Office, Congress's watchdog, to conduct similarly wide-ranging oversight. In just 10 months, these oversight bodies have published reports on issues ranging from vaccine development to the Paycheck Protection Program, and the PRAC has established a website where anyone can go and see exactly where their hard-earned tax dollars are going. We must continue to support both the PRAC and the GAO so that they can continue this critical work, keeping Congress and the American people informed, ensuring taxpayer dollars are used responsibly, and helping to restore public trust in our federal government during this coronavirus response. So, Madam President, it's clear we're facing a crisis unlike any other in our nation's history. We must work together to pass robust and bold COVID relief package. Michiganders and the American people are counting on us to do the right thing, and it's now our time to deliver. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The senator from Maryland.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, I take this time as the incoming chairman of the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee to just go over with our colleagues the importance of this budget resolution as it relates to the small business community. I think members of this chamber know that small businesses represent the growth engine of America. That's where job creation occurs at the greatest numbers. Almost half of the jobs in America are in small companies. And just as importantly, when we look for innovation, we see innovation in small businesses. They're the ones that figure out how to do things more efficiently and better. And that's also been true during COVID-19. As we've seen small businesses around the nation struggle, we've seen how creativity among small business has saved so many small businesses in America, where they figure out a better way to deal with the food service because they can't have in restaurant service, and how they've dealt with the service industries generally, and how they've dealt with retail sales, safety with COVID-19 and delivery and internet. And all, they've come up with better ways to do things. And that's why our economy is performing at the level it is. Not the level we want it to be, but because small businesses have figured out ways to do things better. But there's another characteristic of small business I think we all understand. They don't have the same degree of resiliency. They don't have the deep pockets. They don't have the outside financiers. So they don't have the big reserves. So when we hit a bump in our economy, small businesses really suffer. So in every economic downturn, we know that small businesses are going to do worse than larger companies. And during this pandemic, it was particularly important for us to respond to help our small businesses so that when we get out of this pandemic, when our economy returns, the small business community is healthy and our economy can continue to grow. This has been made even more challenging because we have imposed restrictions as government on the operations of small businesses during COVID-19. We've told restaurants they couldn't serve in restaurant. We've limited the number of people who can gather. All that has affected the economic strength of small businesses in America. So Congress has responded. We have responded. We need to do more. Our first major response was in the CARES Act. Let me remind the President and Senate all that that bill was passed in mid-March. It was a bipartisan bill, and it was bold. It was a major effort to deal with the pandemic as we understood it in March of last year. So we recognize that the first thing we had to do, if we were going to help rebuild our economy, if we were going to help small businesses, the very first thing we had to do is get the virus under control. And that's why the CARES Act in March had what we called the Marshall Plan for healthcare, to put money into the development of a vaccine, to put money into protective equipment, to put money into testing, to put money into public health. Because we recognize, yes, we have a responsibility as the federal government to control this pandemic, and by the way, it will also help our economic recovery, because we knew that consumers could not go out until the virus, in right numbers, until the virus was under control. But we also knew we had to do things for small businesses directly. And we acted in a bold manner. We passed the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPP program, a new program. We did this in a bipartisan manner. We did it to keep employees on the payroll. We recognized at that time, yeah, you could lay off workers and they can collect unemployment, but wouldn't it be better if we could keep them on the payroll? And the Paycheck Protection Program was an immediate influx of help to small businesses to keep their payrolls strong, and it worked. By these forgivable loans that are used for that purpose, the entire loan could be forgiven. And in mid-March, when we passed this, we didn't know the demand. We didn't know how much would be needed. And we certainly thought by sometime, we hoped during the summer of last year, the pandemic would have been behind us. Well, we were wrong on both accounts. There wasn't enough money in the program, and we needed to recognize that more help was needed than what we just did in the CARES Act. So we replenished money, put more money into the PPP program. We made it more flexible for small businesses, recognizing it was going to be a longer period of time during the pandemic. And if you look at the numbers on how the Paycheck Protection Program has been used, through January of this year, 6 million loans, forgivable loans, 6 million to the small business community, representing $595 billion of federal help. That's a significant amount of funds. But we recognized in last March, and we've continued to realize, that one size does not fit all for all small businesses. And where forgivable loans work for some small businesses, it doesn't work for others. So that's why we enhanced the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, the EIDL program. The EIDL program consists primarily of disaster loans that are given out during natural disasters. The very first bill we passed after COVID-19 for the pandemic was to make those that were suffering as a result of COVID-19, those businesses eligible for EIDL loans. Normally it's natural disasters, but we included this pandemic. Now, why is that important? Well, yes, forgivable loans equal to 2 months of your payroll plus some additional expenses help keep your payroll, but small businesses need additional capital beyond just covering their payroll and some rent expenses. So the EIDL program provides much more flexible funds, a larger amount of money, so that small businesses can get through this economic downturn. It's low interest, 30-year loans with very favorable repayment schedules. And the good news about what we did in March is that we made the Paycheck Protection Program and the EIDL program, you could do both. So you could get the influx to help you with payroll, and you could get the longer-term financing. And the numbers are impressive here, Madam President. 3.7 million loans under the EIDL loan program. $200 billion in loans were given out under EIDL. But let me point out, as I said, one size does not fit all. Loans work for some businesses, but not all. So we wanted to do a grant program for those small businesses that are intimidated by taking out a loan because they said they can't even pay their existing loans. How can they take out more loans? So we started a new program, an EIDL Advance program, that provided grants up to $10,000 for our most vulnerable small businesses. This was a lifesaver for so many small businesses. This advance helped businesses get the resources, immediate cash, without having to worry about additional loan on their books. And quite frankly, this program, along with strengthening the existing tools that were very important for small businesses, helped save a lot of small businesses. We also created a debt forgiveness program. For a certain number of months, we would forgive your current 7A loan with the Small Business Administration or 504 loan. Not just the interest payments, but the principal payments were forgiven. And we strengthened the microloan program, and we reinforced the Community Advantage 7A programs. We did all that. We did this starting in mid-March with the hope that this pandemic would be over by last summer. We learned a lot from that bill after it passed, and the lessons learned we need to now deploy in order to finish the job, to make sure small businesses are protected through this pandemic. So what were the lessons learned? Well, we first learned that the underserved and underbanked community had special needs. This is the minority community. This is banking relations. with a commercial bank, they all, in the beginning part of the PPP program, were left behind. Why? Because in order to get the help under the PPP program, you had to find a commercial lender who would make you the loan, 100% guaranteed by the government, forgivable, so no real risk to the financial institution. But the financial institution wanted to protect their existing customers, and they wanted to make the larger loans because it was more lucrative for them. So the smaller of the small businesses and those who did not have a preferred relationship with bankers had a harder time getting that loan. And that showed up in the numbers we saw when the PPP program started last year. Now, it's interesting. Senator Shaheen and I recognized this as we were crafting the bill. So we put a provision in the CARES Act that said that the SBA needed to prioritize loans for underserved small businesses. We knew that this was a likely thing to happen, so we asked the SBA to make a special effort to deal with the underserved community. They didn't do it. The SBA IGs in its report said that the SBA did not fully align to congressional intent the way they implemented the PPP as it relates to the underserved community. It's interesting, a group of stakeholders, of advocates on behalf of minority businesses started what's known as Page 30 Coalition. The provision I talked about was on page 30 of the CARES Act. And they've been advocating for change ever since. So starting with the replenishment of the PPP program and continuing in the omnibus bill we just passed in December, we have tried to build up the capacity for the underserved communities. We've done that by putting money aside for mission lenders. In the omnibus bill, there's $10 billion that was put aside to build up the capacity of CDFIs and minority depository institutions. And I want to thank my colleague, Senator Mark Warner from Virginia, for his efforts in putting that together. And that provided greater capacity for mission lenders who are more likely to help in the underserved communities to be there with the capital necessary to participate in SBA programs. We also decided that we had to do more than just that. We got set-asides for mission lenders in the Act, and we had set-asides for smaller of the small businesses, because the smaller the small businesses are the ones that had the greatest need. Lessons learned from what we did, and that was that the EIDL program was not set up as Congress intended. When you look at the demographics as to what type of company uses the EIDL program as compared to the PPP, the smaller small businesses, the more vulnerable small businesses are more likely to use the EIDL program. So we anticipated, as I said, the EIDL Advance, which was so important to small businesses who really don't believe they can take out a loan. We anticipated they would get $10,000. Guess what? The average grant size, as implemented by the Trump administration, was between $4,000 and $5,000. The average size of the business that applied for an EIDL Advance was between 4 and 5 workers, the real mom and pop businesses. But they needed more than $4,500. They needed $10,000. And then the EIDL loan program, by statute, can give you a loan up to $2 million. But the SBA, under the Trump administration, put a cap of $150,000 on those loans. Again, it compromised the effectiveness of those programs. So we need to learn from what we did. And as I said earlier, more help is needed. The proposal that we are looking at in this budget resolution will provide that additional help. And that's why it's so important to pass this budget resolution. And let me just give you a few of the details of why it's important to move this budget resolution. First, as I said on the onset of my remarks, we have to get this virus under control. And the budget that's before us will provide substantial help for the vaccine distributions. I don't know about what's happening in Minnesota, but I can tell you in Maryland, people are frustrated that we don't have a more efficient system on the distribution of vaccines. We've got to answer that. The supply chain, use the Defense Production Act, use that in order to get the vaccine distribution done in a way that's fair to the American people. The budget before us will help us achieve that. We'll provide the money for testing and protective equipment, which is desperately needed to get the virus under control. The budget before us will allow us to open schools safely. We need that for American families, we need it for our children, and we need it for small businesses. Because when schools are closed and children have to stay home, our small businesses suffer. They suffer in their workers not being able to show up to work, and they suffer in the customers not being able to shop. But we also need direct help for small businesses. And in this legislation, there is $50 billion allocated to the Small Business Administration to deal with the hardest hit small businesses. Let me just mention where we need to put our attention. In the hospitality industry. We did that in the previous legislation. In the CARES Act, we made special provisions in regards to the affiliation rules for restaurants. That was the right thing to do. In the omnibus bill, we provided some additional help over and above other businesses under the Paycheck Protection Program, second round, and that was right. But we need to do more. The National Restaurant Association has informed us that 110,000 restaurants have either closed temporarily or permanently as a result of COVID-19. 2.5 million less jobs in restaurants today than at the pre-COVID level. And at the worst point, we were down 8 million jobs in that industry through layoff and furloughs. So we need to take a look at a special way to help preserve our restaurants because they depend upon groups attending. They depend upon catering. They depend upon the restaurants being fully filled, and they can't do that under COVID-19. So we need to provide some help, and this budget resolution will allow us to do that. In the omnibus bill, we provided money for shuttered venues. These are our entertainment venues, our museums, in which they've been ordered to be closed. They can't operate because of COVID-19 and government orders. I'll give you just one example. Meriwether Post Pavilion, located in Howard County, not very far from here. 1,000 jobs are impacted by the fact that Meriwether Post has not been able to have live entertainment since COVID-19 last March. We passed legislation to provide help. We need to improve that legislation, and the budget resolution before us will allow us to get that done. Let's talk about nonprofits for one moment. Johns Hopkins University has told us that we've lost 1 million jobs in the nonprofit sector as a result of COVID-19. We have nonprofits that have not been eligible, that should be eligible to get help under these packages, and this budget resolution gives us an opportunity to take care of that need. And then lastly, let me talk about one of the priorities that President Biden has talked about, and that is getting the information out so small businesses can take advantage of these programs, because so many have not taken advantage. They're the most vulnerable. So he has what he calls the community navigators. We know that from the Affordable Care Act, how helpful they can be in getting information out in particularly hard to serve communities, so they understand the tools that are available and they can apply for the tools and get the help that they need. We build on the community navigators with our resource partners, our women business centers, our minority business centers. Let's build on those centers, our veterans business. Let's build on our resource partners in order to make sure that the help really is targeted to the small businesses of greater need. So, Madam President, this budget resolution is a bold approach because the problem is so great. I urge my colleagues to support the budget resolution for so many reasons, but as the incoming chairman of the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee, on behalf of America's small businesses, I urge my colleagues to support this budget resolution. With that, I would yield the floor.
Madam President?
The senator from Pennsylvania.
Madam President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
We're not in a quorum
Not in a
call,
quorum
Senator.
call. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's good to see you in that chair, and grateful for this opportunity. I just wanted to raise a couple of issues that are relevant to the budget resolution that we're going to be working on over the next few days and beyond. There's so many issues to highlight. I'll only mention two issues, two big issues, but I think most generally, when I consider what we should do, I think it's my belief that we need a substantial, robust bill to meet the moment that we're in, which means dealing with the pandemic effectively and putting the virus behind us by accelerating vaccinations, making sure that we're taking every step possible to open our schools, to reopen schools, I should say, in some cases, and then thirdly, to make sure that we're helping those who are vulnerable, whether they're folks without a job or folks who are hungry and their families are hungry. So many other traumas that have been heaped upon our families. So a lot to do, and that requires a substantial investment, not a limited investment. I'll just mention two issues today. One is home and community-based services, and the other is child care and a particular tax credit that's relevant. Home and community-based services, as many people know, have a huge impact on both older citizens, seniors throughout the country, as well as people with disabilities, and even has an impact upon children. I'll focus most of the attention for purposes of today on the impact on seniors and people with disabilities. If there is ever a time when a care setting that's in the home or in a community was more beneficial to a senior or to a person with a disability, if there's ever a time, it is now. We know that if someone is living in a congregate setting, they're more likely to get the virus, and we know the horrific numbers. Just about 40% of the deaths that have occurred because of the pandemic in the United States have occurred in long-term care settings. It's right now, I think at last count, approaching 150,000 Americans who lost their lives from the virus who were in long-term care settings. So seniors, I think a lot of seniors, a lot of family members would prefer often that their loved one is getting care in a home or in a community setting. The same is true, of course, for people with disabilities. So we have a chance in this legislation to finally make an investment in home and community-based services. Do those services exist right now? They do. How do they exist? Pretty much in the United States by way of a waiver. So it is not the standard policy, it is done by waiver. We want to make sure that it's more of a standard feature, really a choice that people have to get the care in the community or in the setting that they want. So it's critically important that we have in the reconciliation instructions a commitment to home and community-based services. We have that now, and we want to make sure it remains in the bill in final form. The other benefit, or I should say the other priority here, is not simply those receiving the care in home and community-based settings, it's those providing the care, those heroic frontline workers who often are not talked about enough, who provide this care. Most of the care provided in these settings are provided by low-income women of color who disproportionately make up the workforce and often are making about $12 an hour. They should have a decent wage, they should have benefits like sick and family and medical leave, and they should have access to PPE,
protection so that they have the protection they need to do their job and to care for those individuals. And I see the distinguished Majority Leader, if he wants to take a moment, I'll yield.
Pennsylvania, and I won't be that long.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S. Resolution 27 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 27, relative to Senate procedure in the 117th Congress.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, pursuant to the provisions of S. Res. 27, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S. Res. 28 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 28, to constitute the majority party's membership on certain committees for the 117th Congress or until their successors are chosen.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S. Res. 29 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 29, electing Sanseria Ann Berry as Secretary of the Senate.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Res. 30, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 30, to amend S. Res. 458 of the 98th Congress as amended.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I further ask that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, my good friend from Pennsylvania, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll continue with a brief discussion about home and community-based services. It is so critical, as I mentioned earlier, to have these services available for seniors, for people with disabilities. And it's also relevant in the life of a child. We know, as the presiding officer knows well in her efforts to provide these services to those in the disability community and among seniors, we know it's important to children as well. Medicaid, home and community-based services provide over $4 billion right now in support so that children can receive therapy and other necessary services to participate in school. And as I mentioned earlier, we know the impact upon seniors and people with disabilities. So that's the reason why we're emphasizing, among many reasons why we're emphasizing the investment in this bill for home and community-based services. In the context of the pandemic, in the devastation of the virus, and more broadly. The second issue, Madam President, I'll raise, as I know we're short on time, is the issue that I mentioned earlier. In addition to home and community-based services, this is an issue that relates to the family's ability to pay for child care. So it affects the parents as well as the children. And it's the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit. Obviously, it's an existing tax credit a credit that parents have been able to rely upon, but it is nowhere near robust enough to make it possible for parents, more parents, to afford child care. Here's the reality when it comes to what happens in the midst of this pandemic. We know that families have many reasons why they can't make ends meet, but also many families who have a member of the family that wants to get back to work. We're told that about 20% of working adults said the reason they're not working was because COVID-19 disrupted their child care arrangements. And so it's both a child care access and affordability question. We also know that the Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us that women accounted for all jobs lost in December of 2020. Not most jobs, not some jobs, all jobs lost in the United States were among women. Women lost 156,000 jobs. Their labor force participation rate is at its lowest point in a third of a century. One of the big reasons is child care. We need to expand the child and dependent care tax credit to give parents the ability to recoup thousands, not hundreds, thousands of dollars in child care expenses, and that's what my legislation will do. That's what the new administration wants to do, and that's what we should do in this next COVID bill. There are a lot of reasons for it, but I'll end with this. Last year, the National Academies of Science released a roadmap to reduce child poverty. We've heard the good provisions in this legislation on the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit, and the substantial impact they have on lowering child poverty by one estimate by half. Also contributing to this, to lower child poverty even more, would be to enhance the child and dependent care tax credit. Here are the numbers: 9.2, 9.2, and 518. What do I mean? The National Academies of Science said that if you have a robust child and dependent care tax credit, you can reduce child poverty by 9.2%. Guess what happens to wages? Raise aggregate earnings across the country, but also by 9.2, but it just happens to be billions. $9.2 billion. And the 518 refers to the jobs. Increase net employment by more than 518,000 jobs, according to the National Academies of Science. So we need to do, among many, many things we're doing in this bill, invest in home and community-based services, and also invest in a much more robust child and dependent care tax credit. With that, Madam President, I will yield the floor.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-75 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam President. Reserving the right to object, this measure essentially is a pretextual and ideological extreme step that really detracts from what should be our primary purpose at this moment in our history. Literally, we are fast approaching 450,000 deaths in this country, and people continue to die at the rate of more than 3,000 per day. Our economic progress continues to be stalled. In fact, it is declining, with joblessness increasing across Connecticut and the country. People are struggling to stay in their homes, put food on the table, pay for the medicine they need. Our goal should be making sure people have vaccines and economic support that they need. And instead, we are here on a measure that would essentially take away rights, burden rights for people, women, who need that right. We ought to be focusing our energy and attention on winning our fight against this pandemic, but instead, we're here debating a pretextual and ideological bill, another anti-choice bill, yet another attempt to restrict a woman's right to choose about when and whether to have a child. This bill purports to be about protecting individuals with Down syndrome, but it is merely a pretext for requiring healthcare providers to scrutinize women for their decisions to seek an abortion. The pretext is to take away those individual rights. Now, as a matter of fact, this bill has nothing to do with protecting people with Down syndrome, and it has nothing to do with addressing discrimination. If my colleague would like to genuinely help people with Down syndrome, he would ask for unanimous consent on legislation that the disability community actually has supported. The National Down Syndrome Society wants increased funding for medical research at the National Institutes of Health. It wants better educational opportunities and settings for parents with Down syndrome and people with it. It wants laws and policies that ensure economic self-sufficiency and better workplaces and the fight against discrimination. Those are the legislative priorities of this disability community. But what this bill actually does is essentially require healthcare providers to interrogate women about their decisions to seek an abortion. Healthcare providers who might violate this bill, if it ever came law, would incur fines, imprisonment, or both. So, in conclusion, people have a right to make these kinds of deeply personal decisions. Those rights are protected under our Constitution. We should be protecting people with Down syndrome, and we should be expanding their opportunities and fighting discrimination, not using them as a pretext for restricting and burdening a woman's right to choose, and therefore I object.
Objection is heard.
You know, Madam President, I asked that I be recognized.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. I have a hard time with that, I say to my friend from Connecticut. Somehow protecting those with Down syndromes, you're killing those with Down syndromes. You know, right now, I'm really shocked that people would talk about protecting children. The previous speaker was from Pennsylvania, and he had a bill on child care and taking care of kids. And yet now we're talking about the fact that having a baby and diagnosing that baby is diagnosed as having Down syndrome somehow should be aborted. You know, I don't know, I can't think of how anyone could oppose this bill. You know, especially because American people overwhelmingly, 70% of them oppose aborting a child on the basis that the child will be born with Down syndrome. Now, that includes 56% of the people who consider themselves to be pro-abortion people. 56% of the people who support abortion but oppose this on the basis of Down syndrome diagnosis. In the United States, over 2/3 of the unborn babies are diagnosed with Down syndrome, and are aborted right now. And why? Instead of receiving information, resources, and support, mothers often resort to feeling pressure to abort. Justice Clarence Thomas put it a little bit more directly. He said, and this is a quote from Justice Clarence Thomas, he said, quote, "I am deeply concerned that for babies with Down syndrome, abortion has become a tool of modern-day eugenics." That's a United Supreme Court justice. My bill would protect these innocent lives from systematic discrimination through abortion. You know, we say that we support equality in the United States, yet countless babies' lives have been stolen because of their chromosome count. So I'm surprised that my colleagues can object to this common sense bill and that they reject protecting the most vulnerable among us. And certainly those who are born with Down syndrome are among the most vulnerable among us. And I just want the people to know out there that our friends in the Down syndrome community, and there is a community, a lot of people are concerned about this, that I'm going to keep fighting for you, even though some are using any kind of excuse that I can think of to protecting these babies. With that, I won't yield the floor yet, but I'd respond to any comments from the senator from Connecticut. Hearing none, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Utah.
Madam President, the whole point of American foreign aid is to assist countries in times of need and in support of a common interest between us and them. And yet, for many years, our foreign aid dollars have been used to impose violent cultural imperialism by promoting and providing for the practice of abortion. Tragically, instead of helping to preserve, strengthen, and sustain the lives of women and children abroad, our taxpayer dollars have been used to harm women's lives and to end the lives of their unborn children, especially baby girls. In some of these countries, girls are disproportionately aborted precisely because they are female. U.S. aid is used not to affirm the equal dignity of girls and women, but to violently deny it. And in some of these countries, abortion has been forced on women who don't even want abortions. Women in countries like Vietnam or Peru, for instance, who were forced to endure the coercive abortion and sterilization campaigns of the 1990s, just to name a few examples. Madam President, what kind of aid does violence to women and girls? What kind of help is it to impose U.S. abortion extremism on countries that culturally and democratically reject it, or contribute to international organizations that allow regimes to use abortion as a tool of oppression? And what kind of progress is it to encourage sex-selective abortion and the denigration of human dignity for both the baby and for the mother? This cultural imperialism is not pro-woman, it is not pro-child, and it is not pro-health care. It is pro-sexism and pro-violence, and we must end it. According to the latest Marist poll, the American people overwhelmingly agree. Nearly 60% of Americans oppose using tax dollars to pay for abortions. And more than 75% of Americans oppose using tax dollars to support abortions in other countries. 75%. Now, thankfully, President Ronald Reagan first took steps to reverse this kind of support in 1984, instituting what became known as the Mexico City policy to prohibit foreign aid from going to organizations that provide for or promote abortions or that advocate to change abortion laws within a foreign country. Since then, the policy has unfortunately been rescinded and restated again and again between changing administrations, between Republicans and Democrats. It's been moved as a sort of political football. But, Madam President, the lives of babies and the dignity of women, these are not political footballs. Women and children everywhere have immeasurable, innate, inherent dignity and worth, regardless of where they're from. And they ought to be entitled to the right to life and protection from harm, regardless of who happens to be in office at any given moment. The Protecting Life in Foreign Assistance Act affirms this very truth. This bill would permanently stop the use of our foreign aid money from funding or promoting abortions overseas. I also defend the women and babies everywhere and value the women and babies everywhere by supporting two other measures introduced by my friends, Senator Inhofe and Senator Blackburn. Senator Inhofe's bill, the Protecting Individuals with Down Syndrome Act, would affirm that disability does not determine or demean the dignity and worth of a human life. And Senator Blackburn's bill would ensure that taxpayer funds under the Title X Family Planning Program do not go to any facility that performs or provides referrals for abortions. In our laws and throughout our lives, We ought to uphold the dignity of each and every human person, regardless of the race, sex, appearance, abilities, or age of the person in question. The measures before us today do just that, and we should support them. And now, Madam President, I'd like to yield time to my friend and distinguished colleague, the Senator from Montana.
The Senator from Montana.
I want to thank my colleague from Utah, Senator Mike Lee, for his remarks. Last week, with a stroke of a pen, President Biden eliminated critical pro-life protections. He reversed the Mexico City policy and began the process of dismantling Title X protections against abortion. I'm glad to join Senators Lee, Senator Blackburn, along with several other pro-life senators fighting back and calling on the Senate to pass the important bills today to reverse President Biden's pro-abortion actions. Bottom line is, President Biden's actions were basically a handout to Planned Parenthood. It's no surprise, as Planned Parenthood spent millions to get the president elected. Now they're simply cashing in, this time on the taxpayer's dime. The United States should not spend taxpayer dollars to support a radical abortion agenda throughout the world. And we should absolutely not allow a slush fund of taxpayer dollars to line the pockets of Planned Parenthood. Mr. President, Madam President, I also want to thank my colleague, Senator Inhofe, who urged the Senate to pass his bill today to protect babies with Down syndrome from being targeted for abortion. Now, I watched it happen here just minutes ago. The Democrats objected. It's truly astounding. This bill should have passed unanimously, and it really exposes a terrible hypocrisy. Most Republicans and Democrats today in Congress are unified in support for the Special Olympics. We're unified in supporting protecting those individuals with disabilities. Yet my colleagues across the aisle today opposed this common sense legislation that would stop the most lethal kind of discrimination, the most lethal kind of discrimination imaginable. And that's being singled out and brutally killed simply because of a Down syndrome diagnosis. Last week, I stood right here to bring attention to this very chilling issue. Today, babies with Down syndrome are the most endangered on earth. In fact, sadly, in the United States, 67% of babies diagnosed with Down syndrome are aborted. That's 2 out of 3. And for me, this is personal. Last week, I shared the story of a sweet baby boy named Andrew. He is the son of some of my very good friends. Andrew has Downs. He brings light and joy to his family's life every day. He has an older brother, an older sister, and I can tell you this world, their family would not be the same without him. I'm deeply concerned that for babies with Down syndrome, abortion has become a tool of eugenics. It is the duty of this body to end this lethal discrimination. It is our duty to protect every innocent life, no matter how small, no matter how many chromosomes they may have. I believe every human being is created with God-given dignity and God-given potential. No court, no legislature, no law can take that away. I will not give up this fight, as I know many of my colleagues here standing here today will not give up as well. I want to thank Senator Lee, and I yield the floor back to Senator Lee.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration of S-137 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Your objection. The Senator from New Hampshire.
Madam President, my colleague from Utah tells a nice story, but it's not accurate. He's not being honest about what's going on with the global gag rule, and I'm really disappointed that he is once again trying to push this dangerous legislation. As I pointed out when I objected to the same bill less than a year ago, the policy in question closes health clinics, decreases care, and needlessly puts the lives of women, children, and families at risk. And in fact, instead of protecting life, the global gag rule erects new barriers to critical health services, including reproductive health services, for people in communities who already have limited access to affordable quality health care. And let's be clear, America's taxpayer dollars do not go to fund abortions overseas. What my colleagues is objecting to is funding for family planning services to help women protect their families. And the policy that he wants to codify into law is dangerous in the best of times. But during a global pandemic, when care is already stretched, it is downright deadly. The Guttmacher Institute estimates that a 10%, just a 10% decline in family planning services, including reduced access to reversible contraception and pregnancy and newborn health care, results in 49 million more women with unmet contraceptive needs, 15 million additional unintended pregnancies, 1.7 million women and 2.6 million newborns who experience major complications due to not receiving the care they need. And most unfortunate and sad, 28,000 more maternal deaths and 168,000 more newborn deaths because of this policy. And that's just a modest 10% reduction in family planning access. So if you really care about families and newborns, you will ensure that they have access to critical services that they need so they don't have those unintended pregnancies. It's safe to say that the COVID-19 pandemic, which has diverted care and shut down access to family planning clinics across the globe, is greatly exacerbating this situation. So now's not the time to place draconian limits on family planning dollars. In fact, we need a renewed commitment to comprehensive family planning. That's why last week, along with 47 of our colleagues, we reintroduced the bipartisan Global Health Empowerment and Rights Act. This bill, also known as Global HER, would ensure that care is not limited based on the president in the White House. And because if we're going to actually get serious about improving the lives of women and girls, we should be working to end the global gag rule, not to expand it. So for all of these reasons, I object to my colleagues.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, 75% of Americans, regardless of how they feel on other issues, I understand. My colleagues take different positions on issues related to the sanctity of human life. I understand that. As much as I disagree with them, I respect their right to hold that opinion. This bill is about something much narrower, something on which Americans, 75% of them, overwhelmingly agree, and that is that we shouldn't be using U.S. foreign aid money to fund or promote abortions overseas. If we can't accept that, it's terribly disappointing and would be news to most Americans. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from New Hampshire.
Again, I would just like to correct what my colleague is saying. We do not use foreign aid money to perform abortions overseas. And in fact, a poll conducted by Change Center for Health and Gender Equity demonstrates that 59% of likely voters, if we want to talk about polls, 59% of likely voters in America oppose banning U.S. global health assistance going to organizations in other countries that provide legal and safe abortions or abortion referrals. Only 30% support this policy. Research published in the Lancet Medical Journal last July found that the global gag rule under President George W. Bush, which was implemented on an exponentially smaller scale than what was done by President Trump and what is proposed in the law that my colleague from Utah is asking for unanimous consent to put forward. That kind of reduction in access to services increases a country's typical abortion rate by 40%, while reducing the use of modern contraceptives by 3.5%. See, this is what happens when you don't base policy decisions on scientific data. You get these kinds of narratives that are absolutely inaccurate. What we know, and what is repeatedly evident through the research, is that the global gag rule, or as my colleague calls it, protecting life and global health assistance, actually increases abortions. It's unfortunately simple logic. Decreasing access to family planning methods like modern contraception, counseling, and the health spacing and timing of pregnancies directly leads to more unwanted pregnancies. But because this policy also limits abortion services that organizations provide with other non-U.S. funds, women with unwanted pregnancies are forced to seek out unsafe abortions. That's why we see the abortion numbers increase. So it's a lose-lose policy. And of course, it is women and children who pay the price. The Foundation for AIDS Research found that a third of 286 PEPFAR programs implementing partners who were surveyed had altered their services or organizational operations in response to the global gag rule under former President Trump. A great program, PEPFAR, under George W. Bush, that has saved millions of lives. And yet what we saw under the Trump implementation of the global gag rule is that they had to alter the services that they provided, including reducing sexual and reproductive health and pregnancy counseling, youth outreach, contraception services, and HIV counseling, testing, and treatment. The policies that my colleague is advocating for make the situation worse for women and families. And if he would look at the scientific data, he would understand that. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. Since 1976, federal law has prohibited the use of federal funds, taxpayer dollars, for abortion. Section 1008 of the Public Health Service Act explicitly states that Title X funds, and I'm quoting, shall not be used in programs where abortion is a method of family planning. But, as often happens in federal law, there's a loophole. Federal regulations do allow abortion facilities to be co-located within clinics that are following the Title X rules. And those rules are providing health care to women. The Title X Abortion Provider Prohibition Act would close that loophole by prohibiting the awarding of these funds to entities that perform abortions or that provide funds to entities that perform abortions. The bill allows for exceptions to be made in cases of rape or incest or to save the life of a mother. It would also require HHS to provide an annual report to Congress listing entities receiving grant funds and specifying which of those grantees performed abortions under the exceptions. This is not a big change. As I said, this is a simple change. It is one that would add to the protections of women and their unborn children. It's a statutory fix that will redirect tens of millions of dollars in funding to providers, our community care clinics that are offering comprehensive health care services for women. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, be discharged from further consideration of S88 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Washington.
Madam President, reserving the right to object. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Families are struggling, and we should be doing everything we can to make it easier for them to get the care they need from providers that they trust. The Title X program has been incredibly helpful to people seeking all kinds of health care, from cancer screenings to STI screenings to birth control and more. And before the Trump administration's gag rule slashed the capacity of the Title X network in half by cutting out trusted healthcare providers, over 4 million patients a year turned to Title X funded providers for their health care. These patients are disproportionately young people, women who have low incomes, and women of color. And an overwhelming majority of them have historically turned to providers like Planned Parenthood, which would be permanently kicked out of the program by this bill. We need to be tearing down barriers, like former President Trump's Title X gag rule, that are jeopardizing access to care for patients, not reinforcing them. And we need to be focused on addressing the pain of this pandemic and on taking steps to finally end it, not wasting time with blatantly ideological bills that appeal to the far-right base at the expense of our families. While Republicans seem intent on keeping patients from getting the health care they need, I'm glad we finally have a president who is listening to women and men across the country, who's made clear he wants health care to be a right, not a privilege, and who has already directed his administration to review the damaging Title X gag rule that has been so harmful to so many people, an important step towards rescinding the rule as I continue to push for. So I urge my colleagues, Republican colleagues, to stop these attacks on women's health care and turn their attention to something families actually want, which is serious action to end this pandemic. I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the opportunity to respond in much of what my colleague had to say about we are in the middle of a pandemic. Families are struggling. Yes, indeed. That is very true. And if you want to talk about making health care services more available to more women, then yes, indeed. What you want to do is make certain that these taxpayer funds are not used to provide abortion services, that these funds are going to the community clinics that are the ones that are providing the screenings. Many of the Planned Parenthood clinics do abortion. They refer women to the community clinic around the corner for the cancer screenings, for the breast exams, for the pap smears. So there should be agreement that yes, individuals should have access to this health care. And if you say, if you perform abortions, you cannot have these Title X dollars, then the hundreds of community clinics that are access points to health care for women in underserved communities, these funds would be made available to them. Madam President, I think we also have to talk about rights and privileges and touch on that for just a moment. And I fully appreciate we all have different opinions, and it is wonderful that we live in a country that allows freedom of speech, where we can express our difference of opinions. What we do have to realize is this, that we have in this country 1,700 lives lost every day to abortion, 1,700, voiceless and vulnerable. And to me, that is just an absolutely heartbreaking stat, that these unborn children do not have the opportunity to enjoy that right to life. I find that very sad. As I said, this legislation would make certain that all of this money goes to these health clinics, but not to a clinic that provides abortion service. This is the kind of access that, yes, indeed, many families would appreciate, having more access and more services available to women at their community clinics.
The senator from Iowa.
Thank you. The actions of my Democrat colleagues this week make it clear that they do not have any intention of working with Republicans on a bipartisan COVID package. There's no other explanation for the budget resolution that was introduced this week. We're not considering this budget resolution for the usual purpose of establishing overall spending and revenue levels for the fiscal year. That has already been done. The sole purpose then of this budget is to establish reconciliation instructions whereby the majority can pass a partisan COVID package on a party line vote, quite contrary to the inaugural address of President Biden, where he said he was going to be reaching out to Republicans. Now, I know there's been some discussion with Republicans, but not a serious effort to compromise. Embarking down this inherently partisan path of going the budget reconciliation route now poisons the well for any fruitful bipartisan negotiations. And you can't say it too many times that it's completely at odds with President Biden's call for unity and bipartisanship during the campaign and told to the people of the United States in the inaugural address. But it doesn't have to be this way. My Republican colleagues and I stand ready to engage in bipartisan discussions to reach an agreement to provide targeted COVID relief. A consensus package could be done very quickly, just as happened with the bipartisan CARES package back March last year. The relief package Congress passed in December came together very quickly once both sides agreed to set aside partisan poison pills. Republicans did that for things we wanted. Democrats did that for things they wanted. Now, hardly 6 weeks later, here we are back on a partisan approach to helping the needy people because of the pandemic, helping the health care crisis because of the pandemic. In the past year or so, we've done a lot. We've been able to come together in a bipartisan way to pass around $4 trillion in COVID-focused relief. And we did that all, can't say it too many times, with strong bipartisan support. Why not now? There's no reason we can't come together for the American people and do it once more, and probably have to do it again after something would be passed this early part of this year. Instead of wasting our time with a week-long partisan exercise, we could be working together today to forge a bipartisan compromise. If this was the course that the majority were to take, I think there's much that we could agree to with near universal support and do it in a short order. Everyone recognizes we need to get control of the virus as a first priority. That's necessary to save lives and get back to anything close to resembling a normally functioning economy. Rapid deployment of the vaccine is best hope for our getting there to get the economy functioning. I doubt a single member of this Senate body would object to additional funds for vaccine distribution if it will get more people vaccinated sooner. I'm also confident many on my side could agree to additional relief for individuals and small businesses that have been hardest hit by the pandemic. And I'm sure of that because we've done it twice in the past. We can have a discussion on unemployment assistance, rental assistance, funds for reopening schools, and additional grants to small businesses to help them keep the lights on. I can say that very positively because we've done it twice in the past. But any relief, from our point of view, ought to be targeted and focused on the task at hand. The $1.9 trillion, the President's proposal, is far from being targeted, far from being focused. It includes permanent liberal structural economic reforms. This is then using a crisis to enact long-term Democrat policy priorities rather than addressing the immediate needs of the day. It also includes a bailout of fiscally irresponsible states at the expense of states that have managed their budgets very wisely, like my home state of Iowa. This is fundamentally unfair to the taxpayers in responsibly governed states. The President putting forward his proposal should have marked the beginning of the discussion, not the end. If my Democrat colleagues would abandon this partisan exercise, bipartisan discussions could start in earnest. In fact, 10 Republicans made an attempt to do that by spending 2 hours with the new President Biden at the Oval Office. Reached out, obviously. President Biden listened and discussed in good faith, but it doesn't seem like anything can come of it. This may mean that you have to compromise on some priorities, but that is a simple part of life here in the United States Senate, if you want to get anything done. The excuse that there isn't enough time or the need for relief so urgent, that's bipartisanship, must go out the window, is just that, nothing but a simple excuse. By following the current path, this entire week, we're being wasted on partisan theater with no tangible benefit for the American people. At the end of this week, the Senate will be no closer to drafting actual relief legislation. We should instead be working together to iron out our differences to get bipartisan relief to the American people, and that can be done sooner than using the reconciliation process that turns out to be a partisan approach that needless to do based on the fact that twice in the last 11 months we have passed bipartisan virus relief packages to help fight the pandemic, to help people that are hurt by the economic consequences of that pandemic, and also to give confidence to the American people. Let's move in a bipartisan way. I yield the floor. I guess I'd suggest the absence of a quorum.
Will the senator withdraw?
Madam President, are we in a quorum?
No.
Thank you very much. Madam President,
Senator from Washington.
I rise today to discuss the urgent challenge our nation is facing and the urgent response that it requires. I'm always willing to work across the aisle to look for common ground and common sense solutions. I think my colleagues know this, and my record shows it. And I'm going to keep talking to my Republican colleagues in hopes that there are areas where we can find common ground to help our workers and our families and get our arms around this pandemic. But what we cannot do is allow the possibility of further delay or weaken our response efforts. With the resources in this resolution, we will be able to reinforce our public health workforce, our community health centers, and our supply chain, all of which are stretched incredibly thin. We'll be able to scale up testing and tracing and vaccination and genomic sequencing and surveillance for new strains of virus, and address harmful health inequities that continue to make this crisis so much more deadly for communities of color. We will be able to provide needed support to our students, our educators, our public schools, and those in higher education as they grapple with this crisis and work towards safely reopening for in-person learning. To parents in need of quality, affordable childcare, and to a childcare sector staring down mass closures and layoffs. We need to help workers who are struggling today to make ends meet, who are unemployed, who are worried about their retirement being thrown into jeopardy. We need to help families across the country who are struggling today to make ends meet by providing them with direct financial assistance. And we need to help states and tribes and cities and communities whose budgets have been stretched dangerously thin by providing needed funds. I see no reason why pursuing this path has to be partisan. After all, if Republicans can use budget reconciliation to give huge tax breaks to the wealthiest corporations, surely they are willing to use it to give relief to communities and families who are struggling in this economic crisis. If they can try to use reconciliation to cause a healthcare crisis by taking health coverage and healthcare protections away from hundreds of millions of people, surely they can support this process to use to fight a healthcare crisis that has claimed over 440,000 lives in our country and counting. But if they do not, if they insist that using this process to provide relief during an historic pandemic is a partisan move, or that the amount of the relief is too much, I think they're going to have a tough time explaining what and who they stand for. Madam President, Democrats have no problem going on the record as the party that fought for people during this pandemic. Because when your house is in flames, you do not argue about how much of the fire to put out, or how much water to use, or how many lives to save. You do whatever it takes until the crisis is over, everyone is safe, and you do it as fast as you can. This crisis is not over. Everyone is not safe, not from this virus and not from this economic crisis. 440,000 people have died. We are still averaging 140,000 new cases a day. New strains are presenting new challenges. Underlying disparities are growing deeper, and we are already seeing the vaccination rates that communities of color are being left behind. We do have to take action, and that is exactly what Democrats are doing today. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. And I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Connecticut.
Ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm here today to speak in favor of the underlying resolution, to urge my colleagues to support it. I will be very brief. I'd like to tackle three topics amongst many in this package. I'd like to talk a bit about the crisis that stands ahead of us with respect to summer learning and summer programming for kids all across this country. I'd like to talk a little bit about the importance of expediting the pace of vaccinations, and then lastly about the global fight that lays ahead of us to make sure that we are building a pandemic response infrastructure around the world that makes sure this never, ever happens again. Before delving into those three topics, let me just say that we have an opportunity to pass programming to meet this moment that is wildly popular. There's a poll out yesterday that suggests that many of the most important programming in this package enjoy 70% support amongst the public. The relief checks, which will total $2,000, $600 from last year, $1,400 in this package, have 74% support amongst the American public. Only 13% of Americans oppose those checks. Increased federal funding for vaccinations, 69% favor that increased funding, 17% oppose. Those are difficult numbers to get on any major area of policy in the United States today. To have 74% in favor of anything is pretty impressive, but it speaks to the moment. It speaks to the expectations that Americans have, but it also speaks to the fact that there is a unity in the American public about what we need to do. President Biden rightly talked about unifying the country around an agenda to build back this country better. And these polling numbers show that he's done that, because you don't get to 74% support for an initiative without a whole bunch of Democrats, independents, and Republicans supporting that measure. And so we want to get to a place where we have bipartisan support in the Senate. But we know we have bipartisan support for this agenda out in the American public. These polling numbers and polling numbers to come will prove that. And the reason is that the crises we're trying to address, they don't really care what your politics are. And let me talk about these three distinct areas. First, I want to talk about what's happening in our schools, and others have done that in a far more articulate way. And so I want to drill down specifically on what's going to happen this summer. So schools are in crisis right now. I know that because I've got two kids in public school, in a big urban public school. They haven't been back in the classroom at all. They've continued to learn from home the entire time. But they have all the supports that they need around them, to loving parents who are willing and able to help in any way that we can. Not every child has that. And so schools have been scrambling just to make sure that they are doing instruction right, that they are opening schools safely, that they're building support systems around students. But come this summer, you are going to have all sorts of kids that aren't going to have programming ready for them, aren't going to have a safe place to go, and are going to have tremendous amounts of learning loss. You're going to also have kids that are in need of a really healthy, safe place to be this summer. Some kids will need a deep academic experience, but other kids are just going to need some emotional growth. They're going to need something fun to do so that they get an ability to restart and be ready to re-enter what will hopefully be a much more normal-looking classroom. So in this bill is over $100 billion for schools to support the safe reopening of schools. And what we do in this plan that the president is proposing to us is to allow for some of that money to be used for summer programming. I'm going to make a pitch to have a set aside, a portion of money dedicated to summer programming. But what we all agree on
those of us who support this package, is that the challenge ahead of us is not just how we keep schools open and open those that have had their doors closed, but what we do to support kids for 12 months of the year, not just 9 months of the year. This is going to be a tough summer for a lot of kids, and we have to have a specific focus, as this plan does, on meaningful summer programming for kids, programming that's emotionally healthy, that addresses some of this learning loss. In a typical year, middle-class kids, kids with families that have some means, are 5 times as likely as those living in poverty to attend a summer camp, twice as likely to visit a museum or go to a performance. We can't allow for that disparity to be present this summer, not this summer. We've got to have funding in this bill. We've got to pass funding through Congress to make sure that every kid in this country, especially kids coming from limited means backgrounds, can get into quality summer programming. This summer, we have to make that promise to them. Second, let me talk about vaccines, and I know my colleague from Connecticut is going to talk about this as well. We did well this past week. 1.36 million doses were administered. I say well because that's 20% more than we did the following week, but it's not good enough. And in this plan from President Biden is $10 billion to operationalize the Defense Production Act. Senator Baldwin and I have been working on this issue for the better part of a year. If you want to produce more vaccine, if you want to produce more testing equipment, more PPE, then you have to organize America's industrial base better than was happening under the Trump administration. You have to go out and find every potential manufacturing partner who can help Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson and any vaccine maker that comes after them be able to make more and make it faster. We are standing up capacity in Connecticut. We're doing well, number 3 nationally in terms of the percentage of shots that we get in people's arms, but we can do a lot more. And we just need that production to be ramped up. In this bill is specific money to operationalize the Defense Production Act so that we can make more vaccine. That's one of the most important parts of this bill. And then finally, Mr. President, I wanted to talk about the global challenge that we have ahead of us. This virus didn't start in the United States, but man, it moved quick, right? From a wet market in China to the West Coast of the United States to today with 400,000 lives having been lost. And the question is, why? Why was this virus able to move so quickly? Why weren't we able to contain it? Why didn't we learn more about it earlier? Why wasn't the world ready for this moment? Now, China has a lot to answer for, but frankly, the whole world has to understand that we didn't allocate resources properly. The United States didn't allocate resources properly. We spent last year $740 billion on hardware for the Department of Defense and $12 billion on global public health. Nobody today living in the United States would tell you that that was the correct allocation. So inside President Biden's package is funding to start to rebuild the global pandemic prevention infrastructure. Now, I won't go into the details of how we do that today, but there are estimates suggesting that we're going to need over $20 billion globally in order to stand up greater capacities. That means more resources at a reformed WHO. That means more U.S. diplomats that are working in the public health space. That means doing partnerships with developing nations in which we put some money on the table in exchange for public health reforms so that they can strengthen their own systems of pandemic detection and prevention. But even if you drive this thing down in the United States, so long as there are outbreaks that exist on the other side of the world, we are still at risk. And there may come along a virus down the road that is even more contagious, that spreads even faster than this one. And so shame on us if we don't at the same time lock down this virus domestically and set up a system of defense internationally to make sure that we're ready for the next one. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. And President Biden's focus on rebuilding our alliances, it comes at the right time because we're not going to be able to do this by ourselves. We got to meet the moment. We can't go small right now. The problems are too big. Senator Blumenthal and I spend lots of time at food banks in Connecticut. We have never, ever seen the desperate need that exists today in our state. Shame on us if we don't use the power that has been granted us to both take on this virus and deliver economic prosperity to people who have had it robbed from them through no fault of their own. I'd urge my colleagues' support for the budget resolution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
I'm really pleased to follow my colleague, Senator Murphy, after that very articulate case and to build on the case for keeping our promises to America. And the presiding officer knows that promises made must be kept, including another $1,400 in stimulus payments to every individual, bringing that total to $2,000, which is what we promised, to make sure that vaccines are available broadly across this country and that schools become places of learning again, in person, for students and teachers in a safe learning environment. What we're doing in this package, which is big and bold, and it has to be, is to put money in people's pockets, put vaccinations in people's arms, and put children back in schools safely, and I emphasize safely. Now, I was very excited over this past week or 10 days to travel throughout the state of Connecticut and visit clinics where vaccinations are being provided to thousands of people in Connecticut, raising our rate to one of the highest in the country, about 10.3%. I saw nurses and doctors at Danbury Hospital, led by John Murphy, making promises real for people. I visited Rentschler Field, a former runway turned into a vaccination site for people receiving those shots in their arms from the Community Health Center, headed by Mark Maselli. I saw vaccinations at Griffin Hospital, a wonderful team headed by Pat Trammell. But here's the story at Griffin Hospital. Last week, they did 6,000 doses. This week, it will be 2,000. Not because of any lack of skilled vaccination person power, not because of any lack of determination, because of lack of vaccine. Shortages in Connecticut and around the country are impeding and setting back our effort. They are lengthening the tunnel. There's light at the end of the tunnel, but it is longer as we delay the vaccine that is necessary to do the job. There's not enough. It's not reaching the people who need it in enough supplies, and it's not being delivered equitably. The numbers in Connecticut show that people in communities of color are nowhere near as likely to receive that vaccine. In fact, perhaps 3 times less likely. And we need to make sure that delivery is fair and effective in this country, or we will never conquer this pandemic and put America back to work. Using the National Defense Production Act is absolutely necessary, but so is the commitment of $160 billion in this big and bold relief program, and it has to be big and bold. It also has to be done now. Time is not on our side. I have no tolerance for delay or dithering. I have no patience for cuts in this package. $1.9 trillion ought to be our floor, not our ceiling. And if there are a need for targeting those stimulus payments, the money ought to be reallocated to vaccines and to creating safer environments to work and to learn. Now, vaccines are important to our schools. Teachers are essential workers. They're on the front lines. They are putting their lives at risk. They have been demonstrating the courage and conviction to come to school. But they should receive this vaccine. And a safe learning environment means also personal protective equipment. Barriers, such as we're seeing in restaurants and other public places, plexiglass, and other kind of dividers. And these kinds of essential equipment are the reason that we are advocating $130 billion for our schools. There are many other steps that must be taken to assure not only that our learning environments are safe, but also that students have the connectivity they need to learn remotely, because for some period of time, that will be the way they learn. And more than a third of communities of color in the state of Connecticut, which is thought to be a very sophisticated and advanced state, still lack that connectivity. A third of our seniors. Safe and fair learning environments mean broadband. And that is also another reason for that $130 billion in this package. Many of these students face serious gaps. 1 to 3 months, and even longer for some students who have lacked that connectivity. Up to 6 months in basic skills, reading, writing, arithmetic. These kinds of gaps have to be filled. We need a major effort to focus on our students who have been left behind. And that is why this kind of package is a moral imperative. It is a social obligation. We will lose talents and skills, but students will also lose their futures. We should come together on a bipartisan basis. There's nothing wrong with cooperation, and I hope that my colleagues across the aisle will join with us as we move forward, but we will move forward. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past when efforts to wait meant unconscionable delay. We have no such luxury in this humanitarian crisis. We must move forward, and we will. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Colleague from Nevada.
Thank you,
The senator from Nevada.
Mr. President. The American people need our help, and they need it now. Far too many families are struggling just to get by. My home state of Nevada has been hit especially hard during this pandemic. Before COVID, Nevada was stable. Nevada was thriving. But as the pandemic began, our industries, especially our travel and tourism, key economic pillars of our state, were devastated. In fact, countless Nevada businesses have struggled, and unfortunately, many have had to close their doors permanently. This is forcing Nevadans out of work and putting their financial well-being in jeopardy. Now, during this public health and economic crisis, Nevada is close to having the highest rate of unemployment in the nation. Here in Congress, we've passed stopgap packages to try and help all those that are facing these tough times. The relief measures we've delivered for the American people have been a good start, but they're not enough to safely see our country through this pandemic. Small business owners, they risk losing their businesses if they cannot access the full loans and grants that Congress promised them, but that the last administration failed to deliver. Our state and local governments have exhausted their budgets responding to this public health crisis. And as a result, They face looming cuts to essential support and services that our communities are relying on. And this isn't something that's just happening in my state. This is the common experience across our country. The people of Nevada, the American people, they are desperately calling out for a lifeline, and we must deliver a real one, and as soon as possible. COVID-19 is a global public health emergency, and it requires the full force of the United States government. We must act boldly and efficiently as we work to overcome this crisis and meet the needs of this moment. We need real relief for families that are struggling to pay their bills, for those that are struggling to afford basic necessities, for parents, they're struggling just to feed their kids. We need real relief. We need real relief for our travel and tourism industries. We need to ensure that they can make it through this turbulent time. We need a framework for ensuring health and safety standards are met, and we need a path towards restoring consumer confidence. We need real relief for our small businesses, including tax credits to help businesses get by and full EIDL loans and grants without arbitrary caps. We need real relief for our workers, including increased unemployment benefits and proper IT infrastructure to get those benefits out faster to Americans in need. We need real relief for state and local governments so that they can continue working tirelessly to save the lives of Americans in every corner of our nation, so that they can continue testing and tracing in our communities, so that they continue to provide child care for essential workers, so that they continue to provide PPE and things to limit the spread of COVID-19. And we need real relief that supports a greater vaccine distribution and accelerates vaccine deployment, including to our communities of color and rural areas where health care access is too frequently a challenge. Senator Cortez Masto and I have been working with our governor. We've been working with our governor, working with all of our local governments to get more shots in arms across the state of Nevada. But we need more. When so many in our country are hurting and they're struggling, we must ask ourselves, why American families, why members of our communities, why would they deserve any less? It's time for a comprehensive relief package that truly provides relief to the American people. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in this effort to help see our nation through this challenge. Lives are depending on us. Our states, they're counting on us. The whole country is looking to us to show leadership, to stand up, to save lives and livelihoods. So let's ensure that we don't let them down. Let's pass that real relief, thoughtful and targeted relief, and do it now. Mr. President, I yield back.
The senator from New Mexico.
More than 3,000 of my fellow New Mexicans have lost their lives to COVID-19. They were New Mexicans like Teresa, an essential medical worker from Springer, New Mexico. She bravely went to work to test patients for COVID-19 and stop the spread of the disease. Tragically, Teresa contracted COVID-19 and passed away over the Christmas holiday, leaving behind her husband, Roger, and their 3 children. But Congress has another chance to spare other families the pain that Teresa's family is experiencing. the very thing that drove Teresa every day to go and save others. This resolution will allow Congress to mount an aggressive public health response and prioritize resources where they are needed most for vaccines, testing, and public health programs that fight COVID. Funding included in this package will be aimed at dramatically increasing rates of testing, bolstering the supply chain to increase the availability of testing supplies and personal protective equipment, hiring and training public health workers to administer the vaccine, and increasing vaccine production. As Congress focuses on getting vaccines into every arm as quickly as possible, strong federal funding is especially critical for states like New Mexico, where vaccines and medical supplies must travel longer distances to reach the communities that need them. We know we have the capacity to get these vaccines in people's arms. We need more vaccine. Vaccines are essential to the priorities I've heard from many of my constituents. Safely opening schools as soon as possible, because this pandemic is widening the achievement gap that already existed. To meet this goal, Congress must invest in safely reopening schools and make facility improvements to ensure every educator, the people who prepare the food, drive the buses, keep the schools looking clean, social workers and nurses, and every student is safe to return. America must provide quality distance learning to those that are not yet ready to return, and to work to address widespread learning loss that exacerbates the achievement gap. It's also clear that the toll of COVID-19 on students' learning and mental health will last for years, meaning investments are necessary well beyond this academic year. The Senate must act for the families who have lost loved ones, for Roger and Teresa and their 3 kids, and for